Egbe. My wonderful mommy, Baroness Lizzie. Happy to see you, my eyes, grandma. Rufus Fumilayo, Olowo Kere, Oluwatofai. Thank you so much. Light mommy, happy to have you here. Shikemi, babe, thank you so much. 13348Y, happy to have you, confirmed dad. Thank you so much, sir. The expensive Abby, thank you so much. Happy to have you here. On YouTube, I appreciate every one of you. Golu Shama, thank you so much. Tupac Shakur, Baba. Owocho Godwin. The Dice 185, thank you so much. M. Trizeni, Eden D, Chief Quave, thank you so much. Igby. Okay. All right. What are we doing today? Where are we going to be starting from before I bring on Uncle Ola? I know we said that we're going to be having a kind of a deconstruction today. Deconstruction of heaven and hell ideology. Uncle Ola is going to also Miliko Zoltansi, happy to have you there on YouTube. Thank you so much. No, I cannot try Tupac Shakur song. Sorry, because of a copyright issue. So sorry about that. I love his songs too. Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West, right? Unta gbedani nto nse wa lọ́wọ́ ojú ọ̀rọ̀ Tupac lọ. The level where Nigeria is today, considering the most recent events that are unfolding, some parents might not see it as big issues. So many people who are reaping from the decay might not see it as a big problem. In some homes currently, Brother Tunde Babalola on Facebook, happy to have you here. In some homes, some kids are already asking their parents questions. Questions to which the parents cannot get answers to. Right? In some homes, it is the children that are depressed because the parents are not awake at all. What do I mean by the current event? And why today's lecture is going to serve as a milestone in the direction of our liberation. I pray that Eledumare will grant Uncle Ola the utterance to be able to do much more than he did before. Now, it is important that I say this. I made a video about 4 days ago concerning the Bobrisky's event going on. I rushed down to the mechanic workshop and I got a call from someone. I got a call from someone as I was walking back. Now I rushed in because I wasn't even looking at the time. I had to leave my vehicle there. So I got a call from someone. The man was actually almost weeping because of the hopelessness that we now have in the nation. Not even only in the hopelessness alone, but the fact that so many people are not awake. And some of us that are not even directly involved. So many people in diaspora just want to live their life because of the struggle that they have to go through every day already. And the Yorubas say that ọmọ tó bá ṣíwọ́ sókè òun lòbí ń gbé. I will use Sunday Igboho's incident to explain this illustration, this adage. A child that raises his or her hands will be the one that the parents will lift up. 2021, when Sunday Igboho came up and said, you know what, it is Yoruba nation. And he was able to put into action, especially when he went to Igangan. How many of you remember that video? And he could command all those people occupying our forest and those villages there in Igangan. He said he gave them 7 days to clear their loads. And there was disarray. They were afraid. Okay? Now, so many people rose up to support him because there was action. Unfortunately, if we want to help one another today in the current day Nigeria, is it the same set of people who don't even see anything wrong, damaging and depressing concerning the fact that the whole Nigeria could be talking about somebody like Idris Okuneye that calls himself Bobrisky? Some of you don't always think in the direction in which some of us are thinking along in. Like play that time. He started dressing anyhow in Yoruba movies. How many of you remember that scene where what is his name? This other guy. No, In that movie, he was acting like a girl. Wọ́n wá ń ṣépè fún nínú movie yẹn wípé tí olórí burúkú ẹ báwo lè máa ṣe báyìí, báwo lè máa ṣe báyìí. But we slept. All of us slept. How can we suddenly wake up? Because so many people are afraid to die for what they believe in. Sister Omotola Odedipe, thank you so much, ma. Babalola Tio, thank you so much. That all of a sudden, Bobrisky became right in our presence, in our faces. Bobrisky became a household terror. Bobrisky became, how do I call it? Somebody that shouldn't have even, in the face of so many challenges that Nigeria is facing. Bombay person, happy to have you here, sir. All of a sudden, they implemented a person like Bobrisky to be creating diversion from bigger problems that we have in Nigeria. All of a sudden, nobody is talking about the fuel price inadequacy. Nobody is talking about the fact that we are crying, we are weeping, that there is shortage of food, there is already famine in the land. Okay, that there is chaos in the land. People can. How many of you saw the report of NAFDAC that bread now in Nigeria is causing so many problems, so many health problems? Sister Yemi Foluke, happy to have you on there on Facebook. Please, as you are coming, let me continue to share this. Okay, that at the end of the day, oh my God, that we cannot all stand up and ask our government officials, why is it that people are not safe to go to their farms again? Why is it that in 2024, farmers are still being compressed? Simi Fola 86. If you go on Facebook, you're going to see Rotimi Daniels talk show. I am on there. And I'm also on YouTube, Rotimi Daniels. Due to some reasons, maybe after today, I will be having another TikTok account. That's going to be my major account. They are already compromising this one that you're looking at. So please be on the lookout. Immediately I am able to come up with that TikTok account, I will post it on here before they finalize their evil plans against this. So please watch out. You might not have access to this TikTok account again. But before they do that, okay, I will do another one. Yes, they are reporting my page so much that we could even be talking it today. It's a grace. Anyways, yes, I will. Iyanifa Ola, I will do that before the end of next week, because one came gogo lenu. Yes, and immediately I open it. Please, I will need us to go and follow up us, share it, and I hope that I will still be able to use Rotimi Daniels something so that I can continue from there. Now, what am I saying? We are not able to ask the government as Nigerians. A ní ọkọ́ lọ́wọ́, à ń fi ọwọ́ kó imí. Ẹjẹ́ ejò a lè fàyàfà. àwa jẹ́ ẹṣin, a lè dá eré sámọ́ as Nigerians. Baba Oyedepo had a birthday today. Àwọn bàbá òfò, àwọn bàbá rádaràda, you see what I'm saying? They are already I don't know what they're afraid of. They are flagging it badly. Today, we will have our live shows. Ẹ̀yin báwo? We will. Egbe. I don't know what they're afraid of. Egbe. Welcome back. Oyedepo of Winners Chapel. They are flagging and freezing the show. Let me bring up some people to be up there. Maybe it's going to help. Let me bring up some people, whether it's going to be stable. I'm waiting for my uncle to... All right. Once I bring you on, you can be there and just be on the mute mode. Thank you so much, Sister Posh Becky. Now, when you look at the danger in what these men have done, this person came up with ideas that he will use to enslave his own sheep or flock. This one came up with different ideas that he will use to enslave his own flock. And this one, and Adeboye Oyedepo came together today. Despite the fact that at the head, they could what? Okay, Arab money, 967, thank you. On the surface, they hugged each other today. And people were like, they were trying to clap. Oh! Hey. Enslavers méjì. Thank you so much, Arab money, 967. Enslavers méjì hug ara wọn. Àwọn tán enslave ń pàtẹ́wọ́. Ọ̀gá ra mọ́tò, inú ọmọṣẹ́ ń dùn. Ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ fowó kún owó oṣù ẹ̀ ni? Despite the fact that at the top part, you will see them as though they are brothers. But what kind of association? What is the result of their association that we see? Mommy Baroness Lizzie, thank you so much, ma, for the roses. I appreciate you. Okay? That on the surface, you see them relating with one another. And it doesn't leave out a lady like Esther Ajayi, who Nigerians don't even know what she does for career or job. Yet, Esther Ajayi can parade millions of dollars right in our faces. What a hopeless, wicked, useless generation. How do we begin to describe this generation? That when we were growing up, there was a level of sanity that if you come home with some high terms, the fear of your parents will never allow you to bring out to bring out whatever you might have come with outside. Not to talk of an underage girl or boy buying some things in the society today, and parents are not talking. That is where we have found ourselves today. Then, look at the fact that when I released that video about a few days ago, I love the comments that I got concerning the fact that when I heard the involvement of Uncle Femi Falana, I woke up here at night to go and use the washroom. And so many messages started dropping. I'm like, what happened? Tags and everything. Q Leung, thank you so much. Oma Jibona, thank you so much, sir. Now, I was in the washroom and I was checking my phone. Which one is this that VDM? It's Adinuma, thank you so much. Lara Talks, thank you so much, ma. Lagbayeja, thank you so much, sir. Now, you know, I saw the video and it's like I was shaking that, okay, with the standard of Uncle Femi Falana in the society, apart from even Yoruba settings, let's go outside the Yoruba community. He is a well-known SAN, senior advocate of Nigeria, of a whole nation. So I got depressed. Iyanifa Ola, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate, ma. I got depressed. I was trying to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I remember that morning, before I left for work, I was speaking with different people that we talked on the phone, and I couldn't even control my anger, and I couldn't even explain it until when I got to work, my supervisor was like, Daniel, is everything okay today? I said, yeah. I said, you don't look bright the way you know. I said, no, I'm just down a bit, I'll be fine. Until when I was able to bring out a description of how I was feeling. And that is me not having a child that will be going through what our children are going through currently in Nigeria. That I could come up with a sentence that this is hopelessness being impersonated and looking at us directly as parents. This is hopelessness on the part of Nigerians. And at the end of the day, when you see me making noise and, bringing out some things and saying some things, Uncle Femi Falana is one dignitary, his own personality that I always believe that even if need be, and he has to be contacted, ọmọ yín yìí o, ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà ni o, àwọn alágbára wọ́n ti gbé o, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kinní kan o, wọ́n ti gbé o, wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kinní kan. He is one figure that I respect so much and giving me hope of a better tomorrow. But now with what we are saying, some people said, no, Rotimi, let's wait for him to say his own part of the story. Ògbẹ́jọ́ ẹnìkan dá, àgbà òṣìkà ni. Unfortunately today, I was proven right that he knew something, that he could have an affiliation. His own child could have an affiliation with the likes of Bobrisky. It is a big shame unto Uncle Femi Falana. At the end of the day, maybe his assignments can go beyond, but the fact that because of money or whatever, he shouldn't have had anything to do with the figure of Bobrisky. This was a man who said that there was a time he called Uncle Femi Anikulapo Kuti and the child was speaking English. Then I asked for I respect him so much. But whatever might have happened, events are still unfolding. But I'm just saying that there is no smoke without fire. And that is the level of hopelessness that we're having. And we have Uncle Ola in the house already. He has already called in. And why is the topic today very important? The Yorubas say that tí igi bá ṣubú lórí igi, tòkè ẹ̀ la kọ́kọ́ máa yọ. As many of you that are depressed, as many of you that are still thinking that maybe there is no hope at all for Nigeria, we are holding on to our liberation. Nothing is going to derail us. Nothing is going to make us lose focus. And as part of our liberation, we have decided that by the wisdom of Eledumare, we'll be able to touch on the topics that we're going to be discussing today, that Unkola is going to be discussing with us today. So please get your seats, get your popcorn, as I bring in to come and deconstruct heaven and hell ideology, which they have used in tying so many people down for so long, which is the reason why so many people cannot stop going to church, because they feel if they don't go, if they don't give them this, if they don't do that, they are going to hell. After which, he is going to be telling us the foundational aspect of what we discussed the last time, which is the delivery of nursing homes in churches. What denomination started it? What do they use that opportunity to achieve? You're going to be hearing it today. And with time, if time permits today, you see this social media, I hope that Uncle Ola will also be able to touch on it. So as I bring Uncle Ola in, please help me welcome him wholeheartedly on today's program. Uncle Ola, can you hear us, sir?
Yes. My brother, how are you?
I am doing good, sir. Everybody is hearing you very well, sir.
Okay. I'm again excited, so excited to be part of your program.
Thank you so much, sir.
And also to continue re-engineering, re-education of our people. What has been done for the past almost 400 years now since Christianity entered Nigeria and Africa. Unfortunately, it cannot be done in the day. But I sincerely believe that as we continue to sermonize and to teach, I think those who we hear will definitely take it to heart to know that everything that was given to us is nothing but a fraud and a falsehood. Not only is a fraud, not only is a falsehood, but then is imposing European belief system, imposing ancient belief system on us. And we have so been brainwashed to see anything that is black as evil. Anything that comes from us, we don't encourage it. It's not good. So I sincerely want to look at a lot of things before even we go into the issue of the concept of hell and heaven.
Okay.
Where does this originate? Who started this craps? And why did the Europeans, the Greek, borrow this concept? And how did Christianity, not only inherited this concept, but adopted this concept as a way of exploitation, and also as a way of control system. Because the more you talk about heaven and hell, the more you make profit for the clergy. So we are going to examine, let us look, because majority of our people are so afraid of the so-called pastors. and they do not even know that pastor or pastoral institution is not an office. Pastor or pastoral institution is not an office at all. And when you look at the concept of the Greek concept of a pastor, then you have to also look at the meaning of the word pastor. Now, the Greek concept of a pastor is what we call shepherd. Shepherd, and shepherd does not mean, actually, shepherd does not mean an office. It is not an office. Now, is for each and everyone to look after one another. That is the Greek concept of a pastor. So we want to look at how the word, where did pastor come from? So that there are certain things we have to lay as a background before we go into what we are going to discuss today. And if you permit me time, I'm going to actually expose a lot of people, both in Christianity, Islam, especially the Islamic religion.
Okay, sir.
Okay? Islamic religion is nothing but a fraud, a pure lie, a falsehood. So I'm going to look, let's first of all examine where the pastor comes from. And that will actually help us to understand actually what is when you say you are a pastor, what are you talking about? Why is it that the idea of a pastor was so powerful in our world today, especially in Christian church today, that pastor has been seen as a kind of a demigod? The whole idea of a pastoral institution started with Martin Luther. Martin Luther broke away from Catholic Church in 1515. He broke away from Catholic Church after nearly 96 theses at the door of cathedral in Wintersberg in Germany. And what was actually the contents of his thesis? His content of his thesis is to expose the Catholic Church of lies, deception, and fraud. And as I said, like all Christianity, all church institution, or what we call denomination institution, they always break away from one entity. They break away from one entity and other. So Martin Luther broke away, and he came up with Lutheran movement. Okay, Lutheran movement. When he set up Lutheran movement, you have to have an offices just like the mother church, like Catholic Church. The Catholic Church do have officials like the priests and the vicars and other officials of Catholic Church. And the same thing Martin Luther did. Now Martin Luther now called his ministers pastors. And the pastor Martin Luther called his ministers because don't forget that the movement of Martin Luther came from the university. It has to be taught, they have to spice it with intellectualism. So he came with the idea of CEOs. You know, the CEO do have executive power over their company. They control majority of the corporation that we have in the world today. Now, let's now examine where is the word pastor came. When you look at the whole scripture, even let's look at it, it is not in the old, what you call the Old Testament. Our focus is going to be on the so-called New Testament. Now, the New Testament, where you have the word pastor, is Ephesians 4, verse 11. When Shaul was talking about the different gifts,
yes,
you know, to the ministry, you can look at it in your Bible, or in your Bible, whatever it is being called. But it is scripture. You can look at it there, Ephesians 4:11, and you will see what Paul was talking about here. It's not actually, when he was mentioning that, Paul did not specifically mention about that office. It's not talking about office. Paul is just talking about the gifts that is going to assist, that is going to help in, in ministry. That's what Paul was talking about. He's not talking about anything beside that. But like every human institution, everything that is human, so what we have is that you take the concept and you build on that concept for you to be able to exploit and control people. So the basis of pastoral is to exploit and to control people. So what the churches are doing today, it is the job description. Let me put it in that way. What they are doing today is the job description of the pastor's office. It is the job description of the pastor office. So let's look at that word so that we'll be able to understand it very well. Now, the word pastor is used in plural. Okay, it is pastor or pastors. Now we are going to look at the Greek meaning of a pastor. The Greek word translated pastor is poimenas, Poimenas, poimenas. The Greek word translated pastors is poimenas, which is plural. It means shepherds, as I've said. Pastor is the Latin word for shepherd. You see, you have translation from Greek to Latin, from Latin to English language. And you have to understand all this because the Greek, the Jewish, the Hebrew alphabet was used to understand Greek. The Greek alphabet was used to write Latin. Latin alphabet was used, Latin alphabet and the English language. It is not that most of the time English borrowed a lot of, because English don't really have their own language. So they borrow most of the word that we are using in English language today from different nations, from Greek, from Latin, heavily from Latin. Now, because if you look at the ancient English language, you'll be ashamed of yourself if you read King James version of 1611. Then you will see that it was used with English, the old English Celtic words. Now, for us to understand, for us to get the clarity of what we are saying here. So, pastor is the Latin word for shepherd. Pastor then is a metaphor to describe a particular function in the assembly. It is not an office or a title. I hope you are hearing me well.
Benny.
the word pastor is not an office or a title. So the first believers, they do not have pastor. They have nothing to do with a specialized and professional sense. They have nothing to do with that in specialized and professional sense. So it has come to have the meaning in the contemporary Christian belief system. So the Ephesians chapter 4 verse 11 does not envision pastor. Does not envision pastoral office. But it's just merely one of many functions in the assembly, or what you call church. Assembly. I would prefer to use the word assembly. So shepherds are those who naturally provide, nurtured, and care for allure, what you call illegal sheep. Understand this? Shepherds are those who naturally provide, nurtured. You remember in the Act of Apostle, right?
Yes.
They said they brought everything to the apostle feet. And what happened? They distributed their resources so that everybody will have more than enough. So nobody lack. That is the meaning of the word pastor. And it does not mean that any individual, it is not referred to any particular individual. So you are a shepherd. Like, for instance, the program you are doing, you are a shepherd. You are feeding people. You are trying to take away the old belief system that put our people in bondage. Now you are feeding them with a new belief system that will free their mental way of thinking. That is the meaning of shepherd, and that is what we are doing, my brother. When a man who is the head of the family is providing for his family, he's a shepherd, because he has his family. I don't like to use the terms of sheep. I don't like that. But I will say that you have your family that you will provide for.
Yes.
So that is the meaning of a sheep. That's the meaning of a shepherd. So to confuse shepherd with an office or title, to confuse shepherds with an office or a title is commonly, as we commonly conceive today, is nothing but a deception and fraud. It's a control system, and that is what you have today. So when you have the business center that is called church, now you have a CEO who is head of that assembly, and he controlled, he manipulated, he deceived people to be able to bring resources, their own resources that they work for his own, and not actually for the betterment of those who are, congregating. So, and what do you have? You have exploitation of our people. So when they came in basically, it's just like, let me put it in this way. We don't know the meaning of missionaries. The Roman Catholic, the ideas of a missionary came from Rome Empire, not Roman Catholic, Rome Empire. Now, when Roman Empire goes out to conquer a nation, what they do is that they send a missionary there. This missionary, their mission is to evangelize. The word evangelism came from a pagan, from Greek word. So to evangelize the people that were conquered by Roman Empire. And what they do basically is to teach them about the way of the gods of Rome and the customs. And they attach this teaching to the belief system of Rome, which Catholic Church inherited, which Protestant inherited. So that is why when the British deceived Nigerian, Southwest, Southeast, and all that, what they did was to have sent their missionaries to Nigeria. Now, the missionary, when they came, they saw a very powerful institution that was already in place, a religious institution that was already in place. As I want us to know one thing, there is no nation, there's no nation in earth who can develop without their culture and their language and their religion. Now, if your religion is taken away from you and is replaced by a foreign religion, you will never develop. If your language is taken away and replaced by other languages, you will never develop. When your culture is taken away and replaced by other culture, you will never develop. Now you tell me, throughout the world, which country where they speak English language that is developed today? Mention one. Let's take our continent. You have three main languages in our continent. You have English language, the Anglophone, you have Francophone, and you have Spanish. Now go to all the 54 countries in Africa and mention one that is developed. Go to Asia, in some areas, and tell me which one is developed. Go to Arabia countries where they even speak Arab, but they are clouded with the false religious belief system, and they're being sustained by the Western. America is heavily, protecting Saudi Arabia. So when your language is taken away from you, when your culture is taken away from you, when your religion is taken from you, you come back to zero. And what do we have today? What do we have today? Now, I'm trying to give you this knowledge for you to understand that without having understanding of those who rule over you or knowing where they are coming from, you will never be mentally free. I was listening to your I think one of your program when one of the callers said she still go to church, but she doesn't pay tithe.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Because you are still within the system.
Enslaving system, Ben.
Yes. So why don't you come out of that completely? Why are you deceiving yourself? Why are you lying to yourself? Because it is the same system that is oppressing you. So you have to come out of that system completely. So we have seen where the function of a pastor, the office, that word pastor is not meant for an office. It's not an office. It's not an institution. It is, simply a way of providing for one another, being there for one another, taking care of one another. That is what it meant. But Martin Luther King now turned it to an institution. Martin Luther King now turned it to an institution that, when the Catholic Church was created, they have to create a means of sustaining that institution, economic sustenance, economic exploitation.
Yeah.
Okay, and what did they do? They come up with all kinds of policy to sustain that institution, and one of them is what we call the tithes. Okay, and the tithe is not even actually in accordance to the scripture. The tithes, basically, with the Catholic Church, is to sustain the behemoth that was created. That is the church. And one of the reasons why Martin Luther was against the Catholic Church was the fact that the clergy, that is the priests, they live a kind of life that your pastors are living today. They live a luxurious life, whereas their members are suffering. They are collecting tithe and collecting offering from their members, and the members continue to wallow in abject poverty. Just like what you have to, exactly what you have today. Now, the idea is like somebody said that Christianity started in Alexander in Egypt, and it goes to Europe, Rome, precisely, and it become an institution. And from Europe, it traveled down to America, and it becomes an enterprise, business. Nigeria inherited. Nigeria Protestant, Pentarascals, copy exactly the enterprise aspect of Christianity. They learn it very well, and they even surpass their masters. Now, look at the result right from the 70s or 80s when we have Pentarascals in Nigeria with miracles. The result today is abject poverty among their followership, among their devotees. Because if you're a follower of Jesus, you are devotees of Jesus. I repeat myself again, if you are a follower of Jesus, you are a devotee of Jesus. And you are even a devotee of something that is not even in existence. You're a devotee of a fraud. Now, as I'm saying, I want you to always take time to Google what I'm telling you. I said to you, I think I'm still repeating it again, that there was no letter J in Hebrew, in Latin, and in Greek. And in other languages, there was no letter J. Even in English language, there was no letter J until middle of the 15th century. And letter J was stolen by English from Italian. It was an Italian monk or Italian priest who invented letter J in 1524. Google origin of letter J. You will find it right there.
It's there.
It was invented in 1524. If letter J was invented in 1524, now you tell me, where did Jesus come from? Now, if the word Jesus was a Greek word, it's not an Hebrew word, it's a Greek word. Take time to Google the last name of Greeks. You will see S-U-S. S-U-S. It's just like Yoruba first name. Majority of our names start with O, right? O. Olatunde, Oguntunde, the same thing. So, you talk of Ephesus, you see? Ephesus, Pentagos, S-U-S. And if you look at all the Greek philosophers, their name always ending with U-S, S-U-S. The Greek top god is called Zeus. The English God is called Jesus, E-S-U-S. That's where you get the word Isa, where the Arabic word Isa came from. Jesus. The Arabic word Isa that they refer to Jesus is, came from Jesus. Don't you see how we are blinded? Don't you see how you are being led to destruction? So, and all these things were created for them to also to be able to, it's a control system. Not only that, there was actually a real Messiah, real one. And let me give you the meaning of Messiah. The Hebrew called Mashiach. That's what the Hebrew call the word Messiah. Messiah is English word. The Hebrew word for Messiah is Mashiach. Mashiach. Mashiach simply means the deliverer or the leader. And you cannot be called Mashiach if they don't put oil in your head. You discover that all the Hebrew Hebrew kings, they always ordained them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the meaning of it. They put oil in their head. So the word Mashiach is generic in Israel. It's generic. And it's plural. But then, when they want to distinguish the real Messiah, they will say, Mashiach. H-A in Hebrew means the Messiah. Now, those who give you Jesus themselves rejected the Hebrew Messiah because the Hebrew Messiah would look like Rotimi and me, and you, our women. He was a man of color. He was rejected. They rejected him. And they rejected everything that has to do with him. And I'm going to give you everything today. So that you will understand clearly that you have been deceived. I think in Jeremiah, I'm sorry because we have to be bringing all this for our people to know, because you have not been allowed to even read. You don't even read the Bible that you have in your hand. You listen to your pastor. Now, he said, he said our people will come and they will say, we have been lied to and deceived. And that is what is happening today now, that we've been lied to and we've been deceived. You imagine those who have died in Christianity, those who have died in Jesus, those who believe that when they die, they are going to heaven.
Those who accepted
They
poverty
die
and a
in
lot of
deception.
things because they think
Yeah.
they are going to heaven.
Yes, they die. They die in deception, being deceived. So, and let's examine. Let's look at how do we come to the level that we are now? Why did we being deceived to believe in heaven
And hell.
in hell? Because that is the main problem of majority of you why you don't want to leave the church. Because you believe that it is only the church or Christianity that can take you to imaginary heaven or imaginary hell. You have to understand what they call interpretation of language. If you write a Yoruba poem and that poem goes to another country, they will not be able to get exactly the meaning of Yoruba words that you use. In most cases, they will take away from it and they will add to it to make it meaningful to their own people. That is why Chinua Achebe was never being recognized, was never being given Nobel laureate, because Professor Wole Soyinka promoted English language, English culture. Even though Professor is a man that I respected so much, he speaks Yoruba fluently. But then, if he has written all those poems in Yoruba language, nobody will recognize him. So, if it's what you think, when your language is taken away from you, your dignity is stripped from you, your currency, your life currency is devalued. When your language is taken away from you, when your religion is taken away from you, your life currency has been devalued. And you think they don't know what they are doing? English language is just ordinary commercial language? No. And that is the sorrow state of African people today. Let's examine what is heaven and hell. Heaven and hell. Why is the concept of heaven and hell? The concept of heaven and hell originates from a mix of ancient, Near Eastern, and Greek belief system. It was never Christian ideas. As a matter of fact, Christianity copied, borrowed the concept of heaven and hell. Because if you look at, let's go to your Bible. If you look at Genesis, look at your Genesis. When Adam and Hawa, that is wrongly called Eve. If you don't know, Eve is Mother Earth. Is Greek Mother Earth that you celebrate every Mother's Day. Most of the time you are not you think you are celebrating your mother. Why would somebody be telling you that you should celebrate your mother once in a year? That is stupid. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Why would you celebrate your mother? Why would you celebrate your own mother once in a year? So everything that was given to us do have meaning and it always linked to the belief system, the religious system, the occultic system of those who give us this religion. Now, we have to look at, now before, give me a minute before we even go into that, because there are certain things that actually bother my heart. And it has to do with the seed, you sowing the seed, and the tithes. It's really, really bothered my mind. Please, if you have the Bible with you, because we have to use Bible against those who doesn't understand, or against those who colonize our mind and our faculty, our reasoning of thinking. You know what they call those who are educated? If you're PhD holders, if you're master's holders, if first degree holders, especially if you're PhD holders, they call you ignorant, educated elite. That is simply mean that you cannot think. You cannot think above what you learn, the knowledge that you acquired, the knowledge that they give to you to, or the title that was given to you. You can't go beyond that level, and that is why you can see the professors in Adeboye's church, Yedipo church, in Christ Apostolic Church, and all over, and they will believe an illiterate, an idiot. He doesn't know, understand, and we tell them, start combing your hair, start doing this, and they will do it. Let's quickly see, because I want us to understand the tithing and the clergy salary. It has to do, as I've said, it's connected with the clergy salary. It has to do with the clergy salary, the tithe. The tithe has to do with the clergy salary.
I want to ask a question, sir, before you go on.
Yes. So let people be asking questions before we go into, if they want to ask me anything.
Okay, sir. Now, this their control over people, that people cannot even think for themselves. Is it possible to say that apart from the mental slavery, apart from the mental work that they do, because these guys, they have sweet mouth, they are good at what they do, is it possible to say that this their control is also linked with the evil occultic groups that they belong, both home and abroad?
Absolutely, my brother. Look, everything that you are doing today is to tailor you to occultic control and belief. And everything that you believe today is gradually linked, bringing you to one world government. Yes. After the Second World War, you have the League of Nations. Now, before the League of Nations, you have several institutions. Don't forget, religion played a pivotal role in a control system.
Yes, that's true.
Look, the politician, the government, and the religious system work in hand. And let me tell you, the religious system created most of our government policies today. Look, my brother, we have, have you heard of Jesuit?
Yes.
Yes. Have you ever heard of Templars?
Yes.
The Templar gave us our banking system today. So, everything that you see, even up to a local church in your community, is pointing to one world government and is occultic. Every practices of Christian belief system, Islamic belief system, Buddhist belief system, all the religious system that you may think of, my brother, that is in existence today in the world today, is a way of leading the world into a one-world religious system. And that will bring you back to Genesis, right? Where Nimrod, you know, the whole thing started from that. When Nimrod wanted a one-world government of disobedient to his creator. So every system of religion that we have today, you have to trace it back to Babylon. So Babylon came up with a very strong controlled religious system. I told you about exoteric and esoteric.
Yes.
The majority, all the churches that you have in Nigeria today, do you know the foundation of those churches? You don't know. But the liberal aspect of it is to give you him, to make you to pray. Sometimes when you go to Ryoke, they will tell you that you will pray so that you be Wama Jaso. That is the level which the control system is. None of us knows actually. Until àwọn church Anglican wọ́n ní tó fi pẹ̀lẹ́ àwọn churches wọ̀nyẹn ẹ̀rọ pé kàn gbé kalẹ̀ ni.
Ẹ sọ wípé ẹ máa link ẹ mọ́ topic tá a ṣe the last time yẹn ṣe bá rántí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má gbàgbé. Bí wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti máa ṣe delivery and everything. Why are they doing delivery? Kí náà ń ṣe? Yes, sir.
Now, how did when you look at all the churches that we have today, right from the Catholic Church, as I've said, all the cults that you have today started from Catholic Church. Okay, and not only that, every satanic system of control actually begins from the church. Church is not what you think it is. Stop deceiving yourself. Now, when your pastor talk about magic, when your pastor talk about do you know the meaning of that? Now, when your pastor talk about Ipemi, do you know the meaning of where do you see Ipemi? In this, several times. This is my 7th time that I've been reading both can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'm going, sir.
Yes. This is my 7th time since the beginning of this year for me to read over and over again the scripture. There's nowhere it talks about Ipemi. So when your pastor says all this thing, you don't know the meaning of this, and easily you run under that satanic anointing. And what would they do? They will cast spell on you. And once you have been, when the spell is on you, it's like the spell that have been cast on the members is like nicotine. You know the nicotine that is in cigarette?
Yes.
Yes. You know when they added nicotine so that you continue to love to smoke. Not only nicotine, no. All the food that we eat now, especially in Western world. All the food that we eat, that is why sometimes you like particular food. You eat it over and over and over and over and over and over again. because I didn't remember the medical terms for food. So you eat it and you love it and you continue to go. So that is the exact. It is not different from religion. It's not different from Christianity. It's not different from Islam. Because the belief system has been spiced. I told you the meaning of gospel the other time. Gospel simply means God spell. God spell. God spell. God. What God are we talking about?
Emma Binusa. Edro. Pastor Kenny. He said prayers ought to activate our thinking faculty, not the other way around. Please, how do you mean, sir? Do you want to come up and explain to us? Pastor Kenny, if I can bring you up to come and explain that to us, the prayers are needed to activate our thinking faculties. We have people in the house that would want to learn more, sir. Pastor Kenny.
RD, I'm sorry to interrupt. He said that in response to my comment, where I said, let me quickly bring it up. What I said is that prayer, as a matter of fact, is freezing our intelligence and it is stomping our thinking faculty. That is the fact. And so he has responded by saying that this is what prayer ought to be. So
okay,
let him come and explain it further what he means.
Okay, Pastor Kenny, what do you think prayer is, sir? Please unmute your mic to explain. Pastor Kenny, can you unmute?
Yeah, like my network here is a bit down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now.
All right. Yeah. I forget your reason.
Hello?
And I said, prayer. Can you hear me?
Okay, we're hearing now.
Okay. Now, for me, prayer ought to be a communication between a man and a divine being.
Okay.
Right? And you can call it whatever, but the truth is this: when you pray, when you engage in prayer, it's supposed to activate your thinking faculty, not the other way around.
But people have been praying in Nigeria and Africa, but our thinking faculties are not activated, sir. We've been praying to Jesus, we've been praying to the biblical God for the last 30, 40 years. Look at where we are today, sir.
Yes, because the challenge we have is that we're busy pushing our responsibility to God.
Do you have a church, sir? Pastor Kenny.
Right?
Pastor Kenny, do you have a church, sir?
Yeah, I can. Sorry?
Do you run a church, or are you a GO, or you are a pastor under a denomination, sir?
I guess my network is bad, but I can hear that question. No, I have a work, but I don't have a church, right? I have a ministry.
Okay, what is the ministry all about, sir? It is because of the pastor that I see on your profile. That is why I'm asking, sir, so that we would know. It will help us to ask the necessary questions, sir.
Yes, that's what I said, that I have a ministry, but I don't have a church.
Okay, what is the ministry all about, sir? Because I know so many churches started with ministry.
All right. You see, that is religionized, a way of life. Religion is our problem, right? Religion, empire for themselves and not for divine being, right? And if you really have the understanding of what we're talking about, you just know that many work out there you see is not. We have people today that have been into ministry for years, like for 30, 40 years, and up to now they don't have a church.
And that is what we are
Right.
saying. What is the difference
So
between ministry and a church? What do they do in ministry and what do they do in church? Are they different?
Right. So does it mean can you hear me?
I'm asking you a question, sir, which I know so many people listening to us will want to understand. You said so many people have a ministry for 30, 40 years, but they don't have a church. What are the responsibilities of a ministry? What are the responsibilities of a church, sir? We just want to learn from you, sir.
Okay. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now. If your network is not okay, maybe we'll move on because of our time. Okay, let's go. Sister Oliroti. Ma'am.
You see, when we talk about religion, you can't. We need to be very clear here. You see, religion is a tool of oppression. It's as simple. There's no what about it.
Ben.
It's a tool of oppression, and it just takes. Honestly, I think we all need to go back to our history, to the African history. You see, when people start saying, I'm not taking a dig on Pastor Kenny? I'm not taking a dig on him. But you see all these things of, I have ministry, I don't have a church. It becomes embarrassing. You understand? But even at that, like somebody was talking about when I joined, somebody was describing the Catholic Church and Anglican Church and all the story that goes with it. You see, simple is a very simple thing. When the Europeans came to colonize Africa, one of the things that they used, and it's just a simple thing of going back to just go and read things all apart, and you understand that documentation. When the Europeans came when they first came to visit Africa, the first thing they did was, because Africa has always thrived, the continent called Africa has always thrived everything, and history tells us that. So when they came initially to understand how our system works, and they realized that we're very organized. So the easiest way to penetrate the African continent, right, was to work with the elites. And by working with the elites, what they started doing was they were phototyping what we're doing. And that brings us back, and that brings to the, some elites, obviously, we always have people who will betray. There are some people that will sell their birthright for anything.
Oh, yes.
It's not everybody that has integrity, okay? So based on that, the elite opened the door, because for them, it was more about power. It was more about getting power and empowering themselves to rule and subdue their own people.
Yes.
And part of that was, initially they gave mirror. It's horrible that, sometimes we don't think of what history is. They gave mirrors. So think about it. Those of us, I mean, it's a disgrace that history has been scrapped.
Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt here. But Sister Oli Roti, I'm always very, very, I'm very animated to hear you speak. But Brother RB, I thought you just interrupted the discussion with Uncle Lala because you just wanted some clarification from
I was thinking that because I was thinking maybe Pastor Kenny would try and relocate to where the network would be better so that you won't by explaining Uncle Olama try láti kó gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀, but I think Pastor Kenny is not where the network is because I really need him to explain this what do they call it now, ministry and church. Aunty Oliroti, ẹ jẹ́ kí n fowó àtọmọdé yín lẹ́nu náà mò ń bọ̀ náà. Uncle Lọ́láṣẹ́wà ń bẹ̀ sà.
Yes.
Yeah, Pastor Kenny, in case your network is better, you can come on again. So bá wa sáré diving lọ sínú kíní hell àti kíná ń pè heaven and hell ideology yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká.
Before I go to that, brother,
Yes, sir.
let me quickly just answer Pastor what's his
Kenny.
name? Kenny. Now, I want Pastor Kenny to understand that when the missionary came, they gave us the Celtic God of Europeans. They gave us their own God for us to worship. And as I always said, that the word God is not the name. God is not a name. So you cannot, if whatever denomination you belong to, or ministry that you may belong to, you cannot have a relationship with someone you don't know his name or her name. No. The word God is a generic term. So they give us the word God. And if you go into the book of Enoch, the book of Enoch, it's called the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch was taken out. They gave us 66 books. So we have almost 87 books of the scripture, but the canon, only 66 that fit into their agenda. So, do you know the name of Satan himself? In Hebrew, the name of Satan is called Betrayal. Shortened into the word God. And Apostle Saul said that you worship the God of this world. So the God that was given to us, that was inserted in your scripture, is the God of this world. So when people come to me and when people say, I'm called by God, I'm doing God's work, what God really calls you? What is his name? And Moses, answer the creator a simple question. If you ask me to go to the children of Israel and they ask me, what will I say? What will I call your name to them? I think that is an intelligent question for a reasonable individual. And it was there he mentioned his name. So you don't know the name. So how can you say you know how can you say someone you don't know his name answer you? To me, it doesn't make sense. That is idiotic in religion or in Christianity. Someone you don't have relationship with will not answer you. That is the issue. That is it. The European gave us, we worship European gods. They gave us their scripture, their Bible. That's what they gave us. They gave us their God. They say your God is evil, is devil. So you should reject your own God, and they gave you their own God that does not have any name. They gave us Zoo. So Christian God, Ogo is better than Christian God because it's real.
Oh yes.
Osu in East is better than Christian God because it's real. So they give us their own God. You pray to Christian God, you ask Christian God, a dead Christian God to answer you. It will never happen. Now, he was talking about prayer. It's one of the devices of the Jesuits. When you pray and you don't walk, when you pray and you are not doing anything, would that prayer answer? It said in Exodus chapter 8, he said, I will Baruch, that is to say that I will increase the work of your hand. He didn't say he's going to, he didn't tell us that he will increase us when we pray and pray and pray and pray and pray. No. He said, when you walk, I will now bless the work of your hand. We must get that straight away. Prayer brought us to the level which we are now today. You pray to God of Israel, but Israelites are using missile to destroy Gaza. But they didn't pray to their own God because they know it's not going to answer them. Because he gives them brain, has to develop technology. So that is what I can say. Let's go to our heaven and hell.
Yes, sir. We have to deconstruct that.
Yes. You see, in many cultures, hell or hate, it is same thing. Hate, that is Greek word of English word that was interpreted as hell. Then you have Sheol. But I'm coming back to that. In many pagan culture, hell or hate was underworld and ruled by the god of the dead. So when you use the word hate, or you say hell, hate is one of the Greek gods, the god of underworld, which English was wrongly interpreted as hell. Now, as I was teaching before, the interruption came, we have to look at, let's look at what the scriptures say. Okay, you remember when they violated the commandments in Genesis, right? Genesis 2 or 3. Now, what was the punishment of Adam? He told Adam, because you listen to the voice of your wife, this is going to happen to you. But in B, he said that you are a dust. And you will go to what?
Back to dust.
Yes. He didn't tell him he will go to heaven. He said you are a dust. And you will go to the dust. That was the day he revealed to Adam that he was a dust. That was the day he told him how he was made. That I took you from the dust because you refused to guide my commandment and obey me. I'm going to return you back to the dust. 1, 2. to Genesis 15, I just want for us to use this to establish the fact that the world, heaven and hell, is not in the scripture. When you go to 15, it's said to, I'm trying to look at Genesis 15. I don't know if you have your Bible with you.
Yeah, 15. I have it. Genesis yes. 15.
15.
Okay.
Yes. Please look at okay, hold on, please. Genesis 15, where he told Abraham that yes, you will your children. Okay, look, can you please read for me from verse 13?
Okay. Genesis 15, verse 13. Then he said to Abraham, know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in the land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years.
Go to 15, go to verse 15.
Now, as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried at a good old age. But
what did he say? He said, you will go to your father in peace. He didn't say you will go to heaven. He did never promise him that when you die, you will go to heaven. He said you will go to your fathers in peace.
While Africans are waiting to buy and then go to God of Israel, that doesn't exist.
Go to heaven. The same thing David said to his son. He said, I'm going to the ways of my father. So if you look at the what the Hebrew called Tanakh or Torah, the five books of Moses is called Torah. If you look at all that, you will never see where it says that you go to heaven. And even if you go to New Testament, the Savior said that nobody has gone to heaven. He said that. He said no one has been in heaven except individual that came down from heaven. So now let's see how the concept of heaven, where that concept came from. Now the word actually came, as I said, it's a mix of Asian, Near Eastern, and Greek belief system. So with the earliest references appearing in Mesopotamia mythology, particularly the epics of Gilgamesh. Now, the ideas of going to heaven.
Mombasa, Pastor Kenny Omo Jesu, you quoted in the comment section, you said Matthew 5:3. I know that this direction that some of you will want to take us, because if the Bible says in Matthew 5:3, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs in the kingdom of heaven. Now, is this part of what you are teaching the people in your ministry? When the other world around us are moving ahead in living better lives, you're going to be teaching them, blessed are those who are poor in spirit. Why should they be poor in spirit? When the same Bible says that Jesus Christ came as a pauper to be poor so that you might be rich. And Jesus Christ is also spiritual. So why should I be poor in spirit again? Pastor Kenny, I need your explanation, because Charlie, stage it why. This platform that you have come to, àwọn èèyàn sì ń ṣe jẹ́jẹ́jẹ́jẹ́ fún yín ni. Tán bá gbéná jẹ tán, ẹ ní dúró wò tán. Ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ Nkola.
Let me explain that. You see, the English language has done so much irreparable damages to us. Don't forget, as I said, it's not our language. Now, that Matthew 5 in Hebrew Bible here, it said, Baruch means increase, are the poor in spirit, because theirs is the reign. It is not said the kingdom. Understand that reign simply means that the kingdom that is coming, if there's anyone at all, the kingdom that is coming on earth here, it is not in heaven. I want to make that very, very clear. The kingdom that is coming here on earth, there is nowhere, nobody, as I've said, has ever been to heaven. He said the reign of the kingdom, that is what he's talking about. He's not talking about you going to heaven.
To one imaginary.
Yes. So let's continue. Let's continue so that we will not waste our time.
Okay.
So, as I said, you have to take time to look carefully into heaven and hell, because this is the language of control. It's a language of exploitation. It's a language of deception, and it's nothing but fraud. Now, you've heard about Catholic Church of Purgatory.
Yeah.
Catholic Purgatory is that the belief system of Catholic Church, which I think the whole Christendom borrowed, was that if, let's say, your grandmother is in hellfire, then you go to the priest and pay him certain amount of money for the soul of your grandmother that is in hellfire to move to heaven. Okay, this is how Catholic Church scam all their members in Europe to build St. Basilica Church. These are history. These are actually facts. Just like what is happening in Nigeria now, where Pastor Adeboye is telling people who can donate 1 billion, 2 billion. But in this case, the Catholic Church are very smart, because they want to believe they know that when I tell you that your grandmother or your mother that you love or your loved one is in hellfire, and I ask you to pay 10,000, that if you pay that 10,000, your grandmother that is in hellfire will go to heaven, so that you can see your grandmother in heaven. Won't you pay that money? You will. That is how Catholic Church accumulated money to build St. Cathedral, what they call St. Peter, whatever that name is, they call St. Peter in Italy today. So the belief system of Purgatory is for you to move from hell to heaven, and it is not even Catholic idea. It is, you have to, every belief system, go back to Nimrod, go back to Babylon, then from Babylon go back to Mesopotamia, then from Mesopotamia to Egypt, then from Egypt to Greek, and from Greek to Rome. And from Rome inherited. Then the Christian church inherited Rome. So, the belief system of heaven and hell is basically rooted in ancient belief system. It is not a Christian concept. As a matter of fact, Christians borrow it.
Just to be able to control people.
Exactly. Christianity adopted it for a control purpose, for a deceptive purpose, for economic exploitation. That is what it is. It's just like tithe and offering.
Oh yes.
It's like tithe and offering. Now, let's look. Before I go back, I want to ask, even those who of you are there, is tithe a biblical? Is it scriptural? Does it appear in the scripture? Yes, tithe appear in the scripture. And yes, it's scriptural. But it is not for Christian. Understand me? Tithe is not Christian. The tithe belongs to the ancient Israel. Ancient Israel. And it is essentially their income. It's like an income tax. And you look at the letters of the apostles, you will never see where they mention tithe. Even Yahusha, that is the name of the Savior. His name is Yahusha. And Yahusha simply means Yah is my creator. I mean, Yah is my deliverer. That is his name. That's the meaning of his name. But what I'm trying to say is that he never mentioned a single word about tithe. No. And the word tithe, it just simply means 10%. But the ancient Israel, they pay more than 10% because they pay tithe 3 times in a year. And the Creator instructed them to pay 3 times in a year, and these 3 times are different parts of tithe. The first one is a tithe of a produce of the land to support the Levites who had no inheritance in Israel. Your pastors are not Levite. You pastors who, if you are hearing, you are not Levite.
Pastor Kenny of God.
Your father's house is not a Levite. I've given you the origin of the word pastor. Your father's house is not a Levite. It's that a tithe of the produce of the land to support the Levite who had no inheritance in Canaan. A tithe of produce of the land to sponsor a religious festival. That is to say that if you go to Deuteronomy.
That all of these are even under the assumption that if these stories are true, which they are not in the first place.
That is exactly. I mean, you use what they have to tackle them. That's what we are doing now. Now, it said that a tithe of the produce of the land to sponsor a religious festival in Jerusalem. If the produce was too burdensome for a family to carry to Jerusalem, they could convert it into money. But that conversion is not to give it to Levites. It's for them to enjoy themselves, their family, and their friends they are inviting to that festival. The third one is a tithe of the produce of the land collected every 10th year for the local Levites, the poor, the strangers, and the widows. Those are the 3 types of tithe in Israel. Now you ask your pastor whether your pastor is a Levite, whether he belongs to the tribe of Levite, because we know that Levites are tribe. So the tithing system that we have today in Nigeria and all over the world is nothing but exploitation. I think they should arrest all these pastors and put them behind the bar. But the government will not do that because they work hands in hands. Let me go back to that. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Jew and the Christian, the Jew and the Christian tradition and the Islamic tradition were heavily influenced by the Greek concept of hate, of hell, which included different realms of the good and the wicked. Now, when you study very well the Greek mythology, the Greek philosophy, okay, the belief system of the Greek is that the god of hate is the one that is in charge of hell. And how do you go to hell? Okay, when you live here on earth, please listen to me very carefully. When you live here on earth and you served the pantheon gods of the Greek, which is Zeus, if you serve the Zeus very well, you obey the law, the commandment of Zeus, you do the good deeds, you do what is right. So when you die, when you go to hate, as a matter of fact, before you get into hate, in your grave, you have different stages of protocol that you are going to follow until you get to the hate. When you get to the god of hate, it is the god of hate that is going to pass you from that to Zeus heaven, where you have the Zeus in heaven and all the devotees. That is the belief of the ancient Greeks. Now, we also have to look at who actually popularized. Can you give me a minute, please? Can you give me a minute, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Pastor Kenny.
Yes.
Pastor Kenny, can you unmute, please? We want to hear you. Network Pastor Kenny náà ni wọ́n dẹ̀ máa pray. Aka fi àdúrà gbé networking. Maybe we should pray for your network to be good.
No, need prayer. Okay, network into okay.
Okay, okay. So kí ni belief títí yín pé Bible is real and Jesus is real, sir?
Well, that was not the where we started our conversation.
You were going to explain the difference between ministry and church, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
I'm back.
Okay. Mumbo, sir.
This is my.
Ẹ sáré bá wa summarize ẹ̀ torí time.
Right. This is my belief and my stand.
Okay.
Right. Every saint being living on earth should have a ministry.
Okay.
So what is ministry? Ministry for me is your contribution to humanity.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And culture shaping. Yeah. So, but when you talk about church, the way we know it today is an organized religion, a system. Right. So for me, these are two different things.
So as a pastor now, you have a ministry. In your ministry, do you use the Bible, sir? You believe in all the things that they have written in the Bible?
Of course.
All right.
I do.
And anytime you are ready to come and authenticate the Bible and Jesus to us, will you always be ready to do that? to authenticate the Bible and Jesus to us?
Well, if you, I know you have a copy of the Bible, right? And Jesus Christ is a personality, is a divine being who wears human flesh, right? To show us how we ought to live within ourselves.
Ẹ má bínú sir, ṣé Jésù tàn mọ́ àwọn ancestors ti yín as you a Yoruba man?
You said?
Is Jesus related to your own forefathers?
Okay.
Does it mean that our forefathers didn't live rightly?
My brother, please let me come in. Let me ask him.
Hold
Can
on.
you give me the meaning of the word Jesus?
Pastor Kenny is just coming here to waste our time today. We will invite him separately. There are so many questions, but Pastor Kenny will not.
Okay, because I would have asked him to tell me the meaning of Jesus.
Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ ká tètè wọnú. Mo fẹ́ ká kí discussion wa tètè wọnú.
My brother, because ní tiẹ̀ tí ṣe ti Islam gan.
Àti ẹ̀ lè lọ bẹ̀ẹ́ lé. Mo fẹ́ ká tètè wọnú. Pastor Kenny ẹ ní sùúrù. Uncle Ọlá, mo fẹ́ ká tètè wọnú bí wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti máa lo bí Catholic ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ delivery homes and nursing home and rí díẹ̀ tán ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ and gbogbo àwọn iṣẹ́ ibi tán fi ń ṣe, mo fẹ́ ká wọ̀ bẹ̀ lọ.
Okay. The teaching here. Okay. Now, I was telling you about how Catholic talking with Purgatory, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It all everything that you see Catholic talking are doing all boil down to rituals. Everything that we see that our church upheld today, they are nothing but ritualistic. As I was saying that, there is something that is not known to people like Pastor Kenny and others that are hidden away from them that they don't know. Even himself, when he starts his church, whenever he starts his church or his ministry, he will not tell you exactly, the genesis of his ministry. Okay? No. How did the Catholic Church goes about the rituals of having children maternity center? Now, we have to go to the ancient practice of Moloch. See, the god of Christian is called Moloch. Have you ever seen the picture of Jesus?
No, apart from the actors that they put upon us as.
Okay, if you see his picture, I know in those days in Nigeria they used to carry his pictures where he will point out with two fingers. Like
yes. Yes.
So if you study Moloch, the gods of therapists, if you study Moloch, you will discover that it is the same sign that you have with Jesus. Now, Moloch, Moloch is the religion of ancient Canaanites. Moloch is a god of ancient Canaanites that was absorbed and adopted by Mithras, the followers of Mithras. The Mithraism is a religion that have almost certain belief system with the Christians. As a matter of fact, Christians borrowed when Constantine created Christianity in 325 AD, and Constantine proclaimed Christianity as Roman religion, he adopted sun worship. And who is that sun that they worship? Is Moloch. Now, this is what the god of Moloch do. And during the festival, you have the festival of prostitution, the cult of prostitution. The cult of prostitution, yes. From the cult of prostitution, you have pornography. Now, the cult of prostitution, and which majority of Christians love to watch pornography. If you see, have you seen the logo of pornography?
No.
Okay. The logo of pornography is Asian logo of Moloch. It's an ancient symbol. It's an ancient symbol of Moloch. Now, it was the ancient Moloch that the children of Israel worshipped, that made them to be scattered all over the world. Because what are the practices? Now, during the prostitution festival, this is what they do. You will come to the hall, like the church. You come to the hall, the church, where the prostitution is being practiced. And this is what happened. During that period, a lot of women will get pregnant. So when they get pregnant, now, because the act was carried out in that cult, in that building, all the children that came out of this women belonged to Moloch. And that is why he warned the children that do not take your children to pass through fire. One of the ancient ritual is to take children to pass through fire, to sacrifice to Moloch. Imagine newborn baby. Now the woman will now hand over her newborn baby to Moloch. So when Moloch spread out his hand to accept the newborn baby, he will remove his hand, and the newborn baby will go down straight to the fire that was under Moloch. That was how the ancient actually practice, children's sacrifice. And as I've said, that the church inherited all these practices. So, in attempt to make it modernized, they start having panic. Because the only thing that you, up to this moment, the only thing that you can appease or you can use as a sacrifice for Moloch is the blood of the children, the blood of the baby. So, Moloch, when the Catholic became a powerful institution all over the world, they start setting up agbebis. They start setting up all this maternity home so that people don't need to go to the hospital. People don't need to go to the hospital. They will have their baby right in there because of the blood sacrifice. Now, all these fathers, you don't think they don't have sex? The father do have sex and they get women pregnant. It happened in Nigeria, it happened all over. But majority of the children, you will never see them again. Never.
Even in Nigeria, there are so many cases where children went missing in the church.
Yes. So now come to our modern day belief system. Now you have the granddaughters of Catholic Church. So the daughters of Catholic Church are the Church of England, Anglican Church, Methodist Church, Lutheran Church. So those are the those are the mothers. I mean, those are the daughters of Catholic Church. Then you now have the grand children from Catholic Church. Then you have CAC. You have all others denominations. Now, CAC borrowed the same concept, the same thing. Okay, why would you have untrained nurse to take delivery? And every time you have a baby that is delivered in all these places, believe me, it will take their creator for them to be successful in life. And I want you to point to me, since Christ Apostolic Church have been having delivery in all their centers, let them come out with one single child. Now, since all these churches all over, your modern day church like Redeemed Christian Church of God, Winners Church of God, Mountain of Fire, and all
Exactly,
the rest of them.
CAC, yes.
Yeah. Let them point out. You see, what they don't have problem with all these churches is that when it's come to blood and placenta, they don't have any problem with that. Do you know, even in Western world, when your wife deliver, did they give you the placenta? They will give it to you. There are two ways to that. One for sacrifice, the other one for commercial purposes, like the cream that you are using. The cream that smokes your body is from placenta. So now you cannot serve a Christian God without you making a human sacrifice. So everything that you have that is existing, that is happening right now in all these maternities all over Nigeria, I want you to know that it's nothing but they are being used for ritualistic purposes.
Hello, sir. There was a video that I saw, and I know so many people also saw it on TikTok about a few weeks ago, in which one of these, in which they showed them in maybe Freemason or Illuminati, whatever sacrifice they were making, and the woman was saying it that they eat babies. That's number one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's number one. Then number two, we know that we have seen some of our pastors in Nigeria who have gone for some meetings outside Africa before, in which other religions were represented. But in Nigeria, they will tell us that Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life. But we have seen Baba Deboye, we have seen Kumuyi, in a program before, in a meeting. I can't remember where they held that meeting, where they said that they were in union, they were in agreement with what they were doing there. And I was expecting Adeboye or Kumuyi to stand up and say that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Unfortunately, Adeboye said something in that meeting that what his father sent him to come and do, that he was just starting to scratch the surface. And at the long run, I know that some of these people that came, they can never be unconnected from this Freemason and everything. Please, can you help us throw more light on the kind of association that might be going on there?
Brother, just a quick one. You see, when you talk about Freemason, right? Now, Freemason is strongly linked to Catholicism and Anglican and Pentecostal. What we call Pentecostal, which is not necessarily Pentecostal, because what we call Pentecostal as Africans is what the whites call the gospel churches.
Okay.
But Pentecostal is actually the Church of England, the Church of Scotland, Methodist, Baptist. Okay? And you can't be in Methodist. You can't be in Anglican. You can't be in Catholic and not be part of Freemason. Because the Catholic, the book, the Catholic have their own Bible.
Yes.
Which is not like the normal Bible that all Christians read. You understand?
Yes.
That Bible is a Freemason handbook.
Okay? Thank you so much for that.
That's what they also list as, like in Yoruba, they have the Ogboni, stuff like that. Now, again, sorry, just to quickly chip in, you see, when you talk about placentas, okay, now, there is, I hear what the man is saying, but there's also the angle of, in the Western country, I don't know of Nigeria, but in the Western country, when a mom is when a mom is pregnant, they do educate about placentas. So it could be, some people eat their placentas, okay, because it's part of diet. Of course, I don't eat it, but it's part of diet. They also use it for cream, like he said. They also use it for medical research. So there's so many things. It's not about rituals, because we need to be able to separate what knowledge is and what assumptions are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Uncle Lola, continue, sir.
Okay. I mean, just like what I was saying. That,
okay.
Look, what is knowledge? What is scientific knowledge? Every scientific knowledge that you have came from occultic system. You may not believe it. It gets to a level that we may be for you to understand what is going on actually in our world. Okay, these people who give you knowledge, how do they get out this knowledge? Just like what I was saying, she is very correct in the sense that you cannot be a good person if you belong to all these denominations without first of all being a member of Freemasonry. And as I said, that you cannot be at the top of your ministry anywhere in the world if you don't belong to one cult or the other. Now, when Adeboye was saying this, Adeboye has been a member of Freemasonry, I think from even 80s.
And cut off from there, yeah, Jeba to Sasa.
Adeboye has been a member of Freemason, you know, since in the 80s. I know that of Oyedepo very well. And I said that even Islamic religion, majority of top men that you hear today, they are all Masons. In Islamic religion. And what is Masons is all about? Masons is about rituals. You cannot be a very good doctor if you are not a Mason. Go and check everywhere. You cannot be an excellent professor in any institution, especially in Western world, if you are not a Freemason.
They will definitely come for you and want to invite you in.
So when you cannot separate knowledge, don't let us be deceived. You cannot separate knowledge from ritualistic. Yes, you can separate it. Although they let it seem as okay, why would the hospital encourage you to eat your own placenta? What? No, what is that? What does that mean? Why would they use? Forget about that. Why would they use placenta for the cream? This came from human body. So everything that is in existence today, that you see today, with your physical eyes, always is from underworld. So there are a lot of things that is being hidden away from us that we don't know. Other people don't know anything. Now today, like if you want to join, if you want to be a member of Masons, okay, in those days, I remember they used to, when you join Masons, they will use needle to take blood from your finger. But today, they will ask you to, they will want a 2 years girl. Do you know why they want 2 years girl? So, the founder of Deeper Life,
Kumuyi.
Yes, the founder of Deeper Life, Kumuyi, has been a member of Masons right from the day he said one God called him.
Wow.
Don't you understand that every tele-evangelist, every people that say God called them, will first of all be initiated into Freemasonry. You'll be first of all initiated into one form of Freemasonry or the other.
I know we were
to that body. They will now come in after you have gone through all the rituals. They now come in to start actually promoting you and helping you to be what you want to be or what they want you to be. So we don't know all this until recently when we started seeing abnormal behaviors from these people. You remember Lekki? Do you remember Lekki?
Yes.
1998 during Abacha's regime.
Lekki, yeah, Lekki 93.
Yes. Do you think it just came out of the blue? So there's nothing that is being done when it comes to religion that does not have a form of absolute. I mean, the main center of any religion is rituals, it's offering. And then it depends on how those, especially the Western belief system that was being passed to us, is more deadly than what you have. Now, in Africa, before the Europeans misadventure in our land, okay, we have systems in Yoruba land. We have system of appeasing the gods.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
In most cases, it take maybe they will add in some cases, the god will require a human being, right? Then in some cases, the god will require animals or whatever to appease the gods. The same more wicked is what you have in the Western world that is not being exposed. Do you know the reason why our leaders are unable to fight Western imperialism? And if you don't die in their tomb, they will kill you. Because majority of all African leaders belongs to this cult. So when you have the Agbebis, you have the maternities and all that, it is not because they want to help women for safe delivery. No, it's far from that. The primary aim of that is to continue to appease the gods that call them, that need all this blood. So that is why when you understand the occultic operation, you'll be able to, you'll be able to understand more the belief system in the Christianity and even in Islam and other religion. There is nothing that is being free when it comes to the ritualistic way of appeasing this deity or getting into the level that you want to get into when you join all these groups. We have our entertainers. We have like all these boys.
Time. That is another, when it comes to this social media and all these our entertainers and everything, it is a big topic on its own. Mufeka entertain question from our people. There is a comment Mr. Kenny is making now that it's going to make me to question your level of exposure, education, or what you call education, because you just said above that where is the place of our fathers in civilization or maybe engineering, whatever this, and now you're saying that without Christianity, many of us speaking Queen's English, we would not be able to. Oh my God. Mr. Kenny, Comrade Andrew, I don't think we can entertain Mr. Kenny on any debate. His level is too low for what we can even talk about. Because somebody thinks that it is these people that have brought civilization to us, that speaking Queen's English now is an achievement, when they themselves are looking to come and learn Yoruba. When I was in UI in the 90s, early 2000s, we had so many white people coming to learn our language in so many countries. Now they are learning our culture, learning our things. Now speaking Queen's English now is an achievement that they brought to us. How low can that be, Mr. Kenny? It is one of the most disappointing. Some other people even try to defend the Bible, but your own level, no. I will entertain maybe people 2 minutes at most. Posh Becky, please, do you have any contribution or question in 2 minutes? No. This is too low. This is too low. That Christianity brought English when they have actually come to rob us of our originality. You are talking about English. Little wonder we can speak English, but we are hungry in the land. And you people are still promoting, saying you are in ministry, you are in churches and everything. This is really, really disappointing from somebody like you, Mr. Kenny. I am telling you the truth. Oh, it's more than disappointing. It's more than disappointing. Mọ́mí Baroness Lizzie, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré gbé yín sókè 2 minutes. Ẹ béèrè question yín, kẹ́ ẹ ṣe contribution, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ sáré ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yín. Please, on mute.
What's your mute?
Okay, ma'am.
Pastor Kenny, it seems you are beginning to show your true colors. But, I don't think this is the forum that you need to be coming here to waste our time. I'm sorry, sir, because we are very serious with what we are doing here. So, if you have not gotten to the level of understanding which is required to display the intelligence that needs to be operational at this stage, maybe I might just suggest that maybe you find a forum which is more in tune with your belief system, which is quite degraded. I will repeat RD's sentiment and say that I'm not only disappointed, I actually thought that maybe you wanted to come here to learn, but it seems as if you've come here to distract. So that is by the by. Because if you recall, Pastor Kenny actually came on board in response to my comment when I said that prayer is only just been the way prayer is, especially within the so-called Christian community, is just used as a tool to keep people on intelligence, to keep them, to derail their thinking process, and to dehumanize them, basically. Okay, now I have one or two questions for Uncle Lola concerning the subjects which we are all gathered here for. He mentioned, I quite understood his, by the way, I am a student of astrology, so I am quite well, can I say that I'm a little bit informed as to the creation and the formation of the Titans, which is the Greek mythology and the Roman mythology, Pantheon deitical systems, which he's talking about, and how maybe perhaps a little bit more information needs to be gathered about that, and how indeed, when it came to the establishment of Christianity, in order to make Christianity more palatable for the masses, as they were incorporated into Christian practices, so that when we talk about Easter, we can actually phrase that back to when there was festivals celebrating fertility, and when we talk about the way the Catholics now revere Mother Mary, it actually goes back to some of the old religions where they were worshiping the female deities, like Aphros and Lilith and Hera and all those, and the Roman female deities in particular, because they were the ones who were actually linked with fertility, productivity, and linked to and love. You understand? So we have discussed that at length. Because one of the main questions which was being asked was why is there such a surplus of maternity clinics and other reproduction centers attached to these churches? Why in particular is it the maternity centers? Because they have clinics, but you find out that 90% of the function of these clinics is maternity. They are not there to deal with things like malaria, tuberculosis, because there's other ailments which you can also be treated in a clinic. But they don't diseases do not find people suffering from these diseases do not find their way into those clinics, you know. But when it comes to maternity, you know, and as you've noticed from my comment, uncle is quite right in it. But of course, there's always two sides to a story. The essence of the placenta being used for ritualistic purposes, yes, that is true. That happens, and also because it is easier. It is easier for them to get away with it because, you know, especially if they want to use it for certain rituals which use blood, you know, as an element, because the placenta is actually very blood rich, if you understand. It is also rich in iron, and in certain, what I would not want to use, I won't use the word primitive because that's not true. But in certain, because when I was growing up, and I used to, when I was a young woman, that's many decades ago, and I used to go into the villages. Yes, what they actually do, they cook the plant, they broil the placenta, you know, and they give them the liquid to eat because it is rich in iron. You know, it's now been removed. Remember that the placenta was the feeding tube of the baby. That is where the nutrients have been going into the baby. So it is basically like the nutrients have now back to the mother, because, you know, women do use a lot of blood when they give birth, and that was just one of those medicinal aids which used to help. In the Western world, that has now been replaced with blood transfusions, or, you know, or whatever. If a woman has extensive blood loss whenever she has a baby, so that is but that is just the one use of it, because what we are discussing here is what are the concepts of heaven and hell. What are the concepts of these? Why is there such a surplus of maternity clinics and you know, health clinics attached to all these churches in particular? Because also one of the reasons why that is it is because if you check out all these so-called this cult abomination areas called churches, you will find out that 80%, if not more, of the slaves, because that's whom they are women, you know. And so, because women are the gender which is very easy to manipulate, women is the gender which is usually required when they want to use them for sexual exploitation, not necessarily lust, because lust is just a byproduct. Most of these men, when you ask the women whom they have been exploiting, and they will tell you that their performance, you know, in the other room is nothing. To some of them, 1 minute they are done, you know, because lust is not the main purpose. It is to, you know, it is to defile, you know, either a virgin or to defile a woman. Most of the time, there are actually some women who are menstruating, you know, in order to use that as a gateway, in order to be getting some spiritual enhancement and power. That will be a conversation for another, because these are details which you just can't gloss over. They are actually really deep rooted, and they have deep meaning. What I want to just make a quick contribution to is that what we are now seeing, which we are now joining together. You know, we started off the program by making a very light reference to the to the Bobrisky and Files issue, and then you also talked about, you know, what is happening. We talked about PDD, you know, and all that. If you notice what is happening in the world today, this is just the culmination of plans which has been made, not even this century, and not even in the last century. These are plans which have been garnered together by sets of very powerful people whose agenda is to come to bring about a one world power. And once again, that is going to be a discussion for maybe another day, because you just can't come in here. I know that I already just not encourage that you should just come here and just be talking back without having any evidence or fact to back up, what you're talking. But that would be how would I say it? That would be an experiment in development, if I may say so. When I will tell you that, okay, I want to talk about what seems to be the end plan here. So, and to that end, they have gathered 5 factors. 1, finance, money, because even the Bible says money answereth many things, and I'm definitely sure all the holy books say so. Definitely all the economic books and this thing stress on the importance of money, and how it can be the beginning and the end of nations. 2, government. When that bad government's in place, then of course you have the people who are going to be bad, because it is the responsibility of the bad government to make sure that the people are badly governed for a purpose. I'll quickly get to where I'm talking about. 3, religion. Big religion, because religion, but particularly in Africa is very, very spiritually rich, and both in its culture and its lifestyle. This was a fact which was known to the powers that be. And when they decided, when they decided that Africa was going to be the produce depot, because that is what it is. Africa is basically the only continent that has everything that is required to keep the world going. And then they also included that, fair enough, not only would Africa be the provider of all the resources that they need, that the people of Africa are also going to be the slaves that is going to be making sure that they get those provisions. Then the next one would be the tool, the main tool which they were going to use, apart from big money, apart from bad government, religion was going to play a very vital role in derailing the spirituality of the people, so that when they become dehumanized, a dehumanized tool, practically a brainwash tool, it's very, very easy to now control and manipulate and to answer, to do what you tell them to do. And then there was big pharma. I'll round up very quickly. Please give me just 2 seconds. There is big pharma, because an unhealthy people, it's not a well people. And a people who are not well and a people who are not healthy are not going to be thinking intelligently. Let us leave that one there, because that is a fact. And then the last one is big tech. How they are going to use, technology, to keep us ignorant. Unfortunately, there has been a backfire, because big tech has disappointed them very, very badly. Big tech is now the tool which Africa is using to wake up, which is why we are here, So, because when we have big tech, the big tech is what we are now going to use, which we are now using to derail all the foundations that they have laid up, Big tech is what is being used to derail all the falseness and all the pretense and all the nastiness that goes into religion, to try and control us and make us malleable to their plan. I'm so sorry that I'm not. I may seem to be spreading it a little bit too thin, and perhaps maybe we will have time when we just come and we will discuss it in total. If you understand what I'm trying to say, sir.
Thank you so much, ma.
Thank you so much, Uncle, for enlightening us and giving us a little bit more understanding of what it is, so that we know that the war that we are fighting is not the war that we are fighting. It's not carnal. The war that we are fighting is very, very real. And if we are, even if it may be too late for people like me in my 60s. I'm definitely thinking that the fight should still be taken up very strong by people who are in their 40s and their 50s. And definitely, it is not fair that people in their 20s and their 30s should be inheriting the nonsense which they are trying to design for them.
Thank you so much, ma.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh my God, they're flagging again.
So
They're really flagging. Please, TikTok family, help us to continue to power tap. I want to say something to Kenny. I want to quickly say something. I don't know if he's still here. He's been throwing a lot of tantrums, and it is really, really very necessary to adequately address him. Now, if your Jesus is real, and is alive the way you people are stupidly made to believe, why does he need people like you to be going all around opening a ministry wèrè káàkiri? Ẹ̀yin ministry òfò, ministry tẹ́ ti ń mú àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ tẹ́ ti ń bá wọn sùn káàkiri, ministry tẹ́ ti ń mú ìyàwó lé tẹ́ ń forúkọ Jésù yẹn dè wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ torúkọ Jésù yẹn ò dẹ̀ lè pa yín dànù. Ẹ máa wá so táìmù ọ̀run bí ọ̀pẹ tí ná mú, ẹ ń ṣe ministry, then later tọwọ́ yín tẹ́ bá ti wá rówó díẹ̀ tán ẹ máa lọ sí church, ẹ máa lọ́lọ́run ti pè yín, orí gbogbo yín ti burú dànù. You are throwing tantrums ní comment section, mo kàn ń wú ẹ̀ látẹ̀kan. Where was our forefathers? You think it is these people that brought civilization? That's why I told Comrade Andrew that you are not even worthy to have anything with you at all on a live video. You are the most ọlọ́pọlọ kúkúrú ni ìwọ Kenny now. Wípé tí wọ́n bá gbé Christianity wá, a lè máa sọ òyìnbó báyìí. Ta ló òyìnbó ti help nínú ọ̀ràn ẹ̀? Mo béèrè ní. Mo ń bọ̀ jàre, mo ń bọ̀ tún sọ́dọ̀ máa ṣe ní ṣíṣẹ̀ ń tẹ̀lé bàbá mi. Mo ń bọ̀. Mo really fẹ́ jẹ́ kó yé wípé mo ń rí gbogbo comment nísàlẹ̀. Oníta ló tàwà sóko ẹrú, àwọn wèrè tó gbé bíbélì wá fún yín when they brought the Bible. In that Bible, wọ́n ti kọ síbẹ̀ already wípé Jésù ó supply protection, ó ń ṣe kinní kan. Yet they came with guns. Do you know the history of our forefathers? Do you know how they treat them? It is because they were all entertaining, they were all receiving, they were all loving. How many blacks lórí tí wọ́n entertain freely láyé abroad lẹ́ni? And à ń jẹ́ kúrú rádaràda ẹ̀kọ́ tán láwo ẹ̀ ń gbọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ sábọ́. Ojú ọ̀dẹ̀ kì í tíyìn tẹ́ bá ń defend the Christianity àti Islam yìí, because you don't even have constructive. Listen to yourself. You met Jesus. Thank God for Holy Spirit. Tí wọ́n bá rí Holy Spirit tó mọ́ ni. Thank God for Holy Spirit. Thank God for Jesus. Tàbá dẹ̀ ti béèrè question lọ́wọ́ yín báyìí, ẹ kì í lè dáhùn. Ṣẹlẹ̀ máa sọ rádaràda. How can the people? Ọ̀rọ̀ dídẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ó dàbí ọmọ tó ní bàbá òun bàbá òun ò lówó lọ́wọ́, ìyá òun ò là ní, ẹnu ẹ̀ ní gbogbo yín wà yẹn. But we are not going to stop this liberation fight because of our children. And the damage you good for nothing entities have done using the name of that Jesus and Muhammad. Enough is enough. You good for nothing pedophile and ẹ̀yàn radarada. Ẹ máa hide this under religion. Ẹ máa ṣe radarada. Ẹ máa ṣòṣì bí ẹran aṣẹ́wó ni. Kí ni nǹkan tí Jésù yẹn ti ṣe fún wa l'Áfríkà? Ní ìlú tá a ní sọ́ìlì tó wà tó fertile tó báyìí, Jésù yẹn ń pe gbogbo ẹ̀yin wèrè ẹ̀yin olórí burúkú káàkiri. Ẹ sọra yín dọ̀lẹ kalẹ̀. Inú mi ìbádùn kí n mọrú ministry wèrè tí wọ̀ yìí lónìí. Ẹ̀yin olòṣì rádaràdà olè. Easy money yẹn ti mọ́ gbogbo yín lára. Lọ́wọ́ gbèsè ayé àwọn baba ńlá wa now. They were farmers, they were herders, they were blacksmiths, they had their jobs. mélòó náà àwọn bàbá olórí burúkú tẹ̀ ń wá àzàgbùgbò kọ́ṣe ní Christianity lẹ́ni àti Islam, mélòó nù wọn ló níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́? All of them are failures in all their endeavours. And they have successfully bred a generation of lazy good for nothing entities like you, Kenny. Ìwọ kan rádaràda jákujàku wá sokùn mọ́rùn bí ọ̀pẹ tí náà mú. Mo dẹ̀ ń wẹ̀ ní comment section bó yóò rí ẹ máa pé mò ń respect ẹni until ìgbà tó lọ forí bẹ́. Give me àwọn bàbá Adébóyè àkó gbogbo PhD tán ní kí náà fi ṣe. When he was a lecturer, what was his achievement? And we are trying to liberate Africa. This is the way forward. We must have religious liberation. This religious liberation, nothing must. It is a moving train. Tíru wọ́kẹ́ni ìbá dúró síwájú ẹ̀, wíìlì tírẹ́nì yẹn máa fokùn okùn yẹn fà é sábẹ́ tírẹ́nì ó kù dànù ni. There is no going back. There's no going back. Our children must meet with something. Ẹ̀yin ò lè rádà dẹ́ máa wò Ọlọ́run Adébóyè wá bless mi Ọlọ́run. Ta ló sọ wípé wọ́n ń sin Ọlọ́run kan tó ń bless wọn? Òòṣà tó ń gbé ọ̀lẹ òsì ìjọ tá a bá tó ṣiṣẹ́ la tó máa jẹun. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin wèrè yìí ẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ń jẹun gidi. Ẹ̀ ní wá mọ́. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn jákujàku rádaràda ẹ̀. Sister Olí oríro tiẹ̀ gbóhùn sókè jàre.
I don't even know where to start. First and foremost, Sherry, hell and heaven is fallacy. There is nothing to it than just fallacy. Then, brother Pastor Kenny.
Ben.
Funny and missionary ló ṣí church àbí tó ṣí English fún wọn àbí whatever. Now, if you know the atrocities that the missionaries committed or have committed,
àti ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ open keg of cankerworms ìyẹn bí báyìí ó lágbára gan.
Trust me, you would not. In short, any kiri ẹ máa ju pẹ̀lú gbogbo wọn ni. Now, the churches, one of the reasons why maternity was very attractive to them, particularly the Catholics and the Church of England, why and Methodists and Baptists, one of the reasons why maternity was important to them. Remember, in Europe, while Africa was developing, Europe was busy. They were busy eating themselves because there's always been cannibalism in Europe or in the Western world.
Yes, in their history.
Cannibalism is well established, and it still remains in the history. And it's not even history; it still remains in the day-to-day life of in the West.
Yes.
So much so that they're even trying to legalize it to an extent. But obviously that's a story for another day. That's another kind of education entirely. Because the whole pedophile and there's a lot of stuff around that. Now, apart from cannibalism, again, there's also the angle of sexual pleasure.
Oh yes.
Okay, and right from onset, you see the whole thing around Reverend Fathers, cardinals, and bishops. Well, Reverend Father cardinals and monks not being married. It's not necessarily because they are praying. It is strictly to do with sexual pleasure. And the crime around pedophilic behavior is a very new crime. It's a very new, punishable crime in the Western world, across the Western world. And we are seeing, and the rise of that, we are seeing it with the PDDD stuff. We're seeing it with Jimmy Savile. What's the name of this guy? Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and so many, and to name a few. Now, when we look at, you see, and also when it comes to maternity, when you look at it in the African setting, the West introduced, or the missionaries, they introduced maternity as a means of breeding slaves, and also to monitor birth control. And that still remains the case, because the international NGOs have continued with that. And that's also the thing to do with Bill Gates. And it paid, I mean, my heart bleeds when I see the likes of Bill Gates being celebrated in Africa. Because it's all about birth control, it's all about controlling the population in Africa. But all of these things are very big topic. That is not just a topic of passing by. Now, the two key religions, Christianity and Islamic, whatever, they were used to replace physical slavery. Because Christianity, obviously, during the end of slave trade, quote and unquote, they introduced religion. And once they were able to, the first slavery was physical slavery. But what they succeeded in doing is they have brought in mental slavery. And that mental slavery, trust me, is even worse than the real slavery. Because what has then happened, let me quote Adeboye verbatim. The West have technology, and we have religion.
We have God.
And the fact that someone with a PhD in mathematics
would say that,
can open his mouth and say that, it is called, according to the Bible, they say it is finished. Because look at our young people today.
Try.
The gospel of prosperity. I mean, my papa in the Lord, my former daddy, today is his birthday. I mean, they were donating. He got a gift, I think 2 gifts of Rolls Royce.
Oh, yes.
Now, in Winners, I attended Winners for 14 years. I attended Winners when Winners was Winners, not now that they have entered social media. The fact that 2 Rolls Royce can be given, trust me, I want to church, I want to say that would at all.
Sorry, Sister Oni, I'm very sorry to interrupt again. You know I'm very bad at this already. How old is the former daddy again? I thought they said he was 70. Why is he looking as if he's 98? I don't understand. Sorry.
You know, there's a lot of medical whatever with him. But the core of the matter is, why they are giving Rolls Royce, there are people in that Winners, that cannot even afford 1 square meal, not 2, 1 square meal. I can categorically state that a lot of the people who go to the schools that have been established by Winners, which members are paying for, right? They pay to establish the school. A lot of those members, their kids cannot even afford to go there. And if you work, I can't speak for other churches, but you say Winners, if you work if you're employed by Winners, before you get your wages, they will deduct tithes, deduct seed. If there's any whatever that they need to raise money, all of it will be deducted before you get your money. That I can tell you confidently. But you see, now the man who said, the pastor, what's his name, Pastor Kenny, that claimed that they brought English. Now, it's a disgrace.
Big disgrace.
That someone of his age and his exposure, even if you don't have to travel abroad to be exposed, someone of his age and exposure can sit down and celebrate English when our own language was classed as vernacular. You know, it is a big disgrace. And the question is, okay, even the English that they brought to us, how has he helped us? What development has he led to in the Nigeria where we are all originally from? I am 47. The Nigeria of 1980s and 1990s is not the Nigeria of today. As a matter of fact, Nigeria has gone backward with maybe, I would say, 20, 30 years.
Oh, yes.
But when I was growing up, Nigeria was good. You know? The things that we could afford, the containers and batters and
Oh yes.
Whatever. Where are they? What have they done? They've turned all into
Gbogbo àwọn companies yẹn tó disappear, àpò àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ ló disappear sí.
Most of what the churches, and we are celebrating. Look at where they built Oregon, where they built what's the name? Is it Household of God? What's his name of that Nigerian?
Chris Okoti, Chris Oyakilome, àwọn méjèèjì ló jọ bára wọn jà ń bẹ.
All those Oregon, do you know what used to be in Oregon?
All industries.
Oregon is an industrial area.
Ìlúpéjú industrial estate tó súnmọ́ Òṣòdì ń bẹ. Ẹ lọ wo bẹ́ńsìn.
Instead, when the whole world, the world is producing, the Western countries are producing technological revolution. We in Africa, what are we doing? We are producing religious slavery. People are saying, I saw a write-up. I'm so sorry to highlight this. I saw a write-up today about Bishop Oyedepo, my former daddy. And they were saying that is to be studied. He's a metric. And I'm like, okay, metric in what? As an architect, he was a failed architect. He said it with his mouth. He was a failed architect. He became prosperous by selling Jesus at the altar. The same goes for Adeboye. The same goes for Paul Eneche. This no. How can a medical doctor wake up one morning and say
God called him?
Who does the medical line left? You understand? Adeboye, that is a mathematician. Even do you know what it is to study, to go and read, to go and attain a PhD degree? You know, the same thing with Kumuyi. All these guys in their secular careers, they were failures, and yet we celebrate them. Now, to come to heaven and hell, at the end, okay, what is more hell than the Nigeria
of today?
What is more hell? What is more hell than the Africa we see? The same conversation we have been having since we were children. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. At the leader at tomorrow, do you know how much it is? A pound to a naira. Do you know how much it is? The days of British Airways and Nigeria Airways, Cosimo, we are producing nothing. And yet, what do? They tell us to close our eyes. Let us pray. You know, they gave us Bible, they gave us Quran, and then took away our main resources from us. The laptop, the iPad, and whatever, the laptops, the technological, the smartphones we own today. All of these things are coming from Congo, the main product to produce.
Benny, what did you pa when you learn it on Benny?
You need to know what happens in Congo till today. You need to know what happens.
And nobody, United Nations, African Union, they are not saying anything because they are ripping off.
United Nations, United Nations. Have you forgotten the 1910 treaties? United Nations is not designed for the progress of Africa
at all.
Neither is the what's the name of this one that Okonjo Iweala belongs to?
World Trade Center.
World Trade Center. You see, at the World Trade Center, at the United Nations, at the UNN, none of them is designed. All those Western organizations. Sorry.
Sorry fún Sauli Rotimi 2 minutes kan fi round up.
None of these international NGOs and organizations are designed for the development of Africa. And by the way, the West did not come to develop Africa. Africa was fully developed.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, the West came to underdevelop Africa. And that's why I always say, when we want to engage in yes, it's good to talk about occultism and, they are practicing occultism. But it's not, our problem is not about the church practicing occultism. You understand? Our problem is mainly going back to educate ourselves about our own history, our own diluted, not the Google history, not history that is taught to us on TikTok or WhatsApp or whatever. It's understanding the core of like going to our grandparents. if we still have our grandparents, I was privileged to be educated mainly by my grandparents and great-grandparents. So I would say in Yoruba, they call me Omuagba. You understand? But in the midst of that too, I also went and read. There's a book I've just finished reading, How to Destroy a Nation. You know, when you read that book, honestly, you just understand our education system is around that. Even the whole PDDD stuff, of course, I understand. I'm not saying he committed or he didn't commit the crime, but there is a lot around the naming and the shaming of black celebrities. Particularly, you know, that's another topic on his own. I'm not saying he didn't do what he did, but there is a lot around. It's beyond he did this, he didn't do that. There is more to it than all of that. But in rounding up, I think liberation definitely is important, and knowledge is key as well. And I suppose, yes, we can have assumptions that this is what it is. You know, like one of the brother I was speaking earlier said, you know, for you to be a top doctor, you need to be a member of Freemason, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's another topic on its own, because the Freemason, the way it's perceived and what it really is, they are two different things. Because, like the Catholic Church, for instance, you see those clothes, those are oak that they wear. And that's where you even understand the whole thing around the Christianity in Nigeria.
Sister Roti, I'm very sorry.
Let me quickly round up.
Ardi, did you see what Kenny has just...
Momba, Moturi. Tí Sister Roti round up. Mori. No, me, if I block,
The issue about Kenny, understand. Kenny is still at a level.
Exactly.
See, how do you tell a small child that does not know his left from the right what is going on in life? I understand. So that is Kenny. Please, I can see conclude.
Emma Binuno, Greg gone through the stage of ignorance. Pastor Kenny is still in right now. We are only privileged to be free from the mental slavery and bondage of religion. Kenny knows what he's doing, because from the comment he just made now, he said talking down on pastors is nothing but transfer of aggression. You notice that is like crossing the line, right? Sister Liroti, Esale round up so that might be able to wọlé. Mombo. Ẹni sùúrù, a máa mú kọ̀ọ̀kan. Sister Liroti, Esale round up.
Right. So in conclusion, I think, yes, I get the whole thing about Freemason and cultism and stuff, but we also need to understand that there are different stages to all of these things. You don't have to be, for you to be successful, you don't necessarily have to be a member of all of these things. But what I was trying to highlight is, you see with the dressing, you see those clothes, those cloaks that the Catholics wear, those bishop and stuff like that. You can't wear those robes and feel you're ordinary, because it comes with a cost. And I think that's where there's a bit of a mix-up around it. But saying that, liberation continues, but also it continues with a lot of re-educating and re-informing ourselves.
Yes.
With our own diluted.
Thank you so much. Ebony Show.
Yeah.
Sorry about what don't okay.
Mr. Rotimi,
Ekale.
everybody. Èmi ò sọ Ìgbò.
Ẹ sọ Yorùbá.
Everybody ń gbọ́ Yorùbá mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But mo lè máa ju díẹ̀ sí, because tí apá ò bá ṣe ṣán
A ṣe ká sórí.
l'Africa. Bóyá wọ́n ti come across èmi rí, èmi máa ń blunt sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé yín. Now, Mr. Rotimi, mo máa ń listen sí ẹ gan, but mi sábà wá sórí life by the platform, and you are doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Àdúrà tí mo kọ́ mọ́ máa gbà ni pé bó ṣe ń tẹ̀síwájú Ọlọ́run Elédùmarè máa wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ máa bójú wẹ̀yìn. Ṣé mo mọ̀ pé òsì Nàìjíríà ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn pípọ̀ ìlú wà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
But at the same time, máa bójú wẹ̀yìn o,
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
my brother. Now, let's go into the real issue tí mo bá lẹ́nu yín. Ṣé rí Africa, òyìnbó ti dojú Africa dé, wọ́n ti dojú ẹ̀ dé pátápátá. Ṣé rí Africa, mi mọ̀ bá ṣe lè bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn completely, ó máa ṣòro because wọ́n ti change dimension the whole world. Wọ́n ti change dimension yẹn, àwọn the power that be, àwọn principalities nínú òkùnkùn. Ṣé rí ọ̀rọ̀ Freemason àbí àwọn tó ń control ilé ayé, ó jìn jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ, òkùnkùn bírímù o. Wọ́n ti hijack Christianity, wọ́n ti hijack African Christianity, wọ́n ti hijack ẹ̀. Bóyá ẹ̀ ń separate Freemason pé wọn ò rí bákan àbí wọ́n yàtọ̀, àwọn gangan ní ọ̀dà, àwọn gangan ní action park Illuminati. Àwọn ni wọ́n lọ ń carry out orders, decision wọn, recruitment, everything. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ lọ Google Denver airport ní Colorado. Ibẹ̀ ni meeting point wọn. All African leaders stroke world leaders tí wọ́n jẹ́ member ibẹ̀ lọ ti ń ṣe meeting once in a year. Denver airport is as bó ṣe tóbi lókè ní orí ilẹ̀ lókè bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe tóbi ní underground ilẹ̀. And that is the biggest airport, the largest airport in America, if not number 1 or number 2. Tẹ́ bá ti dé Denver airport, ẹ máa rí statue wọn bẹ́ẹ̀. The most structural buildings, architectural design, àwọn buildings kọ́ l'America, ẹ máa rí Freemason logo bẹ́ẹ̀. Mi ò fẹ́ sóyìnbó torí mi ò fẹ́ ní issue, ẹ ti understand mi. Ṣé rí ẹ má fi ìmọ̀ tí ẹ ti ní, ẹ má fi ṣeré, ẹ ti wà ní top position ju àwọn fools tó ń wá sí comment tó wá ń sọ rubbish. Wọn kò yé wọn ní. Wọ́n yìí wà ní level yẹn ni kò yé wọn ní. Tó bá mọ nǹkan tó ń lọ nínú society, wọ́n máa sunkún ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kẹ́rí Christianity, wọ́n ti Freemason ti jàgbà, and the gods irúmọlẹ̀ tí wọ́n dedicate fún táwọn these pastors tí wọ́n lọ ń gba agbára lọ́wọ́ wọn, the same ohun irúmọlẹ̀ yẹn ló ń pè ní Baphomet.
Baphomet.
Náà ló ń gba fame, yes, tó ló ń gba fame owó lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ohun tí knowledge ẹ mọ̀ ẹ dì mú, òun lè fi surpass ordinary person tó ń fún ní bread and tea jẹ.
Òun máa ń pè ní Baphomet the transgender, àbí?
Òun ló ń fún ọ ní gbogbo kinní yẹn. Gbogbo àwọn olórin, and ẹnìkan sọ pé bóyá oily ni, ó ní you don't need to be at the top position, o lè má belong. No, mi ò sọ pé òun parọ́, but maybe o ti come across that side of the story.
You are very correct, my brother.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Gbogbo àwọn footballer tí wọ́n ń wọ top chart ní world level, àwọn lọ́lọ́ ń gba fame wọn lọ́wọ́ wọn àtagbára. Tí Ronaldo tó bá lè sọ òtítọ́ jáde, gbogbo fame ẹ̀ tó fi ń deceive young people all over the world, tó bá sọ òtítọ́ jáde, àwọn èèyàn ní gbá bọ́ọ̀lù wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àwọn ló ń rule the whole world. Àwa tá a mọ Ọlọ́run tá à ń sìn ní ká mọ ká dì í mú ṣinṣin. Èmi máa ń sọ lẹ́niwẹ̀ẹ́, tọ́mọ ẹ bá ti ní talent, mo lè kọrin, mo lè fò, mo lè jó, mo lè ṣe nǹkan, tètè sọ fún tó mi ní kó má discover talent dáadáa, but má le jù. Má sọ pé o fẹ́ billionaire díẹ̀ tó máa cross boundary tó máa lọ tọrọ nǹkan lọ́wọ́ èṣù tí wọ́n ń sìn tó ń gbélé wọn lọ́wọ́. tó ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣẹ́rí gbogbo emphasis Mr. Rotimi àti ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà bíbá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá lo 100% energy ẹ lo 200 or 500% energy kẹ́ fi train ọmọ yín kẹjọ kọ́ mọ òtítọ́ àti irọ́ ayé kọjá level táwọn yẹn fi ń wò that's why tó kò yé wọn tó bá yé wọn ni wọn á ti join ìjọ tí Mr. Rotimi ti ń pariwo tó ti ń enlighten gbogbo wọn. That is African for you.
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
That is Africa for you. Because gbogbo president ebi máa ṣe tẹ bá gbóhùn mi ní ẹni gbàgbọ́ nígbà kan tó ṣe election 2023 tẹ bá rí nǹkan tó èébú tó bú mi lórí Tinubu mo ní wọn design Nigeria láti succeed.
most of àwọn tó bú èmi náà gbà yẹn tó pè mí lọ́mọ àlè wọ́n ti wá ń sọ sọ́rí ìsìn tó rán wà nú ebi ń bẹ̀ ǹsìn.
wọn design Nigeria láti succeed. Why ti gbogbo president máa lọ sí Chatham House ẹ jẹ́ blow Chatham House fún yín.
Thank you, my brother. Go ahead.
wọ́n máa lọ debate ní Chatham House àwọn lẹ́rù pé tó ń pè ní Chatham House àwọn ló máa ń jókòó síbẹ̀ tí àwọn president Africa máa síwájú wọn máa debate wájú wọn àwọn tó nílé ayé nìyẹn they belong to different society. They belong to different ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ investment wọn ní Nàìjíríà anybody tó máa jẹ president Nàìjíríà ó gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ ẹni tí wọn táwọn mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀. Mo sọ pé mo ní Òbí ìyálàyà Òbí ò lè jẹ president Nàìjíríà kọ́ tún election yẹn ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́wàá because àwọn eléyìí wọn ò fẹ́ wọn tẹ.
He's not part of the Illuminati.
At all. Àwọn people 90 ẹ má jẹ púpọ̀ jù 80% of Nigerian American police belong to this Mason. Both are men.
Thank you, my brother. No, 85.
Mi ì tẹ́ fẹ́ púpọ̀ jù ni.
Ó ti yé mi.
Àwọn ló nílé ayé.
Ọkùnrin ọmọ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ ẹ sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ sọ òyìnbó nítorí pé bá ṣe sọ ká má compromise RD who is working very hard. But ṣé mọ̀ pé signal àwọn arábí yẹn ṣùgbọ́n òun ló wà lórí owó wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti ń ká mi lára ni.
Tó kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lè mọ̀ pé plan yìí kì í ṣe nǹkan tí mo ti sọ́dọ̀ ní kẹ́kẹ́ bá lè mọ̀ pé plan láti ṣe kinní yìí kì í ṣe àná kì í ṣe ìní lọ́sùn jẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rò. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti make it plan pé àdá Áfíríkà sẹ́ ló máa because ọmọ Áfíríkà yìí ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ tún fún yín lélẹ̀ sí. Màgí tí gbogbo yín jẹ níbo ni wọ́n ti mú mo fẹ́ rántí orúkọ bàbá wèrè yẹn gbà tí wọ́n ń ṣe 1914 ṣàmàgà mission ní ká pè ní.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tí wọ́n fẹ́ pín Áfíríkà mọ́ra wọn lọ́wọ́ gbogbo colonialist. Ebi kan ni wọ́n ló sọ pé òun ní rẹ́sìpì kan tí máa lò bíi magi ni. Mo tí a bá ti ń jẹ́ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ọmọ máa kú díẹ̀díẹ̀ agbára wọn máa reduce díẹ̀díẹ̀. Inú meeting yẹn ní 1914 ni wọ́n ṣe discovery magi náà and it's purposely for Africa. Tẹ́ bá wo 13th century up to from 8th century there is no Maggi wọ́n jẹ Maggi China spices original natural spices ló ń jẹ bíi ginger olówó ló ń jẹ ginger ní gbogbo ọdún yẹn ní China ní India king wọn ló máa ń jẹ ginger ló máa ń jẹ turmeric. Nígbà tí àwọn pípò yìí fẹ́ máa bọ̀ láfíríkà tó fẹ́ pín Áfíríkà mọ́ra wọn lọ́wọ́ Greece Portuguese gbogbo wọn ni wọ́n ní ẹ jẹ́ ká introduce Maggi tí wọ́n bá ti mọ̀ pé kí lórúkọ bàbá Queen Elizabeth King James ló lọ gba Bible lọ́wọ́ Roman Empire pé I need it as for business in Africa Nosia ní Turkey ni wọ́n ti kọ́ lọ́ọ́ ti assemble àwọn scholars tó kọ Bible tí n bá parọ́ ẹ ló bá mi gọ́gùn ẹ̀. Nosia is a town in Turkey ibẹ̀ ló ti kọ́ first Bible.
No, tu irú kẹ́nì yìí Holy Spirit ló gbé sílẹ̀ fún wọn afọ́fúngbé mu àṣírí.
ẹ má blame ẹ̀ kó mọ ní instead kó dẹ̀ máa learn kó dẹ̀ lọ máa ṣe àwọn website kan wà tẹ́ máa jù fún kó lè kọ́.
No, téèyàn bá tiẹ̀ tí ń follow me like he said, he should know what I stand on. He should already know that we'll ask questions. You cannot come here and think that because you put pastor against your name, everybody a máa wá bẹ̀rù ẹ̀ ọ̀ bóyá láyé ìgbà yẹn. Adébóyè gan tó jọ̀gà yín, a máa question ẹ̀ bí báyìí.
ọmọdé ò lè máa ṣe.
àwọn ò ní sọ tó fẹ́ gbọ́.
In knowledge àjùra wa lọ ti jàkadì kan.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Again, in exposure àjùra wa lọ ti jàkadì kan.
ẹ máa flag.
tó fi bínú.
Jẹ́dìrì, there is nothing in all of them.
Ẹ bá bí wọn àwọn Redeemer ń kó ẹni Protestant ló ń pe Baptist Anglican kí ló tó fi bínú kò ní under Church of England ṣebí torí pé King James pedophile ni ebi torí ẹ̀ lọ yẹ bínú kúrò lọ́fi ló dá Baptist gbogbo ẹ̀ sílẹ̀ kí ló kọ́ máa tó dá Pentecostal Church sílẹ̀ ní Amẹ́ríkà tí Benson Dausa tó jẹ́ tó fi máa yẹn ṣe mentor tó fi gbé West Africa Nàìjíríà tó fi lọ tó náà fi kírètì gbogbo àwọn òrìṣẹ́jà fọ́ gbogbo wọn àpò.
ṣé Billy Graham.
Yes, Billy torí Ọlọ́run. They refuse knowledge. They can never know anything because every Christianity or race in Africa is a business center. Rat race lọ́jọ́ ń ṣe láàrin ara wọn. Gbogbo wọn máa fi doctorate ní wọn sílẹ̀ máa dàgbé wọn mọ̀ pé ibẹ̀ ni owó wà. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń lo people's mind on finger brain wọn. Just look at the mess up. Wọ́n dẹ̀ lé àwọn èdè mọ̀ pé now ẹ jẹ́ tún fún yín ní cross section àwọn kan bóyá ẹ máa ti mọ̀ àbí ẹ mọ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ company kan tó ń pè ní BlackRock.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ mọ̀ Vanguard.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ìjẹ́ ti take time ká ẹ ṣẹ́ẹ̀kì nǹkan tó ń pè láwọn company. They are the richest, the biggest, the most powerful people in the world. Àwọn ló ní company yẹn. They have the biggest shareholders in all, not even 5-star, 10-star company in the world. In Apple, BlackRock has the biggest share. Àwọn ló ní ẹgbàgbé Tom Cook àti tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ sìn. BlackRock ló ní. Gbogbo company tó bá ti ṣe rere, BlackRock ló ní gbogbo àwọn ló ní gbogbo shares ẹ̀. They are the one that the original owners of IMF, International Finance Corporation, or JP Morgan, or World Bank, àwọn ló ní gbogbo ẹ̀. And these people are the lenders of money to Africa. Tí wọ́n lè ever fi kó ònú bondage here forever. Àwọn ló ń dictate fún Nàìjíríà. That's why tí Tinubu fi ń take àwọn policy tó ń ní aráàlú lára. Nígbà ń blame Tinubu pé kìnnì kan blame ni wọn ṣe Nàìjíríà kó ṣe rere. Àwọn yìí náà ló máa ń compensate those big pastors láti máa enslave minds Africa. Wọ́n máa ń fún wọn ní annual money subvention tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ rẹ̀ mọ̀lẹ́ ni. BlackRock and Vanguard, they are the richest company in the world.
Ní jẹ́ kó sú wa, ní jẹ́ kó rẹwà ni.
Most powerful. Ṣé rí Israel ẹ ti rí gbogbo ẹ ti yẹ mọ secret Israel torí àwọn kan wá sọ pé Ọlọ́run ló fún wọn. The second born of Rothschild family ló sanwó ilẹ̀ tí Israel ń pa gbogbo èèyàn lé lórí ní Middle East yẹn.
That is why most of weapons America lọ síbẹ̀ 247 now.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for your knowledge.
Because Israel, they are the tech. Àwọn the manufacturers of high tech machines, technology, whatever you can call it. Israel is the original manufacturer of flash drive. àwọn ló invent flash drive gbogbo app tẹ́ ń lò ní Europe America gbogbo app tẹ́ fi ń gbowó fún bank àbí whatever Israel ni àwọn small boy Israel àwọn ló ṣe àwọn ló kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ à ń fi app àfi sanwó from one bank to one bank Israel wọ́n kọ́ ṣe so àwọn ló ń control àwọn technology gbogbo bó ṣe ń ṣe plane bó ṣe ń ṣe bomb bó ṣe ń ṣe nuclear energy so Jews wọ́n ti gbà wọ́n mọ́ra àwọn ló build gbogbo infrastructural development all Europe àti America that's why gbogbo wọn scatter all over the world all the man protest interest in Israel.
Supported by Rothschild money to their foundation one. And Rothschild, we have now discovered they were all parts of a satanic cult. To get pedophilia was and child abuse.
My sister, Sherry, and tí ó assemble wọn gbà tí wọ́n ti scatter ní Europe ní London. First president America ló assemble àwọn tó belong sí Freemason. Tẹ́ bá ka research dáadáa ẹ rí pé Emperor Constantine àti Emperor Nero ṣe mọ̀ pé Nero yẹn ló pa gbogbo 11 disciples of Jesus Christ.
Ben.
Àti yẹ.
From àwọn story tán
ṣe
kọ.
mọ̀ pé òun ló pa. Then tẹ́ bá kó mbẹ́ yẹn tẹ́ bá tún lọ dive into bọ̀bọ̀ wèrè tó ń pè ní Da Vinci Code yẹn ṣe mọ̀ pé òun gangan òun ló ya portrait Jesus Christ tí ọmọ ọba Nero tó lóun kó fèsì òun kọ́ lò òun ni fèsì Jesus Christ wọ́n fi tún gbogbo Africa jẹpa. Bí ẹ bá lọ ka ìwé Da Vinci Code ọ̀kẹ́lẹ́ òfin ẹ̀ gbogbo rubbish tó kọ sínú Bible ẹ mọ̀ pé Jésù níyàwó Holy Mary àbíkí ni òun níyàwó ẹ̀ ó má rí òbí mọ́.
Mary Magdalene.
Magdalene.
Ìyàwó ẹ̀ nìyẹn wọ́n kàn parọ́ jọ sínú Bible ni.
Ẹ ti watch The Last Temptation.
Èmi tẹ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí bí ṣe ń bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ibi tí mo ṣe research tí mo study dé ó affect ríran so àdúrà ni kí n máa fi ràn mí lọ́wọ́. Mi ò ń sùn lóru.
Àdúrà kọ́ ẹ lọ sí Specsavers.
Èmi ò ń sùn lóru mo máa delve into research mo máa wá àwọn
ṣe ti come across ṣe rí gbogbo tẹ̀ ń sọ yìí bí mo bẹ́ẹ̀ ti come across ìwé kan tó ń pè ní Committee of 300. Now Committee of 300. Now the Committee of 300 was written by Dr. John Coleman. Dr. John Coleman was a colonel in American Army. And he was on mission to Angola when he stumbled into classified documents. And ìgbà tó stumble into the classified document yìí. Now kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní wípé ó rí gbogbo plan àti agenda our committee wọ̀nyí, and this individual lay it out. Ó jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé to support what my brother saying, ó jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé àwọn tó ní total àwọn náà ló ní Chevron.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn tó ní Chevron àwọn náà ló ní gbogbo oil share. Àwọn tó ní share àwọn náà ló ní gbogbo oil.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, all of them gbogbo eléyìí to support one world power.
Yes, right.
Sherry, that is where we are going. Now, nínú ìwé yẹn náà ló ti Sherry gbogbo nínú ìwé yẹn náà ló wọ́n ti reveal plan in terms of entertainment industry. Now, tẹ́bá ìwé yẹn á jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ wípé gbogbo àwọn boys wa ní Nigeria, in America, and all parts of the world, Now, Emma, going 50 years ago, America stopped as an industrial nation. America is just a rented country. It's not an industrial anymore. It won't deep. Won't deep, giddy go. So, also Britain. Now, when I mentioned about Rothschild family, now you have to take time and to study Latin Monipa, Kini, our family. Shema, we bring our Jew, they came from Eastern Europe. The Jews are what they call the Khazarians. Our Khazarians are like the Fulanis, very aggressive and very murderous. So, what our local was you have to look at America and Britain. Why did the so-called First World War and the Second World War and what they are planning to achieve now? Now, saying it don't do major, unfortunately, àwọn bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ ò ní access gbogbo àwọn information táwa ní ilé nìyí.
wọ́n ní ẹni sọ̀rọ̀.
Ṣé mo pé Rosicrucian ni àwọn
ẹ̀rí máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Genesis problem wà gangan.
ẹjẹ fún ilé
Kí problem wà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn.
ẹ̀yin máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ hold on ẹ̀yin máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ. ṣe rí Africa wọ́n ti brainwash most leaders wa ẹ wo gbogbo leaders tí wọ́n kú ní inú wàhálà àti liberate ìlú wọn. wọ́n pa àwọn leaders kan dànù. France ló burú jù nínú gbogbo colonialist. France ló burú jù. British used to da díẹ̀. ẹ go back to history. Gbogbo ìlú tí France colonize gbogbo first independence liberators wọn ara tó fi wọn dá. ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tó fi ń promise nǹkan tó máa sọ fún àwọn leaders ni pé try kó máa bọ̀ wá já ìjọba gbà wá jẹ president a máa fún ẹ ní open sáwà ó ti wà tipẹ́ ni but selfish okay ẹ wo gbogbo system Awólọ́wọ̀ ẹ wo gbogbo system ẹ discover a new thing 10% to 20% entitlement will be your own forever. Be a pathfinder. Then let us come and take over. Then all the remaining something will be your own. Percentage longer. Coca-Cola some percentage. Awólọ́wọ̀ dollar.
You observe within the last 2 years or so. Francophone Africa is beginning to wake up. Abẹ́ẹ̀ni gbogbo àwọn kù tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yẹn ṣe mọ̀ pé in fact ṣebí Burkina Faso ṣèbọn ti sọ fún French in fact wọ́n ti close French embassy wọn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
madam ẹni sùúrù èmi ò rí láì lórí yẹn I did not go to church to celebrate with that. Ẹ reason Francophone country tẹ́ ẹ̀ rí yẹn ẹ wo àwọn past leader wọn Thomas Sankara igbákejì ẹ̀kọ́ ló pàdánù. ṣe rí àwọn pípọ̀ yìí ẹ má ti fi wọ́n yẹ ìjọ́jú wọn tí wọ́n bá lè survive nǹkan tí wọ́n tọwọ́ bọ̀ yẹn bíi 5 to 10 years ní máa gbà pé wọ́n máa succeed. ìjẹ́mọye kú tó ti Traoré ti go through assassination attempt tó ti go through ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn ìlú yìí wọn ò ju ìdajì Èkó lọ ó ṣe mú ọmọ kọ́nà.
Okay, ajá kan á sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tọ̀rọ̀ lọ́sìn àti ẹgbẹ́ tètè mo ti pè.
wọ́n yìí máa jà lọ tó bá lè withstand ẹ̀ dáadáa tó sustain memento yẹn ó máa dáa.
Okay, báwo la ṣe ká já kúrò nínú gbogbo nítorí àti wọn plan wọn. They want to use Africa as the basis for the Illuminati plans. Wípé Africa kọ́kọ́ máa provide wọn ṣá ká máa àwọn alámọ̀ máa fún wọn lẹ́rú tó máa lò. Which means I can encourage wọ́n ti sọ pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé anybody tó jẹ́ pé tó máa ẹjọ́ sáì mo fọwọ́ dín lẹ́nu mo kàn fẹ́ sáré sọ one quick thing ni pé nítorí náà lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan that is why they encourage brain. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn tó máa kick against it àwọn tó máa pariwo síta wọ́n wọ́n encourage wọn pé òkè o ìgbà tí a bá improvision ìlú yẹn that is why all our best are out of the country. One more make sure it's okay. They'll be so that they will not be able to help the people. Yeah. So all of us, I can't sort of see 80% of us, concerning Kokono, Nigeria. I just thorough.
Nigeria.
Can I be sir?
Nigeria.
Which is someone 80%. Show you. And I'm fairly certain that 80% of us, we are not in Nigeria. And thank God for people like you and for Rochimi starting this platform to get back in it, because in terms of we need to discuss the way forward for our legacy.
Okay. We need to was on nightmare at first to what? Mr. Rotimi àti gbogbo wa sọ yìí. Àwọn generations yìí, àwọn gogo ni fears me. Charity campaign tó bó ṣe lọ tó bá tó wá go far tí a bá tètè fi balance sí táwọn àwọn ọmọ yìí tó bá tí wọ́n bá understand dáadáa kọ́ rí kọ́ wo research kọ́ rí gbogbo ẹ̀ tó ọ̀bá lè tètè mọ bó ṣe máa balance ẹ̀ wọ́n máa jábọ́ sọ́wọ́ èṣù big time èṣù máa lò wọ́n big time àwọn generations torí their environment tó ti ń bọ̀ environment poverty lọ ti ń bọ̀ tó ti weaponize poverty tó ti fi ba half of their life jẹ́ because the rat race between poor and getting rich bí orin 50 cent is either you are poor or you get rich and die you die trying. Innovating space here will be between the poor and getting rich here. Space to láàrin yẹn. My people, ìbẹ̀lẹ̀ shooting dúró dè wọ́n because ẹni tí poverty bá ti tó ti finger brain yẹn by the time tó máa fi jókòó ronú ó máa ní kóun lọ ṣe òkòwò àbí kóun lọ ṣe nǹkan tó máa fi get rich quick ni ìbẹ̀lẹ̀ shooting ló ti ń rí wọn mú dání. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ farabalẹ̀ tẹ́ understand nǹkan tí mo ń try láti sọ. Tẹ́ bá wo in the last five years ẹ wo getting rich by any means ẹ wo nǹkan tó ti ń produce.
Ẹ ṣé gan. Ẹ jẹ́ kí DJ sáré sọ̀rọ̀ tó náà ti wà ń bẹ̀ sá.
Ẹ wo ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ yín lọ. Okay, yeah. AMB_ Lakun Badman, so yeah, I ṣe pápápá.
Yeah, ẹ ṣé gan.
Yes, sir.
Jerry, number one, Jerry, téèyàn bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ láàrin 5 minutes, yóò máa mọ category tí yóò máa fẹ́ nìyẹn sí. You understand? And at this level, need láti bẹ anybody bínú. Because ìgbò tó bá ti ṣókùnkùn séèyàn ó ti jókòó sí nìyẹn òye wọn tí experience ẹ wọ́n sì wà indoctrinated ṣé ẹ̀gbọ́n nǹkan táwọn pípọ̀ ìṣe ni wọ́n create ọlọ́run tí ò sí wọ́n create sí ọkàn àwọn èèyàn wọ́n wá ń fi ọlọ́run
fi dáhùn. Word láyẹn is accepted by all over the world.
I'm telling you, they have successfully indoctrinated over 100 million Nigerians. Over 100 million. Almost 200. So, and because of their vulnerability, let me give you a statistics. In the triangle of wealth, we have 5 cadres. Each cadres have five cadres. We have those that are financially free. They are in their 5 cadres because you cannot compare the freedom of Dangote to the freedom of Mantukaba. They are 2 different freedoms. Or the freedom of Alakija or Femi Otedola to the freedom of Elon Musk. They are 2 separate freedoms. Then we have those that are in financial independence, they are equally in their 5 kingdoms. Because what you need 1 or 2 businesses, more than multiple sources of income. No one who are independent here. Otherwise, they are kiddas. Then we have those that are stable in their stability. Stability alone means 100K to who are stable. Alone they carry 2 million naira in stability. Where we have instability and crisis, and this is where I'm coming to. The crisis and the instability, they are the most vulnerable in our dear nation. As a matter of fact, TVM brought a report and said less than 5% of Nigeria have over 500,000 naira balance in their account. Less than 5%. Now, between stability, independence, and freedom, I'll make the time. Nigeria want to 30 million. Which therefore added in loss almost 300 million. Because statistics have it that in the next 26 years, Nigeria will be the 3rd most populous nation after India and China. Will be over 400 million. So now, crisis consists of 5 sets of people: the poor, the poorer, the poorest of the poor, and the bottomless poor. Then instability, and when you take one, you know that every civil servant they are there. You don't 70K salary, don't review from 30K to 70K, they are all there. Because their take-home can never take them home in a place that they buy fuel for 1,200 and there's social capital.
Tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ní yé fún Kenny lẹ́yìn arówó tí ò tó wọn.
Now, their gullibility is the fact that they are looking for solution, but they don't know how to get it. There is a lot of brain drain there in that category. So, our people here who are vulnerable over 200 million. 200 million Nigeria are there, and these people have anti-Jawamowo, at only Christian, at only Muslim, at traditionalist.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So, gbogbo wọn náà sọ̀rọ̀ yamayama, at Christian, at Muslim, at traditionalist, gbogbo wọn ni, because they have influence to repair the nation, but they did not. They are well traveled. They have seen developed country. They've seen how it is. They did not. I am well traveled. I've seen a Christian country. I've seen a Muslim country. I've even seen a culture.
Only they bring you.
Then, if you boy, the guy has low IQ, intelligence.
At this point, so that you come and disturb her, is it possible? Can you just block him out? That because we are serious. We are not joking here.
Block here.
Comedy so
it's not comedy. It's a serious matter that lands on people because and we have to talk about solutions now because we need to understand what is currently going on. These people have successfully created a God, and they've told people that you have to pray. Some of them have used incantation, some of them have used so both politically, religiously, anything leader. So now the only thing we are left with anti-checkness, lazy. People to people revolution. Nobody will stop me from helping on Kuroti.
Brother, me, Ambassador Abi, politician in Africa. Africa, especially Nigeria. especially in Nigeria.
Ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni. Ìwàhálà tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí kì í ṣe 100 years náà fi bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Bàbá ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ̀kan fún yín, ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ̀kan fún yín sà, ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ̀kan fún yín sà. Ìlú òyìnbó ni mo wà, ìlú òyìnbó náà kúrò tì mí wà, ìlú òyìnbó náà àti Lizzy wà. Let me tell you something. Ìlú òyìnbó tá a wà yìí, wọ́n lé foundation ẹ̀. Àwọn forefathers wa ló lé foundation tẹ́yìn sọ pé kò lè work yẹn. Àwọn náà lé ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
No, mi ní kò lè work. Kò lè work kíákíá ni mo ń sọ. Mi ní kò lè work.
Any sùúrù sà, ẹ jẹ́ ìsọ̀kan fún yín. Sherry, we have over 72 people here right now. And I want them to ask me to Rotimi Daniels. You understand? They should join the community. Now, what I'm telling you is that the power of people to people. Let me tell you something. Anytime you see, I'm a UN diplomat on government bilateral agreement in Africa. Anytime you see an embassy in your country, it connotes, as at the time the embassy was established, the number one man in your country and the number one man in the other country agreed on behalf of who? You and I. You and I, we know little or nothing as to how to harness the opportunity there. Can you come and Jobalori nothing? What Jobalori one now? Then what I'm now saying is that if we want to help ourselves, nobody can stop us. We are unstoppable. If Uncle Rotimi Daniel decide to help me, for instance, nobody will stop him. If I decide to help Rotimi, nobody can stop me. But today, I needed to book my partners went to Nigeria from Turkey. I needed to book Radisson Blue. The rate was too high. I got a friend. Nobody get chairman on the Radisson Blue. Nobody got the price they lolly. She can't stop a lot from the Nobody stopped him. And vice versa, he's telling me, Ambassador, you will help me, or I need to do this, or I need to do some travel things new. Where are you? Nobody can stop me. So let us drive it home.
Yes.
Say, come in every community. Let us have love each other genuinely. Let us get behind each other. Let us leave this.
That's going to be the beginning of the solution. Then
you see this Pastor Kenny, the long way the energy in Lori. Ele omodeni ofi epesere ni omo kankan. Irú Pastor Kenny do ni pasoro. Èmi ò jẹ́ ní tó bá wà. Sí ní level. Because bó ṣe wà yẹn wọ́n ti kú lábẹ́rẹ́ lọ́pọlọ. Ó dẹ̀ sì ń jà lọ́wọ́. Get so ó sì wà lọ́ndà bondage wọn yẹn. So kò tí ì ríta. Mo mọ̀ pé these people are evil. Evil. There's no two ways about it. How do you let people create a place? And when they put their money together, they send it to you. And they will tax themselves to do anything for themselves. And they are at your mercy all the time. I want to tell them that is godly. There is nothing godly in that. This Jesus that we are talking about, yes, the man has displayed some concept of, liberty and all of that in his life that based on what we read. Okay, it's something that is worth emulating. But you use this name to two people and you turn everything to your favor. And everybody, you now make it, if we are talking about, I will build my church, what they said was that they should put these human beings. But you are not doing human capacity development. You are erecting building. One of them said, I gave $1 million.
Iṣẹ́ wo ló ṣe? Àwọn youth wa máa wá ń bẹ̀, orí wọn máa wá lago pé jọ̀wọ́ làwọn fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ dé báyìí. Olè yẹn wá easy fún wọn láti jà.
One of them said, God said, I should increase my school fees. Excuse me, what kind of God? The God you create on people's mind. The God you create on people's mind tell you to prove this. Do you think we are in 1971? Or we are in 1961? Excuse me.
Ambassador.
So, what sir?
Mo fọwọ́ àtọmọdé yín lẹ́nu. Ṣé rí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ derail from one fact tí gbogbo wa center energy wà lé lórí. Africa. Emotion ni problem ta ní l'Africa. Jerry, dídé tó dé Africa mọ́lẹ̀. It's a collaborated effort.
Ben.
Okay. I will use collaborated effort to untie ourselves. We will join together. Let me tell you.
Ẹ jẹ́ àṣẹ díkọ̀kan. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sà.
Uncle Ambassador àti Uncle Agoni ẹjọ́ mo fọwọ́ yín lẹ́nu ẹjọ́.
Ẹ ní sùúrù Uncle Ambassador Adékúnlé ẹ ní sùúrù náà.
Success lives in the failure local government. The success in the what will make a worse? Failure avenue locally see. Chetiri inu failure yen la ma ti sora wa. Jedi bond ta won se yen. Tó fi baye wa jẹ́ bond yen la no ma create ta ma fi kojú jà sí wọn. Bond yen
Sherry tó bá torí pé jẹ́ Africa ka 1 billion soul. Ìmọ̀ yóò jọra wọn ọ́ ìmọ̀ máa continue láti win ni. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ ó deep jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ.
I know. We know. Uncle Agoni, we have to be encouraged. Benny, we are telling you.
Ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ ní sùúrù náà. Ẹ bọ́ ní bàbá ẹ ní sùúrù. Ambassador ẹ ní sùúrù. Chilling Pro ẹ ní sùúrù. If they had told these men about 5 years ago that a time like this will come that people will begin to be liberated and people will even talk at them, I can tell you boldly that wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀tú dànù kò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ láyé torí ibi tí wọ́n rò pọ́n dé wà mọ́. But if I could make up my mind that, you see this journey, if I could open my mouth to tell my mom ní 2019 pé Rotí mi nǹkan tó ń sọ ẹ́ kíní kan, I looked at my mother's face, I said, èmi nìkan kọ́ lẹ́bi, àwọn ọmọ tó kù máa ṣọmọ fún yín. Ṣé rí journey tèmi ń lọ yìí, I am not hoping that I may come back from it. Ó ní nǹkan tí mo rí ń jọ yẹn, ó láwọn nǹkan kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tí mo fi sọrú yẹn fún mom síbi, and she has agreed. She has accepted today. She's also liberated. My siblings are liberated. Everybody is liberated. Now, what was happening in 2018, 19, 20? Kọ́ ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 2024. And that is what we should be looking up to, that if we continue to spread this fire, the fire of this religious liberation, it will lead to religious revolution. The revolution will never stop until political revolution is given birth to. And that is when we are going to be asking the right question. That is when people will not believe that wọ́n lọ ń pray lẹ́ẹ̀márùn-ún ní mọ́ṣáláṣí or wọ́n lọ ń kú ní sí church ló máa gbà wọ́n là. Do you understand? We are getting there gradually.
We are getting there gradually. 5 years ago, when my daughter was 23, Mom, I'm not going to church again. I don't believe that you people are worshiping the real thing. Terry, I felt as if I thought she was possessed. I thought she was possessed. ọmọ yìí ó ti pátá tí sọ fún mi pé ó ní ẹ̀mí kí ló ti táwọn tẹ̀lé máa ẹ̀mí rè ṣé yẹ yín mo ní kò sọ́gbọ́n ẹ̀ ni mo máa mú lọ síwájú pásítọ̀.
Kán máa nà nígbàlẹ̀.
Kọ́ bá mi ṣe kínní kọ́kọ́ bá mi. Fast forward, it is now 2024. Ṣé yẹ yín? I am now beginning to applaud her wisdom. Ṣé yẹ yín? And I've got a word of encouragement. She's not the only one. Ṣé yẹ yín? She's not the only one. One in little drops of water the mighty ocean make.
Yes.
Uncle Aboni, dear, Nisa. But Africa will be self-centered. Sharing ignorance no far. Sharing power lies in ignorance. Once the ignorance is removed and intelligence and the knowledge has been attained, the power is broken.
Check it to us on last thing. Oh my God, they are flagging.
5 years.
Oh my goodness. I'm coming now.
Only possible. So, let me tell you, in that last 5 years, what I have achieved in my life, in my entire lifetime, I mean, I achieved well. You know, these people, they have used the name of God. The God is not the God that created the universe. Their own God that they created on the
nǹkan tá à ń rescue àwọn èèyàn from náà nìyẹn. ṣe nígbà tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè bá tún wá rọ̀ wá lọ́wọ́ dé level pé àwa ń ṣe community to community empowerment èrò máa dán church. Ibi tá à ń lọ gangan nìyẹn. Ibi tá à ń lọ gangan nìyẹn wọn ò tí ì rí nǹkan kan rárá.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run gbogbo ìmọ̀ tí mo ní ọgbọ́n tí mo ní
ìṣe
tí mo ní information tí mo ní kúrẹ́ láti give lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́.
A ti ń pọ̀ sí náà nígbà tá a bá ṣe registration wa tán tá a la fẹ́ ṣe empowerment ní community kan ẹ sọ fún mi báwọn èèyàn tó ṣe máa rọ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ ẹni tó lè perform.
God bless you.
A máa ṣe.
Ọ̀gá Ebony, don't worry Ọlọ́run. See, I only speak a little bit of Yoruba, right?
Okay.
But I understand the whole conversation. What you were saying before is exactly what Mrs. Ebony just said. The example she gave with her daughter is exactly what you were saying.
Baroness Lizzie,
Sorry, Baroness. The example you gave about your daughter was exactly what Mr. Ebony was talking about. The way they've got the hold on the whole thing. That is their plan. To take our children into that stream where they don't have a direction anymore, especially with our African culture, right? And also, Ambassador, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, 100% I agree with you. Nobody, you see what you're just saying now? I just thank God Almighty. I've heard what you just said because I set up the same thing. I'm from the East. One of my friends lives somewhere in Agbara, in Abeokuta, and me and him was doing a video call, and I said, where are you? All these children behind you, what are they doing? He turned around and I said, what are they doing? He said, they're not doing anything. I said, and who is the community leader in that place? He said he doesn't know. I said, you know what? Get the children all together and I'm going to do something for them. He said, what do I want to do for them? He said, it's not going to work. Nigeria is not like that. So I said, listen, my friend, we have to do these things for our children. Because if we don't do it for our children, nobody's going to do it for us. You understand? And it's going to be free. We have to get the church. We were talking about church before. You see, churches in that country are the biggest people who cause poverty in that country, you know.
Bless you.
They go into our local rural areas and set up that their stupid crony, I don't know what they call it, and take from our poor people, you know. I went on holiday to Nigeria one day, and this lady kept on coming to our house, and I was giving her. And one day she came with some little thing, and she's collecting donation for her church. I said, Madam, you come to my house all the time begging me for food, and you are here collecting money for church? I said, churches are thieves. Nigerian churches should just be banned. They shouldn't be allowed anymore.
Thank you.
Seriously, they shouldn't be allowed anymore. And this thing where, like the gentleman said, somebody will donate $1 million. Are you kidding me? Where you getting $1 million from?
Only I gave God $1 million. The God that one create in his brain for him to give to him. So where do you see the money? Tell me the business you did.
I used to be an Afro. You are talking about. I grew up in Nigeria as well in the 80s. It was when I talked to my parents had 8 children. The first set were the times. The second set were born after the 80s. So the first set started. We were born in the 70s. When I tell my younger ones how we grew up. See, when you go to somebody's party, when you come back home, you have to go and buy battery to operate the toy they gave you as present. If you are in Isolo and you say to somebody, "I'll see you in Victoria Island in an hour," before an hour you get to Victoria Island.
Yes.
You understand? When you went to somebody's party, the clothes you are wearing, you have to take it off and you wear the T-shirt with the person's picture on the top, and you will go home with a goodie bag. And I swear, in the goodie bag, the toys the person will give you, you have to go and buy battery to use it. And I was surprised that our children are just left behind. You know, so what we need to focus on, if we need to change this thing, it's not for us, because they asked us when we were in school, what do you want to be when you grow up? We say you want to be president. The same people that asked us that stupid question when we were in primary school, what do you want to be when you grow up, are the same fools that are still in government now.
Now,
you know, and like what Madam Barano said, all of us that are supposed to be running that country where we're supposed to be, we're not there anymore. I live in England, right? I feel ashamed. Even Jamaican people, any black nation that is living in this country can go back to their country, can send things back to their country, are developing their country even from diaspora. We here, we cannot do anything, you know, because the people over there, it's like when we leave, the ones that are left behind are even brainwashed even more and more and more. See,
Uncle Philip, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I assure you that the brain drain is also part of the plan? When we're talking about this world domination, the idea is to export the best. Because
that's what Mr. Ebony is saying.
Exactly.
That's what Mr. Ebony is saying.
Those who are going to talk, people like
we're all saying the same thing.
They will not want me to be in the country. They will not want people like Uncle Ebony or the ambassador to be in the country. They won't want people like you to be in the country. Because
we can still do it. We can still do it.
Because they're going to be talking.
I've spent more than 6 months in Nigeria this year. I still have my structure in Nigeria. My business, very good.
I've got a center now. Last month with the inauguration, I registered 300 children in that center. I said to the guy, go around the area and get me a property. He went around the area and got me a property. We've now got the property. 300 children are going to come to that property and learn skills.
Yeah.
And I said to my friend, we are going to actually incorporate our own education.
I'll connect you to an institute in that UK.
Exactly, which is what I've been talking about.
Action.
You guys are now providing the solution. This is what I'm saying is, this way, we are now providing the solution. Let me make it clear to you. They did not anticipate this was going to happen. They did not think this was what was going to happen. They thought that by draining the best out, it'll be easy to be more easy. Thank you. It will be more easy to manipulate and the vulnerable and the gullible left there.
Good evening.
It backfired. The plan has now backfired. They did not think.
Baroness, good evening, ma.
Good evening, sir.
Sorry for interrupting you. I'm WB and I'm in Ogun State, Shagamu, and I'm 19 years old.
Yeah.
I just decided to join this live because I was coming from the video of Mr. Ruti of the Bishop's.
Thank you.
The Bishop's
you are more than you are the democratic I'm seeing here.
Ma, the problem of Nigeria is what we can comprehend. I can tell you for a fact. Most people are going to church to look for God, forgetting the fact that God is in your heart. God lives in your heart. Somebody said politics is learning where religion is.
Yes.
And that is a very big fact. That is just the plain truth. Because if you look at it, religion came into Nigeria before structured politics even came, man. They brought religion to us, and blindly we had to accept. I'm not an atheist, but I can tell you that what Nigerian religious leaders, I don't know, be it church, mosque, anything, what they have turned religion to is now just a tool to be extorting the poor masses. Can you imagine somebody going to church on Sunday, going to church on Monday, going to church on Wednesday and Friday nights, and you still call the person for evangelism on Saturday? Now,
I'm sorry. Let me just make. Now, I just want to establish one thing. Did you say you were 19 years old?
Yes, I'm 19 years old.
Please, can I just tell you before you continue? Please, I would like you to get all your mates to sign up to read to me, Daniels. You are exactly the kind of people we've been looking for.
Ben, the younger ones.
All what you are saying, my dear, is what we have been talking about. Okay? All what you are saying is what we have been talking about. Just joined. Because if you had joined earlier, you would have heard us going on. But you are exactly the demographic that we are aiming for.
88 people, please send at me to this platform. 88 people, send at me to this platform.
Like I was saying, so the way the religious institution has now changed into something else entirely is very, very crazy. Man, talk about we the youths. This country is very, very hopeless for we the youths. And that's why when I see a lot of people doing all sort of things, to be very, very honest, they are not to be blamed, because Nigeria has changed a lot. Parents nowadays, they have no choice but to drive their children into certain deeds just to fend, just to give them the ability to be able to fend for themselves. These people, these elites that are in the top class, they usually create confusion for we that we are in the lower class, just to sway us in directions that will be able to give them more control over us.
Exactly. Distractions.
Just for financial exploitation. And I can tell you now that if Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu should see each other, they will all hug each other, and they won't even mind having dinner with each other. And nothing will happen. But their supporters, we that we are at the grassroots, we that we are at the lower levels, we are the ones that want to die all because on their behalf. So it has now become something of people behaving in all sort of uncalled manners just because of these instruments. Karl Marx said these institutions, they are tools the rich use to extort the poor. And now everything is becoming more clear. Some videos of pastors, when they arrive in their church, you will see church members walking and holding the door of their handle. Because of what? They will be holding the handle of their car. They will be escorting them. Some of them are not even being paid as securities. Some of them are members of their churches. The pastor is inside the GLE. The pastor is inside the Range Rover or the Rolls Royce, chilling in AC, and the members are walking. Hey, daddy has come. Bishop has come. He has arrived. He has this, he has that. And I'm like, what the hell? Is this person God?
Including their wives and children.
Is this person God? Exactly. Is this person God? All of them, they have all sort of levies they put on these churches, they put on their branches that they must make so they must meet so demands every month. They must this, they must that. Pastors are using bulletproof cars, while the escorts that is carrying members, they are not using bulletproof cars. Is the pastor afraid of heaven, just like Portable said? So the issue of Nigeria, I'm glad that meaningful people can come together and say, okay, this is the time to wake up. But I can tell you for free, if you happen to be abroad, you are very, very lucky, because we that we are here, we are watching a whole lot of movies. I can tell you for a fact. I have an uncle, when he was in Nigeria, he used to pray 4 times daily. Now he's in the UK. Can you believe me that he prays just once? Why? Because he has work to do. Because he has work to do. And you're mo gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa, but torí man tó sọ òyìnbó yẹn ni mi ò ṣe fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá.
Yeah, chilling pro, yes, so that all of us will be carried along. Thank you.
So the fact fact that
Master Yoruba,
okay, the fact wọ́n fi àdúrà wọ́n fi bò wá lójú tó yẹ pé tá a bá lọ sí church wọ́n máa ríran wọ́n rí eléyìí wọ́n mọ eléyìí. Èèyàn kan sọ nǹkan aláyọ̀ singa ó sọ pé téèyàn bá súnmọ́ ẹni Ọlọ́run jù gan wọ́n máa ń ṣe ìjàmbá fún yàn. Àwọn ẹlòmíì wọ́n ti súnmọ́ pásítọ̀ wọn jù wọ́n ti súnmọ́ wọn jù because you have to open your strategy and your stratagem, just like one of my brothers said. Strategy, the fact that you have to consider the possibilities of what you can do, and stratagem, the fact that you have to consider the possibility of what the other person can do.
Yeah.
Going close to these people, idolizing them is a very, very wrong step. It's a very, very wrong step. They will tell you in church, bring what you are selling for anointing. You bring it, they share it to church. They have no way of sharing. Yes, sir.
Mo fẹ́ drop ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ àwọn nǹkan torí pé mo fẹ́ lọ sùn.
Okay, sir.
Tẹ́rí nǹkan tí máa sọ fún gbogbo wa ni pé in as much bá ṣe ń jà pìtìpìtì especially Mr. Daniel mo máa ń beat a lot. Tẹ́rí ìrìn àjò liberation yìí ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ láì wà iṣẹ́ pọ̀ gan láti ṣe. Ṣẹ́rí àwọn youth tí inú mi dùn bí ọmọ 19 years ṣe wáyé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣẹ́rí bàbá ṣe liberate wọn tí wọ́n ní understanding tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ní ìmọ̀. Tó bá ti kúrò tán àbádọ̀ fi wọ́n lẹ̀ empty o, wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ wà vacuum. Wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ pé wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ rediscover ara wọn, kọ́ dẹ̀ rediscover Africa, kó kálukú padà sí ìṣẹ̀ṣe bàbá ẹ̀, ìdílé ẹ̀, kọ́ understand it better. Torí tó bá lọ wà empty nígbà tá a bá liberate wọn tán èṣù máa yá wọn lò gan times 10. That is number one. Ṣẹ́rí number 2 ìjà ń bọ̀. Ṣẹ́rí liberation yìí àwọn nǹkan náà máa resist yẹ. When corruption fights, corruption will fight back. And that is, when you fight corruption will fight back. Ìjà ń bọ̀, but Africa ṣẹ́rẹ́ yìí tẹ́tí travel tẹ́tí ní ìmọ̀ ẹ̀yìn wà nínú space wọn torí tó bá yá wọ́n ti ń threaten àwọn irú Mr. Daniel yẹn àwọn Freemason wọ́n ti ń kọ lẹ́tà pé wọ́n liberate àwọn wọ́n fẹ́ gba prey lẹ́nu predator.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Don't take me spoiling market.
Ìrìn àjò yìí ó yìí gùn. Ṣẹ́rí mo ń tẹnumọ́ poverty wọ́n ti weaponize ẹ̀ wọ́n ti fi finger brain mental brain gbogbo Africa. Nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sọ yìí ẹ máa sọ́ńbì kan àwọn kan máa wòye pé wọ́n ẹ̀ jẹ́ sọ story mi kan fún yín. Mo wà ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ìjọ kan. Mo ń sọ gbogbo àwọn kinní láàrin àwa bíi 10. Àwọn èèyàn ń lísì sí mi. Wọ́n sọ pé máa jẹ́ kí olùṣọ́ gbọ́. Ṣẹ́rí the next day obìnrin kan máa sọ ó ní I cannot sit down here tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kí Ebony kó máa speak against Holy Spirit. Wọ́n tún fi dá mi lóhùn nìyẹn. Ẹ mọ̀ bí ó wá lọ ó wá tún ìṣe kó lọ kó má gbọ́ mi mọ́ ó wá lọ dó sí kọ́nà kan. Wọ́n á ní mo sọ fún àwọn tó wà lọ́dọ̀ mi yẹn torí wọ́n ti ń gbọ́rọ̀ mi dáadáa. Mo ní ẹ máa wò ó máa padà wá sí i o. Mo ní ẹjọ́ ẹ bá mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara yín kí ló ń pè ní Sunday tí gbogbo ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ń lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì níjọ́ Sunday. Mo ní in the olden days ever before kọ́tíkì àwọn Roman Empire tó introduce Jesus Christ sínú Bible 5,000 years ago lọ introduce ẹ̀ but ẹ wo 8th century ní time àwọn baba Enoch. There is no religion, nothing. Àwọn yìí kàn ń bá ọkọ̀ mọ̀ pé one greater God kan wà níbì kan tí àwọn communicate pẹ̀lú. Mo ní law of karma òun ní 70% of Bible. Inú Bible ó ní ibi tí wọ́n ti draw inspiration ẹ̀ wá and it is full of those stories. Àwọn nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ọdún yẹn lọ́hùn but inspiration law of karma ní because gbogbo àwọn tó ẹni wọn ka bible wọn ní kí lórúkọ àwọn gospel tó wà ní gospel of Jesus Christ St. Luke àwọn kọ́ ló kọ́ mo ní ṣé yóò lọ sí school ní ọdún yẹn lọ́hùn ni ló fi sọ pé the gospel of Jesus Christ
àwọn àṣìírí rádaràda.
mo ní ẹ wá dúró mo ní Sunday yẹn sun oòrùn ni wọ́n ní gbogbo ayé ń bọ̀ ń gbà kan oòrùn ló ń bọ̀ Roman Empire ló wá ń yí most of gbogbo nǹkan táwọn abọ̀rìṣà ṣe lọ́dún yẹn lọ́hùn tó wá kó sínú bíbélì àti tó sun òun ló di Sunday tó wá yọ Sunday pé kọ́ máa Ọlọ́run ó ṣiṣẹ́ fọjọ́ mẹ́fà ọjọ́ keje ló rest mo ní bullshit gbogbo story yẹn bó ṣe gbọ́ báyìí ó kàn tún bọ̀ lọ́dọ̀ mi ni mo ní òde wọn ló máa ń kọ́ dé church láàárọ̀ kùtù ló máa ṣe bí kinní tó bá mọ̀ kó tó ń pè Sunday sọ́ọ̀nù oòrùn ni wọ́n ń bọ lọ́dún yẹn lọ́hùn wọ́n máa ń gé orí èèyàn wọ́n máa ń bẹ́ orí èèyàn sí di òrìṣà sọ́ọ̀nù yẹn ni mo ní wọ́n á fún ní fíìmù yẹn mo ní lọ wo apocalypto mo dá tún fún ẹ ní small idea mo ní the earlier the better ló máa fi free ara ẹ from mi ní kó má wá church mi ní kó má ṣe kínní but wọ́n ní kó fi orí pípé máa ṣe má jẹ́ káwọn kan máa kó ẹ ní brain lọ enough of this brain drain and brainwashing.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi ẹ jẹ́ kí n jẹ́ kí
bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
ẹ ṣé.
ẹbọnì ló jẹ́ kí wọ́n wá ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì mo mọ àwọn tí mi máa bá sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ni kọ́ máa lọ bá mi jà.
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. evangelist wo nílẹ̀ o.
Sunday oòrùn ni wọ́n ń bọ orí èèyàn ló máa ń bẹ́ sí ìdí òkun ìdí Sunday giant yẹn orí èèyàn ló máa ń bẹ́ síbẹ̀ orí èèyàn ló máa ń jẹ sun lọ́sọ̀ di Sunday.
Daddy, yes sir. Yes sir. Sorry sir.
àwọn ò rà sẹ humanity ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé yín sókè ẹ ti wà ń bẹ̀ látẹ̀kan.
ọ̀rọ̀ ṣé mo lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ mi?
nǹkan gbẹ́nu mi tí mo lè sọ o.
ṣé mo lè sáré sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ mi?
Sá ẹ má wọrí a tún padà bọ̀ máa jẹ́ kẹ́ bọ̀ tá a bá ń padà bọ̀ tí ó bá jọ́ là á jẹjọ́ Sunday okay jọ mí lójú quickly round up so that humanity will speak àwọn kan wà ń sálẹ̀ mo fẹ́ ká ṣe 2 minutes.
Okay gẹ́gẹ́ bí Daddy Ebony ṣe sọ. So wọ́n ti kọ sínú comment section already pé I don't know what to pray to I pray to God. Èmi o tí n bá fẹ́ gbàdúrà mi ò kí n sọ pé in Jesus name mọ́ o tí n bá ti fẹ́ gbàdúrà màá gbá orí mi mú màá sọ pé ẹlẹ́dàá mi o ìwọ ló gbé mi wá sílé ayé o ìwọ ló gbé mi wá sílé ayé má jẹ́ kí yà jẹ mí o torí in Jesus name gan ká má pamọ́ ká má jalè ó ṣe bí ẹni súyàn díẹ̀ because ẹlẹ́dàá ẹ̀ ló ṣe kókó jù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
kí gbogbo wa ká focus lórí ẹlẹ́dàá wa tó gbé wa wá síbí in the first place. ẹ ṣé gan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Daniel gbogbo wa ẹ jẹ́ ká tún rò lọ báyìí o ṣẹ́rí ìwé Bible yẹn a lè reject ẹ̀ outrightly kíákíá o.
díẹ̀ ni.
díẹ̀ ni ẹ mọ reason tí mo tún fún kinní yẹn ní second thought ní most time ṣẹ́rí Bible religious studies either Quran it's just a moral compass for our child to behave well in society and with.
inú Bible yẹn náà lọmọ tí ń béèrè pé kí ló ń jẹ́ withdrawal method o.
Yes now.
ẹ já filẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Yes now. ṣẹ́rí tábà ń tọ́ ọmọ.
má.
generation to generation. From generation to generation tábà ti bímọ a gbọ́dọ̀ ní moral compass tá a fi máa tọ́.
bàbá àtìyá ló máa múra láti fún ọmọ ní moral compass àwọn làwòkọ́ṣe ọmọ alákọ̀ọ́kọ́. kì í ṣe Bible contradiction tó wà nínú Bible pọ̀ gan.
It is not enough, brother mi.
Sir?
A gbọ́dọ̀ balance ẹ̀.
Let me just come in
Ó mọ̀ sọ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ fi àwọn ọmọdé ilẹ̀ empty.
Mo ń bọ̀ sà.
Okay.
Ìjọba sọ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ fi wọ́n lẹ̀ empty.
Ó yé mi, ẹ máa rí. A máa balance ẹ̀ náà ni ó yé mi. Ẹ jẹ́ kí humanity náà sọ̀rọ̀ torí time. Ó yá humanity ó yẹ sáré gbóhùn sókè 2 minutes. Mo fẹ́ kí Uncle Ọlá náà sọ 1 or 2 things. 2 minutes. Ẹ já sáré ṣe pápákọ̀. Humanity ẹ on mute.
Ẹ wo, ẹ ṣeun gan ni o.
Yes sir.
Ẹ̀yin náà la máa dúpẹ́ fún báyìí torí iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe òkèrè.
Olódùmarè ló ní gbogbo ọpẹ́ jàre.
Iṣẹ́ àwọn mínísítà lọ báyìí.
Àbí.
So it is that we have to can't underestimate it.
Ṣé ẹ jìnnà sí fóònù?
No, mo wà on the phone now. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi báyìí?
Ṣé ẹ lo earpiece ni ó jìnnà díẹ̀?
Ó jìnnà sọ òun yóò kọ́ máa jára.
Báyìí kọ́.
The same ni o. Bó ṣe ẹ lo earpiece ni?
Ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
Ṣé rí àlè underestimate the issue of imperialism? Gbogbo kìíní iná ti plan gẹ́gẹ́ bí Ebony ṣe sọ. Wọ́n ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn dáadáa tó yẹ pé mi dẹ̀ ní deep understanding kankan sọ. Wọ́n ti plan gbogbo kìíní sílẹ̀ ṣẹ́gẹ̀t. So èmi máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn tí máa ń lọ sórí live pé colonization manual òun ni àwọn Bible
àti Quran bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ìgbà tó ti yọ okùn tó yọ chain kó lórí ọrùn àwọn bàbá wa ọ̀rọ̀ ancestors wọ́n fi chain kó wọn gbogbo ẹ̀ látàrí gbogbo kìíní yìí. Ìgbà tó ń lò yẹn tán wọ́n rí i pé kò lè bójú mu lóyún ayé tá a wà yìí náà ṣe mú religion wá. Ìgbà tó dẹ̀ dé wọ́n kó wá lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ni. Àwọn kan gbà wọ́n lọ da fáwọn nù. Àwọn kan gbà wọ́n bẹ́ná sóògùn tó ń bọ. Wọ́n bẹ́ná sí rapid dancing tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún wọn. So they don't only steal our resources, they steal our brain, they steal our religion, they steal our culture, they steal our moral, they steal almost everything. So the idea is there. But báwo la ti fẹ́ convey idea yẹn sáwọn èèyàn? More than 200 years ago, ó ní ẹ̀sìn ti wà Nàìjíríà tẹ́ báwọn èèyàn ti ń ṣẹ̀sìn tó ti ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
And ó ti wá di omi, ó ti di ẹ̀jẹ̀. Bá ṣe ń bímọ, wọ́n pàṣẹ sórí ọmọ. So tó bá lọ fẹ́ yọ religion lára èèyàn ń sìn, ó dàbí kó fẹ́ separate ẹ̀jẹ̀ kúrò lára ẹni á kú náà. So kò sí bá a ṣe á fẹ́ ṣe bòlò náà tí ò ní rùn bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé nígbà yẹn bá ti di àwọn ará Nàìjíríà dáadáa? Mo láti bí Tinubu ṣe ń ṣe yẹn o. Nígbà yẹn bá ti dójú ẹ̀ jẹ́. As today now, dollar is 1,700. Tinubu bá ní 480 or 465.
Chai.
Tinubu bá. Yes, within 1 year. Nǹkan tí ẹ bàjẹ́ láàrin 1 year, ó tún kù Buhari níbi 8 years láti bàjẹ́. So this is the idea that yàtọ̀ ń shrink máwọn èèyàn yẹn. They know that they bá lọ sóko tẹ provide oúnjẹ, ìgbà yẹn lè máa jóúnjẹ tó cheap. Ìgbà yẹn lè máa ráyè láti máa béèrè pé èlò náà ra mọ́tò. Ìgbà yẹn lè máa ráyè láti question government. Wọ́n wá lọ sóko, wọ́n lọ ń yọjú àwọn èèyàn lóko, wọ́n lọ ń yanjú àwọn èèyàn lóko. Graduate sin, food basket of the nation. Mo wo fídíò kan omi bẹ́ẹ̀ bá bọ́ lójú mi. Wọ́n máa wá ra iṣu láti Nìjẹ́.
Èmi náà rí fídíò yẹn sà.
Ẹ̀yin náà wo orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Wọ́n lè lọ sóko mọ́. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé tẹ́bí bá ti pa yín tó ti tẹ́tí bá débi pé ẹ ti ń jẹra yín. Ṣẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn ti ń jẹra wọ́n sìn. Ó mọ 16 years kó ló máa pa òun tọmọ kan wá òun kàn pa. Wọ́n bẹ̀ fi lọ ṣòwò, wọ́n bẹ̀ lọ ta páàtì ẹ̀.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń sọ bí ìgbà tó pẹ́ràn ọ́ adìẹ náà pa.
Ṣé nígbà tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì gẹ́gẹ́ fúnra ẹ̀ tó ní pé àwọn èèyàn ebi ń pa wọ́n protest wọ́n kó bàjáde wọ́n lọ pa wọ́n. Àwọn tó pa wọ́n tó ní pé kọ́ lọ fún 300,000 ó mì pé màálù ó wọ́n ju èèyàn lọ Nàìjíríà. And that is the case, that's the case. Má sọ fáwọn èèyàn dáadáa pé kẹ́ bá ń sọ pé ẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ kí gbogbo yín kú Nàìjíríà lénìí Tinubu máa rúùlù ìjọba ẹ̀ lọ. Àfáà sí àárín òun àtàwọn imperialist yẹn bá ti kún, he will continue doing his own thing. Àwa ni ká yára wa ní ọpọlọ. We need to start sensitizing the people. Àwọn èèyàn ti yá wèrè gan, kò sọpọlọ lórí àwọn èèyàn mọ́. Ẹ tí yà ń jẹ kò sí bóyá fẹ́ ronú. Ẹ tí ò tí ì ló jẹjẹ, òun á lo advice. Kò ní gbọ́ náà. Kò ní gbọ́.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
thing is very simple. Ìjẹ́nu dúró, a máa sensitize àwọn èèyàn náà ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀
Rántí mi,
ẹ ṣe sà.
ibi tí humanity gbé mi lọ yìí, ó máa ṣe fún fídíò lé lórí ni o. Tí máa sọ ọ̀pọ̀ tó sọ̀rọ̀ àǹdí ọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ jíjẹ ní Nàìjíríà àti Áfíríkà tó fi wá wọ́n, tí máa sọ motive tó wà behind ẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó máa mórúkọ Bill Gates dání sure. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó ti sáìnì ẹ̀ fún un. Ṣebí Dangote ló mú wá. Ó fẹ́ jẹ́ kí GMO kó take over l'Áfíríkà ni. Ṣé ní gbogbo àwọn tó ń pa farmer tó ń pa yẹn? Reason tó fi ń pa wọ́n ni pé wọn ò fẹ́ kọ́ lọ máa lo natural seed láti lọ máa.
Seed máa wọ́n ní Nàìjíríà especially tó bá yá.
GMO ló fẹ́ máa fún wọn. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé Bill Gates fúnra rẹ̀ ó ní Áfíríkà ti pọ̀ jù, wọ́n population ti pọ̀ jù. Òun àtàwọn people yìí wọ́n ti jọ jókòó pé kọ́ wá means láti reduce population especially black. Ẹ dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé COVID-19 wọ́n rí results tó ń fẹ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Áfíríkà tó fìpó máa kú jù kọ́ ló kú jù, ara wọn ló para wọn jù lọ́dọ̀ wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So nǹkan tó ìṣẹ́ni deep.
A máa ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ náà ni. Ṣé rí religious liberation yìí ó máa set a lot of things straight. Torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe ń lu irin ẹ̀ lójú kan sẹ́.
Ẹ ló súnmọ́ àwọn èèyàn, Mr. Rotimi, religion ló súnmọ́ àwọn èèyàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Òun ló súnmọ́ àwọn èèyàn gan-an, òun ló súnmọ́ àwọn èèyàn jù.
Gbàtàn kó wá ń gbà yẹn wọn lọ sí federal government, wọ́n mú lọ sí ìgbèríko ni. Àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ àjọ tiẹ̀ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́, ìgbà yẹn wọ́n pín báìbù fún wọn, ìgbà táwọn ọmọ China ń ṣe tó ń ṣe fóònù. Tó ń produce fóònù tó ẹgbẹ́ nígbà China product ní mọ́ra o. Ìgbà yẹn ẹ̀yin lọ sórí òkè, ẹ lọ́ bá tìrì abọ́ǹkì. Ẹni tó rẹ̀ wọ́n fún lógún, wọ́n náà ṣe miracle. Ṣé ẹ rí gbogbo àìsàn tó wù tán dálẹ̀, wọ́n mú solution wá, wọ́n náà ti ṣe miracle. Ṣé ẹ rí ká má sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ kí nǹkan lè round up sórí ẹlòmíì tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. The most important ni pé a ní láti jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wa máa mọ̀ pé kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ló ń provide owó fún yẹn. Ọlọ́run ò sí nígbà tán create owó náà.
Ọlọ́run kọ́ ló ṣiṣẹ́ kò tó rówó ni.
Ọlọ́run kọ́ ló dówó náà. Money is created, poverty is created, all for a reason.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣẹ́gẹ́ tí mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. So gbogbo àwọn tó dẹ̀ wá ń di ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń sponsor ẹ̀, wọ́n make sure pé Tinubu bó ṣe wà yẹn, the more the báyìí pọ̀ tó kọ́ńtì nínú tiẹ̀ ṣe máa dùn. Because you cannot be rich. Ẹ tó bá múná dé Nàìjíríà lẹ́nìí, that will be the end of the problem. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ṣiṣẹ́, investors máa wọlé, wọ́n mọ̀ pé liberation máa dé. Ẹ̀yìn máa jẹ́ kó sọ fún gbogbo church Nàìjíríà lẹ́nìí, wọ́n sọ di party. Do you know what will happen? Do you know how people will get employed? Do you know the rate of production in the Nigeria? So fake don't fún wa náà ní religion, number one, topic ìwà mọ́lẹ̀. Number two náà ní Western education, topic ìwà mọ́lẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kàwé, gbogbo ọmọ lọ sí school. Engineer and producing in Africa, Nigeria, every year is more than 3 million, 5 billion in Nigeria. Kò sí tó lè dá sí fáànù nù. Tó lè gbé fáànù báyà mú kò.
Please keep the power tapping o. Ẹ bá power tap kan máa flag wa o.
Understand where they are coming from. So to round it off, we have to start. So the solution on the one important.
Ben.
We have to continue to encourage the people.
Thank you so much.
Ẹ máa post here lọ every time ẹ máa post here. Ẹni tó bá bínú, kó bínú gbà tó bá yá, á rí òdodo ọ̀rọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Our Nigeria, and that is the way we can.
Àwọn tó bú wa ní 2019-20 wọ́n ti join wa báyìí.
Imagine.
So
ìyá ẹ jẹ wọ́n dáadáa.
Ben.
Ìyá ẹ jẹ wọ́n dáadáa. They will know the real from the fake. Báyìí sí ilé pásítọ̀ ti ń kún, ilé babaláwo ti ń kún. Because wọ́n rò pé ayé ló ń ṣe àwọn. Wàhálà Tinubu ló ní subsidy is gone. Àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jẹ́ ìyà. Dọ́là lọ sókè. Ìyá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jẹ àwọn èèyàn. Ṣé ìyẹn wá papọ̀ mọ́rọ̀ Ọlọ́run ni? Ṣọ́lọ́ ló fi àjẹ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So don't go to church again. Ẹ stop where.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ lọ fáwọn èèyàn tó lówó. Ẹ̀yin máa lọ church. Ẹ̀yin máa lọ mọ́ọ̀sì. Gbogbo kìíní tẹ̀ ń ṣe yẹn. Ẹ kàn waste time ara yín ni. People should sit down. Ẹ ṣe general strike. Ṣé bá fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ strike? Ẹ máa lọ sí anywhere. Ṣé kò máa kó bọ̀ wá pa yín? Ẹ jókòó sílé. Ẹ block major road. The best way to shut down the economy nìyẹn. Ṣé bá lè ti shut down ẹ̀ ẹ́ research ẹ̀ you have to reset this economy. Àìjẹ́ bí.
Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó gbọ́.
It is well. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi.
A padà gbéjà fún ẹ náà ni. Ẹ tún gba 70,000. Gbogbo àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń sẹ́ni owó láti abroad. Don't stop. Owó tó ń sẹ́ni láti abroad wọ́n affect wọn. $20 billion ló ń wọ Nigeria every year to build the economy láti abroad. Whatever the case, they don't send owó. àdìgẹ́ bá tẹ̀lé ó sáwọn òbí yín bọ̀tẹ́ ló bá ti jẹ́ ọkùnrin tó jẹ́ géńdé àbójẹ́ youth ẹ sílẹ̀ kó lọ kó náà lọ reality kó lọ rí ojú bí ayé ṣe ń lọ. So I just want to wrap it up that way.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Thank you so much. DJ Mai, ó yẹ sáré gbóhùn sókè. We have tried today. Bóyá tún máa wá lọ́la Saturday. DJ.
Tí bá ti rí invite, notice go to come alive.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Ẹ ṣé gan. Ó yá DJ, ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ fún àgbọn ní sáà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Orílẹ̀ lọ fún àgbọn Ọlọ́run adé kún wa lọ́wọ́.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Èdùmàrè á ṣàánú fún wa.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Torí ayé mi tẹ̀mọ̀ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ojú tèmi ti là ọjọ́ ti pẹ́. Ó ti pẹ́ gan-an. Torí inú wa báyìí lọ́lọ́run gbé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Inú ọkàn wa. Because nǹkan tí èèyàn bá fẹ́ ṣe tẹ́mì kan bá ti sọ fún èèyàn pé má ṣe kò dáa. Spirit kan ni. Èyí tá bá tún ń ṣe tó bá ní má dáhùn jàre kó o ṣe a ti mọ̀ pé mi kan nìyẹn. So a kàn ń dára wa láàmú káàkiri. Àwọn akọ tó sọnù à ń wá kiri. Ṣé most of our problem tó ń ọ̀pọ̀ sí gbogbo wa ń sìn fúnra ara wa láforí jáde agbọ́n kiri. Ìwọ̀n tó ò jẹ́ ká mójútó là ń mójútó. Ìkókó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi ní ọdún kan náà. Chọ́ọ̀chì yẹn mi ní dárúkọ chọ́ọ̀chì yẹn kò kì í ṣe inú Èkó ló wà.
Ọmọ.
This flagging is really annoying.
Lórí ọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ má jẹ́ ká wá nǹkan tí ò sọ nìkan. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tún jẹ jáde ní ibi tí àbúrò mi kan lọ tán ní kí wọ́n sọ fún dáàdì wa wọ́n padà sílé. Lóye yí báyẹn ní pé kí wọ́n padà sílé because I'm an Igbo girl but I was born and brought up in Ogun State. I'm from Ebonyi State. So most of nǹkan tó ń bá wa jà gbogbo nìyẹn nígbà tí wọ́n ti gé root. Nígbà tí èèyàn gé root tí wọ́n gbòǹgbò díẹ̀ kò lè rúwé. Biblical God tá à ń pariwo kiri ń sìn. For example, bá fẹ́ ṣèyàn ní jàǹbá kí n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa ní lágbájá ọmọ lágbájá wọn ò lè sọ pé lágbájá ọmọ Ọlọ́run. Wọ́n máa connect ẹ pẹ̀lú orísun ẹnìkan tó lè rí ẹnu. Àdẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé ojú wa náà ti ń là.
Ó ti ń là ọ́. Ẹ ṣé ìyá mi. Ó máa là jù báyìí lọ lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Ó máa là jù báyìí. So ní nǹkan tí ẹ̀yin sọ àti tí mi ti gbàgbé orúkọ máa yẹn tó sọ àti tí ambassador sọ tó ní tábà tí ń ṣe kinní fún wọn sìn gbogbo wọn máa dà wá ojú wọn máa nípasẹ̀ pé tí a bá ń báwọn ìfẹ́ kùtẹ̀ tí a bá ń establish wọn ṣó yẹ yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni empowerment ni.
Empowerment nǹkan tó yé wọn á tún pọ̀ yé wọn torí ebi ò kì í pààyàn kọ́rọ̀ mi wọ̀.
Thank you so much ìyá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ọlọ́run á kún wa lọ́wọ́ sá.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Thank you so much. Ìpínlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ìyá mi ó yá ẹ sáré bá gbóhùn sókè pàápàá màá wá gbé ọ̀nkù Ọláwọlé káràndọ̀. Ẹ kálẹ́.
Ẹ káàsán, ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ kú everywhere tẹ wá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Adúpẹ́ lónìí o, bọ̀rọ̀ ló ti gbé mi wá sókè.
Mi kì í send request ní jọ.
Ẹ ṣáà kó ètò ẹ wò, mo ti wà ń bí látẹ̀kọ́, mo ti sùn, mo ti jí.
Ìyá.
Ẹ kú ètò. Elédùmarè a máa fún yín ṣe.
Àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
Mo máa lọ́ọ̀bù bàbá tẹ kọ́kọ́ gbé wá tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn síwájú.
Ọ̀nkù Ọlá ni wọ́n sì wà ń bí báyìí.
orí TikTok ọlọ́ ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
No, mo pè wọ́n lórí WhatsApp ni.
Ẹ jọ ẹ máa líǹkì mi wọn bàbá yẹn.
Kò sí wàhálà.
Mo love knowledge wọn.
Ah.
So mi ìfẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ jù. No discouragement. Nǹkan tẹ́ ń ṣe ó ń bí èso rere.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bẹ́ ṣe ń ṣe táwọn àwọn other side ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ ṣe ń ṣe táwọn tẹ́ ṣe ń là mọ́ àwọn ní kiri yó. Táwọn tàláwù náà ń là mọ́ àwọn ní àláwù ní other platforms. We are seeing changes.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So nǹkan téèyàn bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe tí èèyàn bá ti ń rí èso ń bẹ̀ èèyàn ní stop èèyàn máa continue ní so.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
We are not going to be discouraged. That's number one. Tẹ́ bá rántí nǹkan tí bàbá yẹn sọ. Bàbá yẹn ní pé any nation tí wọ́n bá ti gba
èdè wọn.
Tó bá ti gba culture wọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tó ti gba tradition wọn, tó ti gba gbogbo nǹkan wọn, tó wá gbé nǹkan míì wá fún wọn.
Oh, they develop like that.
Kò lè develop like I held on to that statement. So, pé a lè fi Bible lẹ̀ àbí díẹ̀díẹ̀ la máa fi Bible lẹ̀. To me, I don't want to go by that because kí Bible tó dé, wọ́n ní kí àgbàdo tó dé, nìkan ni ẹdìyẹ ń jẹ. Kí Bible tó dé, ó ní bí àwọn baba ńlá bàbá wa bọ́ ṣe ń tò ìlú wọn. Ìyá kan náà dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀, ìyá kìíní kan rotì, wọ́n sọ. Àwọn náà sọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ wọn wípé Africa wà very civilized tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kí àwọn people yìí tó dé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So kí ló dé ta ṣe wá fẹ́ sọ wípé ìwé burúkú tí wọ́n fi kó gbogbo wa ní ẹrú ọpọlọ yẹn òun la fẹ́ fi máa to láìfò wa. Ẹni tó bá máa jọ́ ṣàká kó jọ́ ṣàká. Ẹni tó bá máa jó ṣòkò kó jó ṣòkò.
Kó jó ṣòkò bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kò ṣe pé bóyá ń wọnú yàrá lọ máa pe àwọn èèyàn náà. Àwọn èèyàn ń wá sírú ètò báyìí, wọ́n listen. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ń rí àtọ̀. Làwọn lọ́dẹ̀ make up mind wọn. Ìmí máa wá bí ọmọ wa bá yín argue. At the end of the day, wọ́n máa lọ sílé wọn. Tó bá dijọ́ mi tẹ́ bá tún rí wọn, tẹ́ bá wo comment section ẹ rí pé wá ta wá wà lórí bí ìta tó jẹ́ pé àtórí bí láti ń gbà ìtúsílẹ̀. Àwa yẹn náà ní Elédùmarè máa wá lò. Ta fi máa wá wọ ìgbèríko tí àwọn náà wọ̀ lọ ní ọjọ́ kìíní àná. Àwa náà ní Elédùmarè máa lò ta fi máa wọ gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ní opportunity láti wà lórí online. Bàbá mi Rótìmí tí ẹ jẹ́ béèrè question kan lọ́wọ́ yín. Mo kàn fẹ́ béèrè kí gbogbo ayé gbọ́ ni o. Mo mọ̀ pé mo mọ̀ already mo máa ń ṣàtìmá fún mi. Irú bàbá Adébóyè yẹn sìn tó bá dé ní ọ̀la ní camp tó ń ṣe one program ní camp ẹ mọ̀ pé máa ń pọ̀ gan bẹ́ẹ̀. Kó wá dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ kó wá declare kó wá lóun ò ṣe Christianity mọ́ o. Ó denounce Christianity o. Òun ò ṣe mọ́ o. Òun ti padà ó fẹ́ padà sí nǹkan táwọn bàbá ńlá bàbá òun ṣe. Bàbá mi Rótìmí ẹni sùúrù bàbá mi ní pé ó máa possible mo ìbéèrè mo fẹ́ béèrè. Bàbá mi Rótìmí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣé ẹ lè sọ fún mi irú èrò tó máa tẹ̀lé bàbá Adébóyè? Èrò tó máa tẹ̀lé wọn lẹ́yìn táwọn náà máa sọ pé okay o. Tó fi mú bàbá Adébóyè.
Torí wípé òun làwọn èèyàn ń sìn àwọn èèyàn kò mọ Ọlọ́run.
Ṣẹ́rí ọpọlọ àwọn èèyàn ti lọ.
Ó ti lọ.
A lot of people are delusional. They don't know what they are doing anymore.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
So ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tàdé sọ yìí under wọn lọ́wọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Bí rìdíìmù ṣe máa ń kún tó bá ń ṣe program. So nǹkan tí mò ń try láti sọ fún yín ni pé bí àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe mọ̀ pé nǹkan táwọn ń ṣe yìí ò dáa tó. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ìjọ táwọn bá dìde táwọn bá sọ wípé àwọn ò ṣe mọ́ wọ́n mọ̀ pé èrò rẹpẹtẹ ló máa kó ẹ̀yìn wọn tó máa tẹ̀lé àwọn jáde. Ṣé understand?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Now gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá Ebony ṣe sọ wọ́n ní láíláí kò lè sọ fine. But irú ẹ̀yin sìn bàbá mi Ebony tó jẹ́ wípé olùṣọ́ àgùntàn ni yín ẹ̀dẹ̀ sì ní church ẹ̀ sì ń lọ sí church. Tẹ́dẹ̀ mọ gbogbo kínní. Tẹ́dẹ̀ ní bọ́dẹ̀ láti wá sírú platform báyìí láti wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kínní. Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ́yìn òfin lè dúró ní church tiyín kẹ́ wá sọ pé èmi ò lọ church mọ́ o. Instead of tẹ fi sọ wípé ẹ ní sọ fẹ́yàn pọ̀ pé kó má lọ sí church mọ́ ẹ ní láti sọ fẹ́yàn pé kó má lọ church mọ́ nǹkan tẹ́yìn bá ń ṣe èmi bí mo ṣe wà yìí a lot of people àwọn tí mo mọ̀ àtàwọn tí mi ò mọ̀ rí lórí pé mo jáde sórí Facebook mo dẹ̀ declare àwọn tó mọ̀ mí tẹ́lẹ̀ as born again mo dẹ̀ declare mi pé mi ò ṣe kinní mọ́ a lot of them wọ́n ti stop wọn lọ mọ́ irú bí bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe kéré tó yìí èèyàn mélòó mo mọ̀ táwọn àwa sọ pé irú ẹ̀yin ṣe jáde àgbàlagbà tó yìí pẹ̀lú oríṣiríṣi ìmọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ pé kíní yìí rọ́ ni ẹ mọ̀ pé kíní wọ́n fi ń ba ayé àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà jẹ́ ni ó yẹ kẹ́yìn náà wá bọ́ ta bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà lórí platform yìí kẹ́ bọ́ sátáyé kẹ́ sọ pé ẹ ṣe mọ́ o àwọn ọmọ chọ́ọ̀chì yín yẹn tí wọ́n ń lísìn sí yín tẹ́ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ sọ fún wọn pé chọ́ọ̀chì yìí mo close ẹ̀ down èmi ti láwọn a lot of people tí wọ́n ní odindi chọ́ọ̀chì ńláńlá tí wọ́n dẹ̀ close ẹ̀ down nígbà tí wọ́n mọ̀ wípé nǹkan táwọn ṣe ò dáa tí wọn ò dẹ̀ ṣe pásítọ̀ mọ́ tí wọn ò dẹ̀ ṣe anything wọn tó yẹ wípé wọ́n padà sí ọ̀dọ̀ ancestors wọn.
láti 2019 pásítọ̀ bíi 32 ni mo ní already báyìí tí ò ṣe pásítọ̀ mọ́.
àdàfún ní bàbá mi mo máa round up ẹ fún mi ní 2 seconds àbí 2 minutes so nǹkan tí mò ń try láti sọ ni wípé tá a bá wà sincere ká dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé kíní yìí kò dáa ó dẹ̀ ń ba ayé àwọn èèyàn wa jẹ́ ó dẹ̀ wà lára because ẹ jẹ́ kí ká má parọ́ tanra wa ó dìgbà táwọn èèyàn tán bá tó wà delivered from religion mentality inú religion tó wà yẹn ó dìgbà tó bá tó kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà yẹn lọ́ọ́ máa tó understand pé nǹkan táwọn ìjọba ń ṣe fáwọn ò dáa a lot of nǹkan táwọn ìjọba ń ṣe fún àwọn aráàlú tí wọ́n ti rò pé is spiritual problem tó máa lọ bá pastor
ojú wọn máa là pé kì í ṣe spiritual problem.
tó jẹ́ wípé normal thing tó yẹ kí ìjọba provide ẹ máa rò pé spiritual problem ni kì í ṣe spiritual problem but religion yẹn ló fi de ọpọlọ wọn mọ́lẹ̀ tí wọn ò fi ní lè mọ̀ wípé nǹkan tó ń ṣe wọ́n yẹn kì í ṣe spiritual problem tí wọn bá dẹ̀ tí kúrò nínú ìdí ẹ̀sìn kò sí bí wọ́n ṣe lè mọ̀ wípé nǹkan yìí ó báyìí ló ṣe yẹ kó rí báyìí kọ́ ló yẹ kó rí tábà wá ní àwọn àgbàlagbà láàrin wa tí wọ́n ti mọ̀ then èmi believe wípé ó yẹ kẹ́ jáde tán kẹ́ sọ pé ẹ ṣe mọ́ kò ṣe pé máa tó máa sọ pé bíbélì yẹn náà nǹkan gidi kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan gidi kankan nínú bíbélì mo sọ fún yín kò sí nǹkan gidi nínú bíbélì ìwé ìkónilẹ́rú ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan gidi tẹ́yìn rò pé wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n fi persuade àwọn tí wọ́n kó lẹ́rú pé kí wọ́n má bàa jà kí wọ́n má bàa retaliate àwọn nǹkan tẹ́yìn ń rò pé tó sọ pé masters obey àbí
slaves obey your master.
Even the one that are not good to you obey them. Gbogbo àwọn kìnìún
ẹ ṣe ìyá mi.
persuade àwọn tí wọ́n ti bà ayé wọn jẹ́.
ẹ ṣe ìyá mi.
èyí ṣe rò pé nǹkan gidi kì í ṣe nǹkan gidi.
ẹ ṣe
so ẹ
ìyá
má
mi.
jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ jù. ayé àtijọ́ tí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn bá kó nǹkan sọ́nà àwọn èèyàn á rà wọ́n á fowó wọn sí kí bíbélì tó dé ni gbogbo kìnìún yẹn ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìnyí tí bíbélì ti dé
wọ́n ní pé ká jí ká dẹ̀ tọrọ dáríjì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
wọ́n máa jí lọ ní ojú bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ
ẹ ṣe ìyá mi. 2 minutes ká sáré round up Burna Girl ó yẹ sáré bá gbóhùn sókè 2 minutes 2 minutes.
èmi tó fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ kan sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ má bínú.
ẹ jẹ́ kí mi lè fún yín láyé ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ reply kí n explain something nù wọn sister yẹn. kẹrí gbogbo wa kọ́ ló máa kúrò once lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ tó máa damn consequence kò ń ṣe gbogbo wa.
díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni àbí.
àdìgbò inú ìrìn àjò wa láyé jura wa lọ bó ṣe easy fún wọn láti kọ́lẹ̀ quit one day ẹlòmíì ò lè ṣe é gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ lè mi ṣẹlẹ̀ yàtọ̀ sí Pentecostal èmi kò jẹ́ mi ìdá ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì lẹ̀ mẹ́mbà ni mí but àgbà pẹpẹ lèmi so ìmọ̀ tèmi ní èmi máa sọ fún èèyàn tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi káàkiri ni mi ò lè lọ fi da ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì oníṣọ́ọ̀ṣì o ó yẹ kí Mr. Rotimi understand.
ó ti yé mi nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣe bàbá mi.
lórí ìrìn àjò yìí mo ti tẹnu mọ́ ó gùn jù báyìí lọ àwọn kan wọn bí wọ́n ré kọ́kọ́ rẹ̀ quit anyhow wọ́n á pa ọmọ ẹ̀ wá pa ìyàwó àwọn ẹbí ẹ̀ àjọ àdìpù jura wa lọ nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ìrìn àjò yìí a máa ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni bó bá ṣe lè rọ̀yàn lọ́rùn tí kò ní sí ewu fún Nàìjíríà lè wà àwọn tó wà ní Europe wọ́n ti escape tó sister kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀
díẹ̀díẹ̀
ó yé mi gan jùgbọ́ tí máa wà ní ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì gba ó ní bí ṣe lè sọ but àwọn tó ti mọ̀ mí ẹ mú ní àgbà lélẹ́yìí ó understand bó ṣe ń lọ so mi lè sọ anyhow.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Tó bá ṣe wọ́n máa gbógun ti
ẹ
èèyàn.
ṣé bàbá mi.
wẹ́ẹ́sì àìsàn kankan.
Ọ̀ya
àǹtí ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ṣe rí ní ibi tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ń fìfẹ́ òtítọ́ hàn ó dáa kí àwọn èèyàn gbọ́ràn síra wọn lẹ́nu. but àwọn pípù yìí they are evil. Wọn ò fìfẹ́ òtítọ́ hàn. Mafia manager náà fi ń bá àwọn èèyàn lò. Mafia manager. You understand? So they are evil. That is the reason. Jẹ́gẹ́ kò sí nǹkan tó dàbí pé okay èèyàn tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ lóòótọ́ kò gbọ́ràn sí lẹ́nu. You understand? Tó fìfẹ́ òótọ́ hàn ẹ́. Àbí ẹni tó ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ kò ṣe dáadáa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ kò respect ẹ̀. Okay ẹ̀gbọ́n okay ọkùnrin tì mí ọkùn mi ni. Ó dẹ̀ ń fìfẹ́ tó tọ́ hàn mí ó ń tọ́ mi sọ́nà tó dáa. Tó bá ní kí n ṣe nǹkan ṣé mi ò ní ṣe ni? Ṣé náà? Kò sí nǹkan tó pàdé inú ẹ̀ nínú gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó wà ní Bible yẹn. But the problem is that àwọn èèyàn burúkú yìí tó ń kírètì ọlọ́run tí ò sí. Ọlọ́run títí wọn tó ń kírètì sórí brain àwọn èèyàn. That is the problem we are having. And what we are saying here is that let everybody start assisting themselves. Ẹ máa rọra yín lọ́wọ́. Ẹ máa rọra yín lọ́wọ́ ẹ fà àwọn pípú ilé ẹ máa rọra yín lọ́wọ́. Don't look up to anybody. Help yourselves. Help your fellow sisters. Báyìí kí ẹ̀kọ́ sọ fún ẹ pé do not be you calling your don't believer. Bí wọ́n lẹ̀ gbogbo nọ́ọ̀tọ́ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ káàkiri.
ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Love and humanity ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni all the way 100%. Thank you so much.
Do not be equally yoked with unbeliever. Inú Bible tó ní pé ká máa lò yẹ inú ẹ̀ náà lẹ ti yọ jáde ara nǹkan tẹ́mi sọ.
Wọ́n fi yẹn divide àwọn èèyàn. Wọ́n fi yẹn divide irọ́ ló wà.
Ẹ ṣé jàre ẹ jẹ́ kí Bọ́nágẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ jàre torí time.
Good evening, sir. Good evening to everybody. Uncle Rotimi, well done, well done. God
Yes,
bless
ma'am.
you. God will continue to strengthen you.
Amen.
Kò ní rẹ̀ yín o.
Àṣẹ Ìdùmarè.
Very as in thanks to every contributor on the platform. And just a little bit what I actually wanted to chip in this evening. There is this concept, as in there is this idea that once everybody gets out of, whoever wants to get out of either Christianity or Islam, must find their way to Isheshe. I don't think that should be, that's not compulsory because Isheshe going out in your buruku and them, one shake of buruku today. Everybody should know their God for their God. Not that space some people should now be permanent church or mosque into Isheshe. Let everybody just find their God within the confines of their room if they are convinced to go to Isheshe.
What you are talking about is your conscience now.
If you but let love and humanity, that is just what I feel that we should preach more than either preaching Isheshe or Christianity or in all these religions too. And when you there are also some wicked and kidorukwe going on underneath. Some people are wicked there too.
Auntie Bonagye.
Yes, sir.
Auntie Bonagye. Shamo, the biggest problem nínú ìrìn àjò wa if this liberation tó bá ti dé stage kan mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ àbí mo ti ambassador we must not leave people in vacuum. The biggest risk to human mind is to be vacant. Ṣẹ́rí ìṣẹ̀ṣe gangan ní African religion.
There are still some people that can still remain. There are still some wonderful Christians.
Hold on, my sister.
So Isheshe is not the only way or the ultimate in this whole idea. So let's not get it. It's not the only.
Nǹkan tí Ebony sọ ń bẹ̀ yẹn ó fẹ́ yé mi pé the way Africans are wired, we always want to belong to, I don't know whether to call it maybe to call it a social gathering or whatever, or any means through which we can observe the supreme being, that we call Eledumare in Isheshe and everything. Mumbo. However, there is something that Ambassador said. No, Motiembo. No, Motiembo. In Katemi wa fẹ́ sọ lélẹ́yìí. Even if some people are saying, yes, you know what, àti Christianity o, àti Islam o, àti Ìṣẹ̀ṣe o, mi tiẹ̀ wá ṣe kankan o, but there is nobody, if we have 1,000 gods on this planet Earth, there is none of them that can go against love and humanity.
Yes.
And there is nobody that can leave Christianity, Islam or Isheshe that will first and foremost imbibe love and humanity. Toma don't feel vacuum. It is what I've been practicing. It is what has been working for me.
God bless you.
And when it comes to Isheshe, it is very, very okay to let our people know that even if you're living, some people have come to me, in fact, kúrò ní Christianity, which ìyá mi ìpìlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ti sọ rí, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá kúrò ní Christianity or Islam, ẹ má rush wọ Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, kọ́kọ́ lọ discover ara yín. She said it long ago and I'm repeating it now. Go and discover. And the only way you can first discover yourself is through your family. First, start loving your family members. Ilé láti kẹ́ṣọ́ ròde. Nta àbá ní a lè sọnù. So if we start, ojú àárọ̀ sí irú àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké sìn, ọmọ mi ò mọ bọ́n ṣe ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ kí bàbá ti yà mọ́. Ibi tí Ìṣẹ̀ṣe gan dẹ̀ tiẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Bàbá ẹni, ìyá ẹni Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni, èdè ẹni Ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni. So let's start from that love and humanity from under our roof. Ìyàwó mi sìn bó ṣe máa ró owó mọ́ etí aṣọ lélẹ̀ tọkọ dẹ̀ ń kú lọ. Ó prefer kó fún church. Ọkọ mi prefer kó lọ mu ọtí àmupara kó fi ìyàwó lẹ́lẹ́. Kí wá là ń bá káàkiri lórí ọ̀rọ̀ religion tá.
If I see your life, if I see your model, I can say I choose to study your life and I choose to model after you.
Exactly.
Now, what I see in Jesus, what I see from what I read, mi ò mọ̀ bàtí Jésù gbélé ayé mi dẹ̀mọ́ bó ṣe lólé ayé. But from what I read, I felt that, okay, what I read about this man is what emulating. If I felt that way, I can choose it, but not allowing these wicked souls
to impact me negatively. Thank you.
To impact me negatively.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the truth of the matter is that.
Rotimi, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo mọ̀ pé tí fún mi time mi ò, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fi Elédùmarè bẹ̀ yín. I just want to say one thing in few minutes. Ẹ má bínú. Ṣẹ̀rí lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, a lot of Yoruba people, when you think that some people are a good Christian, it is part of the colonization. Orí Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, if you are a Yoruba person, you are an Oníṣẹ̀ṣe. If you like, be going to church, be going to book, don't do anything, be an atheist, be an agnostic. You are an Oníṣẹ̀ṣe in as much as the blood flows in your vein, the blood of your ancestors. Now, I have told people, if you leave the both religion, people they are thinking that Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is a religion. Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is not a religion. No, that and no peace.
It is a way of life.
Your identity. When you leave the both religion and you say you are not doing again, you don't have to go to Ìṣẹ̀ṣe because by default you are an Oníṣẹ̀ṣe. You can go to places to learn more about your culture and tradition. You don't need to dafa, you don't need to rubo, you don't need to go anything.
Do anything.
You can be like that forever. You are not going to hell.
True.
That's what you need to know.
True.
Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is who you are, is your identity. Because a lot of people, when they leave Christianity and Islam, they are looking for another thing to enter. Like
exactly, but they're not in wàhálà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You can live without religion. You can exist without religion. And if you don't leave religion alone, you will never be able to innovate. Because we are not creating anything anymore. There is no new thing under the sun. We are all innovating on all what our ancestors have done for us. So anybody that is having religious mindset, you will not develop. Take it out
Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé. Bọ́nàgẹ̀ ẹ sáré round up.
ẹ jẹ́ sáré drop ilé ẹ wo ìlú kan wà ní North India ìlú yẹn kéré etí omi lọ́wọ́ wọn ò gba anybody láyè láti wọ̀lú yẹn.
Àwọn tó fẹ́ wọ ọbẹ̀ wọ́n fi arrow lé wọn padà.
Wọ́n pa wọn ni but àwọn tó rí àwọn Indian wọ́n sọ story nípa bẹ́ẹ̀ because ó súnmọ́ wọn. Ìlú yẹn sọ fún outside world wípé outside world ti wà corrupted in all ramification of human existence. Ó ní báwọn ṣe rárá ń ṣe ara wọn ní ìlú àwọn láìkí ẹ̀. So anybody máa wà introduce one religion system business whatever sí wọn Ọlọ́run ò máa ka ìṣesí wọn lọ́rùn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ lè fàyè wọn. India wa kúkú sọ ràn wọ́n lọ pé ẹ̀yin outside world ẹ fi àwọn pípò yìí lẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n lè má wàá bá wọn. Ẹ pé wọ́n ní primitive pé wọ́n wọṣọ ọ̀nà àwọn láìkẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Soul wọn wà contaminated spirit wọn free.
I saw the documentary. They tried couple times to go and infiltrate them.
The more you research, the more informed you are.
Ben, thank you so much.
Èmi máa ń sọ fún àwọn Christian world yẹn pé ṣé Ọlọ́run sọ fún yín bó ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ìdájọ́ ayé? Ẹ wo Cuba, ìgbà wọn ni Cuba ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gba Christianity. Láti jọ lọ́dẹ tọ́lẹ̀ ti gba religion wọ ìlú wọn ní gbogbo ayé wọn ti bàjẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi. Bọ́nàgẹ̀ ó yẹ sáré round up kí n jẹ́ káwọn tó kù sọ̀rọ̀ 2 minutes. A ti ṣe tó lénìí. Time is fast spent. 5 hours.
Yes.
Well done to all the contributors on the platform. Thanks
Thank
for
you so
supporting
much.
our brother.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say, let's love humanity. Be
Our watchword.
religion. Let it be our religion. Love humanity. Let it be our religion. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Yami. If jealist dukes. Yes, ma.
Àdùkẹ́ fantastic ẹ̀mọ̀ yẹn náà
Bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ti mọ̀ mọ́.
láti padà sí ohun tí mò ń jẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀.
Okay.
As an evangelist anyway, but evangelist ni mi báyìí.
Ṣé ẹ rí Jésù yín tó gbégbó sẹ́nu yìí? Ìjọ́ tí ó bá mú gbó jáde kúrò lórí fóònù yín.
Owó egbò ni. Ṣé ẹ rí sà nǹkan tí òyìnbó ti corrupt brain wa ojú pé nǹkan táwa gbé dání wọ́n bastardize ẹ̀. Òun ló ṣe jẹ́ pé téèyàn bá dárúkọ èṣù lónìí wá sá fún. Ìgbà tẹ́mi sọ pé èṣù bàbá mi ní ẹ̀ o àtìgbà yẹn ní ẹ̀rù tí mo máa ń ní lọ́kàn nípa àwọn forefathers mi ẹ̀rù yẹn kúrò. Àwa primitive wọ́n fèèyàn rúbọ wọ́n ṣe gbá ta ni òṣèré. Ìlú tí ọ̀nkú yẹn dárúkọ nísìn wọ́n ṣe research lórí ìlú yẹn gbà kan. Òtítọ́ ní ìlú yẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ó possible gan kó jẹ́ pé tí clan mi bá fẹ́ attack wọn wọ́n á jọjà tó bá dẹ̀ jọjà olórí wọn náà máa kọ́kọ́ mú. Wọ́n lè dọ̀ra mọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ kan mú. Why? Wọ́n fẹ́ fi sọ fún àwọn clan tó kù pé we have fierce, we have might, we have power, and if you come towards our territory, this is what will become of you. Everybody did it. Stone Age. In fact, àwọn òyìnbó ní Stone Age tó last jù. Ìgbà táwa ti kúrò ní Stone Age, àwọn òyìnbó ṣì ní Stone Age títí di the last Stone Age man 1978 ló give up Stone Age life ẹ̀. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nǹkan tá a gbé dání ẹ má jẹ́ kí tá a bá wà níbi tó ti ń rubbish àwọn forefathers wa ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má jẹ́ ká contribute sí i. The more we contribute to it, the more tí àti.
Ṣé network ni? Network. Bóyá network wọn ni. Oh my. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé. Ìbá ṣèyí òun ó yẹ sáré bá gbóhùn sókè. Ìbáṣe yóò wù on mute.
Ẹ kalẹ́ lé o.
Ẹ mọ̀ kálẹ̀.
Ẹ kalẹ́ gbogbo lé.
À ń gbọ́ yín o.
Ẹ kalẹ́ sà.
Ẹ kalẹ́.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ Olúwa.
Olúwa kú iṣẹ́ jàre.
Àbọ̀rúbọ yìí o, ìyá mi ìpínlẹ̀ wọn.
Àbọ̀ yìnbọn ṣíṣe.
Actually, ọ̀rọ̀ tí mi ò mẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tán ní kọ́ máa gba Báíbù díẹ̀ díẹ̀. Lọ́wọ́ àwọn kan jẹ́ kó máa fílẹ̀ díẹ̀ díẹ̀. Ẹni tó sọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wọ́n ṣì sọ. Ṣé rí àwọn tó gbé Bíbélì wá fún wa? Wọ́n fi àwọn nǹkan kan wọ́n fi trick wa ká tó gba Bíbélì finally. Nǹkan yẹn ló yẹ káwa náà ká máa introduce padà sí ìgboro. Schools, hospitals, food banks, nǹkan.
Under love and humanity yẹn náà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
So ṣe rí àwọn èèyàn kan lè fi Bíbélì lẹ̀ just like that, especially àwọn ìyá wa ó máa ṣọ́ọ̀kù ẹlòmíì lè kú lójijì pé kinní tí mo ti gbé látọdún yìí tí mo tún gbé fáwọn ọmọ màá kàn gbé sílẹ̀, so díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni wọ́n máa gbé sílẹ̀, especially àwọn obìnrin sìn tá a bá fẹ́ gba ọyàn lẹ́nu ọmọ ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa lu agídí, àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò fẹ́ fi ọyàn sílẹ̀ bó ṣe rí lọ́dọ̀ àwọn pípò yìí nìyí, so díẹ̀díẹ̀ bá ṣe ń sọ yìí ni wọ́n máa fi Bíbélì sílẹ̀. Àwọn tó ń lọ sí church àwọn ìyá wa mi ò mọ̀ bóyá baroness whatever tán yìí lọ ìyá arúgbó ni gbogbo wọn nígbà tó bá yá àwọn fúnra wọn ni wọ́n máa fi sílẹ̀. Nǹkan tẹ́mi kàn fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn, so a ní sùúrù fún wa tí gbogbo wa bá sùn kì í ṣe táìmù kan náà ni gbogbo wa máa ń sùn, kì í ṣe táìmù kan náà ni gbogbo wa máa jí, but eventually a máa jí. Ẹ ṣeun gan sir.
Thank you so much for that lovely contribution. Sister Renny Morgan, ẹgbọ́n sókè kí Uncle Ọlá kan wá bá wa round up. Ẹ kalẹ́.
Ẹ kalẹ́ gbogbo ilé.
Ẹ kalẹ́.
Mr. Rotimi, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun.
Ẹ wo iṣẹ́ ni.
I really enjoyed this night's conversation anyway. So as usual now, we need to promote our culture, be Bona Gary, the ladies that mentioned, we can't leave Christianity and Muslim and go back to Isheshe and all that. Nobody is saying people should go back to whatever. So much, anything that you so much believe in, you still hold on to it, but you still need to learn about yourself. That's what Isheshe is all about. And in as much that she honor àwọn oúnjẹ tá a bá láyé, àwọn oúnjẹ tẹ́ pé àwọn bàbá yìí náà lọ create ẹ̀ tá a dẹ̀ ṣe ń promote ẹ̀ tá à ń hànà ẹ̀. What about other things? We need to learn more and know more about it. You can't just ignore and say, okay, you want to be on your own and all that. There is this thing about human being. We attach to something, like connecting to something. That's what that Isheshe is. Not really doing the bad side, or in anything in life there is bad side, there is good side, but we need to connect to the energy, the creator. So that's that.
Thank you so
much. Anyway, the more we have more people to liberate, the more experience we share, the more insights we gain as well.
Thank you
That's
so
all
much.
I have to add for now.
Thank you so much.
I feel.
Yes, ma. Uncle Ọlá, ẹ bá wa round up ní ráyè ìṣẹ́jú àyà ráńpẹ́.
Program you are so exciting, and I really love it so much. And I actually appreciate His Excellency, the ambassador, and my brothers and others who have contributed and our sisters. But I think what I really wanted to say again is that Anila Tima continue mental emancipation. We have to continue this mental emancipation because you have to understand that in our history, mind has been a battleground. And that was actually the reason when the Europeans came in with force of arms. Then the next thing to introduce only láti capture àti láti colonize mind. Now, mental slavery olójà Africa láàmú thing. So, a ò lè achieve gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí tá a bá kọ́kọ́ liberate mind wa àti brain wa the way we think. What about changing mindset? We have to change our mindset. If you don't change your mindset, nothing will happen. Now, we are talking of it's a shame. It's a shame is not about idol worshiping. It's a shame is our way of life. It's that's the meaning of it. It's dale. That's the meaning of it. No, but it's a say encompasses our culture, our behavior, our attitude,
language,
our love to one another.
So language you are.
Ewu àwọn bàbá wa. Now, nígbà tí ogun bá kó ibì kan, ibi tó ti jẹ́ alágbára bí Ìbàdàn, bí Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, àwọn other villages, àwọn other villages wọ́n á wá sí ibẹ̀ yẹn, wọ́n á fi ìfẹ́ gbà wọ́n, wọ́n á ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ láti jẹ́ kó lè establish. So, ohun tá a ní láti hold on to gangan ni let's go back to our way of life. Ìtàwọn bàbá wa tó fi ṣèlú tìlú dára. Tó fi ṣe ayé tí ayé dára. Now, look at it. We are talking about all this. Now, kò sí ìlú ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tàbí ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tàbí ní gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò sí nǹkan kan tó fi dá ilẹ̀ ìlú yẹn tó fi pilẹ̀ ẹbẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kò sí. Even tó bá ka Hebrew Bible, ó sọ fún ó ní nígbà tẹ́ bá dé ilẹ̀ náà. Gradualism in the sense that nítorí years of mental slavery. Tó jẹ́ wípé a kì í rí anything tó bá ti wá látọ̀dọ̀ black man dáradára. So I need to change the mindset wa completely. See, Christianity new, Islam new, and other things. Then àwa fúnra wa láti jókòó ká ṣe research, ká máa ṣe research gidigidi gan. One, ká ṣe kókó ṣe research nípa wa, nípa ìdílé wa, nípa ìlú wa. Gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ò ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú idolatry táwọn òyìnbó gbé wá. Àwọn òyìnbó wọ́n gbé adult wọn wá fún wa. Wọ́n ní wọ́n gbé wá fún wa. And I'm still saying it, kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ti prove me up to this time pé Jesus was a fake. Kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ní Greek, J-E ní Greek is earth. S-U-S is pig. Ní Hebrew, Jesus means horse, ẹṣin. Go and do your research on it. Báwo ni nǹkan tí ó wà real? Ká máa pè ní real. We have to change our mindset. Muhammad, there was even the research has been shown that there was nobody that is called Muhammad. Title ní orúkọ yẹn is not a name. Muhammad is a deity. Praise him. That is Tuma Muhammad. Orúkọ Muhammad gangan ni Kutam. Mo fẹ́ Arabic scholar kó wá bá mi. Orúkọ Muhammad gangan ni Kutam. Ìtumọ̀ Kutam ní Arab ni.
Ẹja a máa fix date fún wọn ní tá a máa announce pé ẹni tó bá mọ̀ pé òun tó gbangba sùn lọ yẹ Quran kó máa bọ̀.
Orúkọ Muhammad gangan ni Kutam. Ìgbẹ́ lórúkọ ẹ̀. So, it's mental slavery here. We have to get it out of us completely, and it may take years.
Ben.
Revolution ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Once about deliver mentally, then it's going to affect our way of life. It's going to affect economy. It's going to affect political. Then Nigeria and Africa will be free.
Ben,
Mo sọ kí ni ká fún ọrọ́tì mi kí n tó parí ẹ̀ tó bá rántí. Mo ní ìyàwó mi, ẹ jẹ́ ká tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti inú ilé wa pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ wa. Mo sọ fún ìyàwó mi, she's a very senior immigration officer. Ó ń gba mo ti sọ fún títí kò gbọ́. Ọjọ́ kan mo wá pè jókòó, mo ní mo fẹ́ kó o ṣe kíní kan fún mi. Tó bá mọ̀ pé èmi lọ́kọ ẹ lójútọ́ àti lódodo. Ó ní kíni. Mo ní sálárì tó ń gbà. Mo ní mo fẹ́ kó o mọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé 20,000 ló ń san ní church yìí. Mo ní mo fẹ́ kó o mọ̀ yọ 20,000 yẹn kó lọ open account. Kó o mọ̀ fi 20,000 yẹn pamọ́ lẹ́yìn 1 year kó jẹ́ kí n mọ iye tó jẹ́. So ìgbà tó di ẹ̀yìn wá tó wá sọ fún mi ó ní dájì ó ní iye báyìí mọ̀ ni mo ní àdúrú owó tí wọ́n nìkan kó fún ẹni jobless man kan nìyẹn o. Mo ní kó wá jẹ́ pé irú ẹ ní church yẹn ẹ jẹ́ bí 20 officers or more than that. Mo ní kó mọ iye owó tó máa ti tẹ́yìn nìkan ti sọ nìkan tó lówó ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ti sọ́dọ̀ lọ́rọ̀. Ètò mú kíyàwó mi kó stop àti máa lọ sí church tèmi nìyẹn. Ìgbà tí mo wá tó tú àṣírí tó ń jẹ́ church fún tí mo ta wá jọ ṣe research and I'm so glad lónìí wípé gbogbo family mi pátápátá they are liberated. So ẹ jẹ́ ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti inú ilé wa ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ẹ jẹ́ ká mú irọ́ kúrò lójú ọ̀nà ẹ jẹ́ ká mú àìṣòdodo kúrò lójú ọ̀nà.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá.
Káwá títọ́ àti because in those days àwọn bàbá wa kí ni values ti Christianity mú fún wa ìpànìyàn murderer stealing robbery gbogbo evil tó lè mention ni Christianity mú wá fún wa.
Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n bá yé wọn jẹ́.
Yes, ẹ sọ fún mi kí ni Yorùbá ò ní language ń jẹ́ wọ́n lè sọ pé ìwà ìbàjẹ́ nítumọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kì í ṣe corruption ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Òyìnbó ló mú corruption wá.
Àti money laundry olè ló lè jẹ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Òyìnbó ní kí ni Òyìnbó mọ̀ kí ni Yorùbá wọ̀ fún money laundry nothing. Mo bẹ̀ wá ẹ jẹ́ ká farabalẹ̀ sísá kan tó sọ̀rọ̀ tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ kí sísá yìí tó sọ̀rọ̀ I highly move in fact inú mi dùn gidigidi gan. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi kíní yìí ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé òtítọ́ yìí sílẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ wa. Tábà ti fi ń pa àwọn ọmọ wa nínú ilé wa tó bá tí revolution bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ do you know the reason why tó jẹ́ pé divorce pọ̀ báyìí? Ẹ mọ̀ díẹ̀ ní nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ní Yorùbá state almost 65% ní single mothers. Ní bíbá yìí l'Amẹ́ríkà bíbá yìí almost 77% tó ń bá ti dé bíbá yìí the first thing tí wọ́n kọ́kọ́ máa dàrú ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ máa dàrú marriage wọn rú ni. So nítorí pé a ti kú ní ọ̀nà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni o let's hold on to our own cultural value.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa continue mental emancipation yìí lọ as we continue ó máa yí àwọn èèyàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ máa come out of it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. We are all honored to have you. A tún máa arrange fún títí tàwọn Muslim yẹn later, sir.
Yes.
Now, in summary, I want to appreciate everybody who made one contribution or the other today. It shows that so many people are now asking the right questions, and it is only when we will know that we're doing something that is worth the while. And like I said, this religion of a thing, and I really appreciate what Ambassador Adekunle said concerning love and humanity, and also actions that can be taken, which is why I said that after I am done with the registration I'm doing with CAC, then the action will start fully concerning the implementation of empowerment. Omabere. And by so doing, I'm going to be establishing the fact that there is no God on planet Earth, or that is any way that would turn a blind eye to what we call love and humanity through action. Okay? And when we say poverty is one of the reasons that are responsible for why why so many people find it hard to live these foreign religions. Yes, poverty is one of these things, but when we ask the real question, we realize that these Babas, Adeboye, Oyedepo, Kumi, all of them, they contributed to the rate at which poverty has increased so much, unless we want to lie to one another. For example, I told them about some years ago, I said, if you trace the disappearance of so many great companies, you would trace it into the pocket of these men. Because you stand on the pulpit here saying people should give you 1 billion naira, even if it is their private businesses. I remember somebody sent a video to me. I've seen the video before. What was his name again? Goke Bajowa, who sang this song. Daffy the Lord John one ni òun go láyà tí èmi kò lè gbàgbé. How many of you remember that song? In that video, he was making a submission that what some of us don't know is that most of the things that these men have, that it is not from them, that people bought it for them, people they didn't know, mostly unbelievers. Okay, but how can you be saying such a thing that they don't know? It was Cecilia Ibru, Erastus Akingbola, and the third person, where they got money to buy private jets for Baba Adeboye. What jobs were their fathers doing? So I tackled him a bit, but I realized that is one of the ways in which he's making his own living. Because once you can put one or two things together, you say you're singing the gospel song, you start making money, and it's really a very big battle before us. It's really a big battle. But if somebody had told them years back that a day like this will come, that people will be getting liberated, it can never be. We èmi Adébóyè àwa sọ̀rọ̀ wọn wá ní kí n gbẹ́nu sọ, ṣé wọ́n ti máa fọ́ wọn gi lórí social media sìn? That is what only Elédùmarè can do. I'm telling you the truth. That is what only him can do. Gbogbo ibi tó bá wù kán máa wá sá lọ lórí gbogbo àwa tá a ti wà liberated, wọ́n máa bọ́ lọ́hùn lé ni, tó lọ́wọ́ tọ́gẹ̀dẹ̀ bá gbé ara ẹ̀ ló fi ń nà. So I appreciate every one of us. We're going to be working on this poverty of a thing. Then ignorance is another factor that I was going to mention. What exactly do you think will happen if you don't do what they're asking you to do? A woman that goes to meet a wòlíì, ó wá sọ fún ẹ pé ọmọ tó ń wá káàkiri, ó dìgbà tó ń bá fi òróró góyà para tó ń wá fi sí ẹ lára kó tó lè rọmọ bí. Ó ti kàṣà mọ̀ pé ọmọ tó máa bí true means bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn gan, ọmọ ìbànújẹ́ ni. Torí inú tí ẹgbẹ́ ò lè dùn tó bá rántí nǹkan tí wòlíì yẹn ṣe fún ẹ tó dẹ̀ fọkọ sílẹ̀ lé. So ignorance is one of those things. We have to wake up from all the things they have used in tying us down. Ororo popofu, sister. Ignorance is one. Then another thing is fear. Somebody says, like Kenny, who calls himself a pastor, that somebody will see a pastor, and the mama wá gbọ́ pé pastor ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run, touch not my anointed, orí gbogbo ẹ̀yin pastor ti gbalẹ̀. Ayé ìgbà yẹn ti kọjá. Ayé ìgbà yẹn fear factor. Even their Bible tells them, He has not given you the spirit of fear, but of love and of sound mind. Where is the sound mind of the people that are attending churches today? That your pastor, your GO, says something that is wrong, but you dare not say, wow, Gade, Ibo letirele ninu Bible tanka. And that's another major problem, because when you want to use the Bible to liberate them, what percentage of this Bible do people know? That Baba Adeboye, in all his pride, in all his wickedness, will sit down in front of his pastors, telling them, commanding them to go back and restitute their ways with their members, that anybody that is not paying tithe again is not going to heaven, period. But then I think mo ṣe video yẹn mo gbé lé wọn dáadáa. The video went so viral. Some other people even carry the video having like 500,000-600,000 views. Èmi ò ṣe torí owó tèmi, ṣùgbọ́n pé káwọn èèyàn lè wà liberated ni mo wà fún. Ẹ máa pín bẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí máa pín. Ẹ jẹ́ kó máa lọ viral. Kán rí pé àwọn èèyàn ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ sókè. Àdẹ̀bẹ̀rù wọn mọ́. Ayé ìgbà yẹn ti kọjá. Àgbà tí ò bá dẹ̀ farabalẹ̀ sí a máa fara gbẹgba. Torí àwọn bàbá rádaràda ẹ ti sọ àgbàdo mọ́dìí. Ó di dandan kan di alámùṣeré adìẹ. Ó di dandan. Fear, they have used that fear to tie people down so much that I remember one of my very wonderful sisters, so lórí TikTok náà láti meet lórí 2 years ago. Ìjọ alẹ́ ọjọ́ ta ọkọ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀. It was night in Nigeria. Mo wá dárúkọ Adébóyè. Rọ́rọ́ tí mi lè dárúkọ bàbá jẹ́ ilẹ̀ ti ṣó mo ní. Ṣùgbọ́n lẹ́ni nǹkan, sister mi yẹn pẹ̀lú daddy wọn lọ mọ́, wọ́n ti bọ́. So if they can bọ́, you two looking at me that you're still saying, tí mi bá wá lọ mọ́, heaven àti hell. Bible says that shall not forsake the garden of the children of God. The children of God, your siblings are at home. You are not even in talking terms with them. Your husband is at home. Jọrẹ, your wife is at home. Jọrẹ. So family gan ti wà disintegrated by the policies and evil messages of àwọn bàbá yìí. And lastly but not the least, ẹ̀yin bàbá Adébóyè Oyèdépò, I will say this in English. Anybody wants to record can screen record. I am calling on all of you, because if we are looking for wickedness impersonified, Baba Adébóyè Oyèdépò, Kúmúyè, Abíárà, all of you should be taken. And why did I say this? Everybody knows that family is the basic unit of the society. And once families are broken down, the society becomes chaotic and becomes problematic, right? Now, these men, especially all these GOs and everything, if they want to have family get together with their families today, they are going. They just jump in their private jets. They are gone, right? Because they know the importance of families, but they are so wicked that they use their religious policies to break down so many families. Ọkọ ò gbọ́ táyà mọ́, aya ò gbọ́ tọkọ mọ́. Prógrámù náà ni bí aláfiṣe, àwọn ọmọ ti wá dọmọ lọ́mọ. Lẹ́yìn bàbá jákujàku akúmámọ́nà rùn. Ẹ̀wọ̀n wá ní wọ́n ṣe birthday, wọ́n fún ẹ ní gift. Ìyí tí ó pa yín lẹ, ìyí tí ó ṣekú pa yín náà gbé fún yín yẹn. Lẹ́yìn bàbá aláyébàjẹ́ yìí. Ní wọ́n fún yín ní Rolls Royce. Ọmọ ojú ọ̀rọ̀ lárí. Ọmọ ojú ọ̀rọ̀ lárí. Tó ń jápo sáyà. Ẹ̀yin gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá òṣì, ẹ̀yin bàbá òfò tẹ wá láti ìrankíran, ìran òfò. Ìran yóò mọ̀ parun ni lẹ́yìn bàbá jákujàku. I'm using this opportunity to implore every one of us. Wherever your wife has offended you, please leave religious matter first. Go inside your house and sort out the issue. If anything happens to you, Adeboye does not know you. It is your wife or your husband that will be running up and down, or your children that you are neglecting today because of church service. I am telling you the truth. If anything happens to me, okay, how many of you, when you want to donate, they just give you basket, you donate your money. but if anything happens to ẹ mọ iye èèyàn tán ti gbé gba bára fún láwọn church wọn tí wọn rówó gbà táwọn ẹni yẹn dẹ̀ kú dànù ta bá rẹ́dì láti gbóòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ni o tẹ bá ti wá kọ lẹ́tà sí wọn pé ìkan lára àwọn long time members tó wà dedicated tó ń san táì tó ń ṣe ó mà nídìí owó fún surgery. Do you know how many bureaucracy tí lẹ́tà yẹn máa pass through kó tó dọ́dọ̀ ẹni tó máa sign ẹ̀ pé wọ́n fún yín ní stipend because they won't even give you 100% nǹkan tó need láwọn bàbá rádaràdà ẹ̀. So you can be displaying Rolls Royce and affluences of life when the same members that have served you from time immemorial wọ́n lè kú dànù kò kàn yín gbogbo yín pátá láti ìran yìí ìran àwọn ọmọ yín dé ọmọ yín dé àwọn tí wọ́n tẹ́ẹ̀bà tí ìparun dànù bí wúgbé ṣe parun kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́ omi ẹran àtẹ̀jẹ́ yín Elédùmarè ó mọ̀ bá wa fi dè yín gbogbo ìyàtẹ́ ti fi jẹ àwọn èèyàn nílọ́pọ̀ ogún nílọ́pọ̀ ọgbọ̀n yóò mọ̀ gbéra sọ yóò mọ̀ wọnú ilé ayé ẹ̀yin bàbá rádaràdà pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ yín lẹ́yìn àṣèrè amúnisìn yìí tí ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ẹ̀sìn tó máa ṣe yín kẹ́tọ́ kó kújọ́ kan mo máa ń sọ kó kújọ́ kan tẹ́ kúrò láyé mo fi títóbi Elédùmarè ṣẹlẹ̀ kó kújọ́ kan tẹ́ kúrò láyé gbogbo tẹ́ ti ṣe fáwọn èèyàn tí eku òkè bí eku tẹ́yẹ òkè bí ẹ̀tọ́ ọmọ èèyàn gun òfọ̀hún bí ọmọ èèyàn mọ́ kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀mọ̀ kéré ẹ̀ kó kújọ́ kan fi omi jẹ́ kíkorò fi kúrò láyé ni tí wọ́n sì ní inú yìí tí lè ọmọ kọ́ kó lè serve as example fáwọn tó kù tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn yín àwọn broda Kenny tán rò pé àwọn náà máa ra private jet kí wọ́n Kenny gan tó sọ pé bóyá o máa ra yẹ̀pẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti bọ́ kẹ́ ẹ má tètè lọ máa wá ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ẹ̀yin younger pastors tẹ̀ ti rówó díẹ̀ kó jọ ẹ jẹ́ lọ ra lẹ̀ síbi tẹ́ ti lè ṣe farming àti fishing pigry náà dẹ̀ tún mówó wá ẹ̀yin èèyàn rádaràda Awíkókó ò tún ní sọ jù báyìí lọ lé ní oyin níyàn ṣe ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ fìfẹ́ jẹ́ náà a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Probably tomorrow, depending on what happens tomorrow, I'm not sure yet, but if I will come tomorrow Saturday, I think it's already Saturday in Nigeria. Okay, so if we're going to be coming to discuss anything, I will let us know. Onkola, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the wonderful message again today. So many people learned so much. Thank you so much. And until then, remain blessed, sir.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I'm also later, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Facebook family, I appreciate every one of you. You're standing toe to toe. Thank you so much. TikTok family, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And YouTube family, I appreciate every one of you for standing by and for spreading these messages of liberation. Aluta continua, Victoria Asata, thank you. Yeah. Hey, na.